v.I. Lenin. Materialism and Empirio criticism. Chapter 1-1. Sensations and complexes of sensations 31-2. The discovery of the world elements 47-3. The principal coordination and naive realism 65-4. Did nature exist prior to man? 75-5. Does man think with the help of the brain? 96. The solipsism of Mach and Avenarius 99. Chapter 2. 1. The thing in itself, or V. Chernov refutes Frederick Engels L04. 2. Transcendence, or Bazarov revises Engels 115. 3. L. Feuerbach and J. Dietzgen on the thing in itself 129. 4. Does objective truth exist? 135. 5. Absolute and relative truth, or the eclecticism of Engels as discovered by A. Bogdanov 147. 6. The criterion of practice in the theory of knowledge 155. Chapter 3-1. What is matter? What is experience? 163-2. Plekhanov's error concerning the concept experience 172-3. Causality and necessity in nature 1754. The principle of economy of thought and the problem of the unity of the world 195-5. Space and time 202-6. Freedom and necessity 218 Chapter 4-1. The criticism of Kantianism from the left and from the right 227-2. How the Empirio symbolist Yushkevich ridiculed the Empirio criticist Chernov 241-3. The immanentists as comrades in arms of Mach and Avenarius 245-4. Whither is Empirio criticism tending? 256-5. A. Bogdanov's Empirio monism 267-6. The theory of symbols, or hieroglyphs, and the criticism of Helmholtz 275-7. 2 kinds of criticism of during 283-8. How could J. Dietzgen have found favor with the reactionary philosophers? 289. Chapter 5-1. The crisis in modern physics 301-2. Matter has disappeared 308-3. Is motion without matter conceivable? 318-4. The 2 trends in modern physics, and English spiritualism. 328. 5. The 2 trends in modern physics, and German idealism 339. 6. The 2 trends in modern physics, and French fideism 349. 7. A Russian idealist physicist 360. 8. The essence and significance of physical idealism 364. Chapter 6-1. The excursions of the German Empirio criticists into the field of the social sciences 382. How Bogdanov corrects and develops Marx 389-3. Suvorov's Foundations of Social Philosophy 404. Parties in Philosophy and Philosophical Blockheads 406-5. Ernst Haeckel and Ernst Mach 420. Supplement to Chapter 4, Section 1. 1. Does the lecturer acknowledge that the philosophy of Marxism is dialectical materialism? If he does not, why has he never analyzed Engels' countless statements on this subject? If he does, why do the Machists call their revision of dialectical materialism the philosophy of Marxism? 2. Does the lecturer acknowledge Engels' fundamental division of philosophical systems into idealism and materialism, Engels regarding those intermediate between these two, wavering between them, as the line of Hume in modern philosophy, calling this line agnosticism and declaring Kantianism to be a variety of agnosticism? 3. Does the lecturer acknowledge that recognition of the external world and its reflection in the human mind form the basis of the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism? 4. Does the lecturer acknowledge as correct Engels' argument concerning the conversion of things in themselves into things for us? 5. Does the lecturer acknowledge as correct Engels' assertion that the real unity of the world consists in its materiality? Anti-Düring, 2nd ed., 1886, p. 28, Section 1, Part 4 on World Schematism. 2. 6. Does the lecturer acknowledge as correct Engels' assertion that matter without motion is as inconceivable as motion without matter? Anti-Düring, 1886, 2nd ed., p. 45, in Part 6 on Natural Philosophy, Cosmogony, Physics, and Chemistry. 3. 7. Does the lecturer acknowledge that the ideas of causality, necessity, law, etc., are a reflection in the human mind of laws of nature, of the real world? Or was Engels wrong in saying so? Anti-Düring, S. 20-21, in Part 3 on Apriorism, and S. 103-04, in Part 11 on Freedom and Necessity. 4. 8. Does the lecturer know that Mach expressed his agreement with the head of the immanentist school, Schub, and even dedicated his last and chief philosophical work to him? How does the lecturer explain this adherence of Mach to the obviously idealist philosophy of Schub, a defender of clericalism and in general a downright reactionary in philosophy? 9. Why did the lecturer keep silent about adventure with his comrade of yesterday, according to the Studies 5, the Menshevik Yushkevich, who has today declared Bogdanov 6, following in the wake of Rakhmetov 7, an idealist? Is the lecturer aware that Petzold in his latest book has classed a number of Mach's disciples among the idealists? 10. Does the lecturer confirm the fact that Machism has nothing in common with Bolshevism, and that Lenin has repeatedly protested against Machism? 8. And that the Mensheviks Yushkevich and Valentinov 9 are pure Empirio criticists? Written in May-June 1908, published according to the manuscript first published in 1925, in Lenin, Miscellany 3. Critical comments on a reactionary philosophy 10. Preface to the first edition. A number of writers, would-be Marxists, have this year undertaken a veritable campaign against the philosophy of Marxism. In the course of less than half a year, 4 books devoted mainly and almost exclusively to attacks on dialectical materialism have made their appearance. These include first and foremost studies in, it would have been more proper to say against 1. The Philosophy of Marxism, St. Petersburg, 1908, a symposium by Bazarov, Bogdanov, Lunacharsky, Berman, Helfand, Yushkevich and Suvorov, Yushkevich's Materialism and Critical Realism, Berman's Dialectics in the Light of the Modern Theory of Knowledge, and Valentinov's The Philosophical Constructions of Marxism. All these people could not have been ignorant of the fact that Marx and Engels scores of times termed their philosophical views dialectical materialism. Yet all these people, who, despite the sharp divergence of their political views, are united in their hostility towards dialectical materialism, at the same time claim to be Marxists in philosophy. Engels' dialectics is mysticism, says Berman. Engels' views have become antiquated, remarks Bazarov casually, as though it were a self-evident fact. Materialism thus appears to be refuted by our bold warriors, who proudly allude to the modern theory of knowledge, recent philosophy, or recent positivism, the philosophy of modern natural science, or even the philosophy of natural science of the 20th century. Supported by all these supposedly recent doctrines, our destroyers of dialectical materialism proceed fearlessly to downright fideism. 12. In the case of Lunacharsky it is most evident, but by no means in his case alone. 13. Yet when it comes to an explicit definition of their attitude towards Marx and Engels, all their courage and all their respect for their own convictions at once disappear. Indeed, a complete renunciation of dialectical materialism, of Marxism, in word endless subterfuges, attempts to evade the essence of the question, to cover their retreat, to put some materialist or other in place of materialism in general, and a determined refusal to make a direct analysis of the innumerable materialist declarations of Marx and Engels. This is truly mutiny on one's knees, as it was justly characterized by one Marxist. This is typical philosophical revisionism, for it was only the revisionists who gained a sad notoriety for themselves by their departure from the fundamental views of Marxism and by their fear, or inability, to settle accounts openly, explicitly, resolutely, and clearly with the views they had abandoned. When orthodox Marxists had occasion to pronounce against some antiquated views of Marx, for instance, Mering when he opposed certain historical propositions, it was always done with such precision. Fideism is a doctrine which substitutes faith for knowledge, or which generally attaches significance to faith. 7. And thoroughness, that no one has ever found anything ambiguous in such literary utterances. For the rest, there is in the studies in the philosophy of Marxism one phrase which resembles the truth. This is Lunacharsky's phrase, perhaps we, i.e., all the collaborators of the studies, evidently have gone astray, but we are seeking, p. 161. That the first half of this phrase contains an absolute and the second a relative truth, I shall endeavor to demonstrate circumstantially in the present book. At the moment I would only remark that if our philosophers had spoken not in the name of Marxism but in the name of a few seeking Marxists, they would have shown more respect for themselves and for Marxism. As for myself, I too am a seeker in philosophy. Namely, the task I have set myself in these comments is to find out what was the stumbling block to these people who under the guise of Marxism are offering something incredibly muddled, confused, and reactionary. The author, September 1908. With the exception of a few corrections in the text, the present edition does not differ from the previous one. I hope that, irrespective of the dispute with the Russian Machians, it will prove useful as an aid to an acquaintance with the philosophy of Marxism, dialectical materialism, as well as with the philosophical conclusions from the recent discoveries in natural science. As for A.A. Bogdanov's latest works, which I have had no opportunity to examine, the appended article by Comrade V.I. Nevsky gives the necessary information. 14. Comrade V.I. Nevsky, not only in his work as a propagandist in general, but also as an active worker in the party school in particular, has had ample opportunity to convince himself that under the guise of proletarian culture A.A. Bogdanov is imparting bourgeois and reactionary views. N. Lenin, September 2, 1920. 8. How certain Marxists in 1908 and certain idealists in 1710 refuted materialism. Anyone in the least acquainted with philosophical literature must know that scarcely a single contemporary professor of philosophy, or of theology, can be found who is not directly or indirectly engaged in refuting materialism. They have declared materialism refuted 1,000 times, yet are continuing to refute it for the 1,001st time. All our revisionists are engaged in refuting materialism, pretending, however, that actually they are only refuting the materialist Plekhanov, and not the materialist Engels, nor the materialist Feuerbach, nor the materialist views of J. Dietzgen, and, moreover, that they are refuting materialism from the standpoint of recent and modern positivism, natural science, and so forth. Without citing quotations, which anyone desiring to do so could cull by the hundred from the books above mentioned, I shall refer to those arguments by which materialism is being combated by Bazarov, Bogdanov, Yushkevich. 9. 10. Valentinov, Chernov** and other Machians. I shall use this latter term throughout as a synonym for empirio-criticist because it is shorter and simpler and has already acquired rights of citizenship in Russian literature. That Ernst Mach is the most popular representative of empirio-criticism today is universally acknowledged in philosophical literature, while Bogdanov's and Yushkevich's departures from pure Machism are of absolutely secondary importance, as will be shown later. The materialists, we are told, recognize something unthinkable and unknowable things in themselves, matter outside of experience and outside of our knowledge. They lapse into genuine mysticism by admitting the existence of something beyond, something transcending the bounds of experience and knowledge. When they say that matter, by acting upon our sense organs, produces sensations, the materialists take as their basis the unknown, nothingness, for do they not themselves declare our sensations to be the only source of knowledge? The materialists lapse into Kantianism, Plekhanov, by recognizing the existence of things in themselves, i.e., things outside of our consciousness. They double the world and preach dualism, for the materialists hold that beyond the appearance there is the thing in itself, beyond the immediate sense data there is something else, some fetish, an idol, an absolute, a source of metaphysics, a double of religion, holy matter, as Bazarov says. Such are the arguments levelled by the Machians against materialism, as repeated and retold in varying keys by the aforementioned writers. In order to test whether these arguments are new, and whether they are really directed against only one Russian materialist who lapsed into Kantianism, we shall give some detailed quotations from the works of an old idealist, George Berkeley. This historical inquiry is all the more necessary in the introduction to our comments, since we shall have frequent occasion to refer to Berkeley and his trend in philosophy, for the Machians misrepresent both the relation of Mach to Berkeley and the essence of Berkeley's philosophical line. The work of Bishop George Berkeley, published in 1710 under the title Treatise Concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge *, begins with the following argument: it is evident to anyone who takes a survey of the objects of human knowledge, that they are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or else such as are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly, ideas formed by help of memory and imagination. By sight I have the ideas of light and colors, with their several degrees and variations. By touch I perceive hard and soft, heat and cold, motion and resistance. Smelling furnishes me with odors, the palate with tastes, and hearing conveys sounds. And as several of these are observed to accompany each other, they come to be marked by one name, and so to be reputed as one thing. Thus, for example, a certain color, taste, smell, figure, and consistence having been observed to go together, are accounted one distinct thing, signified by the name apple. Other collections of ideas constitute a stone, a tree, a book, and the like sensible things. 1. Such is the content of the first section of Berkeley's work. We must remember that Berkeley takes as the basis of his philosophy hard, soft, heat, cold, colors, tastes, odors, etc. For Berkeley, things are collections of ideas, this expression designating the aforesaid, let us say, qualities or sensations, and not abstract thoughts. Berkeley goes on to say that besides these ideas or objects of knowledge there exists something that perceives them: mind, spirit, soul, or myself, too. It is self-evident, the philosopher concludes, that ideas cannot exist outside of the mind that perceives them. In order to convince ourselves of this, it is enough to consider the meaning of the word exist. The table I write on I say exists, that is, I see and feel it, and if I were out of my study I should say it existed, meaning thereby that if I was in my study I might perceive it. That is what Berkeley says in 3 of his work, and thereupon he begins a polemic against the people whom he calls materialists, 18, 19, etc. For as to what is said of the absolute existence of unthinking things, without any relation to their being perceived, he says, that is to me perfectly unintelligible. To exist means to be perceived, there esse is percipi, 3, a dictum of Berkeley's frequently quoted in textbooks on the history of philosophy. It is indeed an opinion strangely prevailing amongst men, that houses, mountains, rivers, and in a word all sensible objects have an existence, natural or real, distinct from their being. 13. Perceived by the understanding, 4. This opinion is a manifest contradiction, says Berkeley. For, what are the aforementioned objects but the things we perceive by sense? And what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And is it not plainly repugnant that any one of these, or any combination of them, should exist unperceived? 4. The expression collection of ideas Berkeley now replaces by what to him is an equivalent expression, combination of sensations, and accuses the materialists of a repugnant tendency to go still further, of seeking some source of this complex, that is, of this combination of sensations. In 5 the materialists are accused of trifling with an abstraction, for to divorce the sensation from the object, according to Berkeley, is an empty abstraction. In truth, he says at the end of 5, omitted in the second edition, the object and the sensation are the same thing, and cannot therefore be abstracted from each other. Berkeley goes on, but, say you, though the ideas themselves do not exist without the mind, yet there may be things like them, whereof they are copies or resemblances, which things exist without the mind, in an unthinking substance. I answer, an idea can be like nothing but an idea, a color or figure can be like nothing but another color or figure. I ask whether those supposed originals, or external things, of which our ideas are the pictures or representations, be themselves perceivable or not. If they are, then they are ideas and we have gained our point, but if you say they are not, I appeal to anyone whether it be sense to assert a color is like something which is invisible, hard or soft, like something which is intangible, and so of the rest. 8. As the reader sees, Bazarov's arguments against Plekhanov concerning the problem of whether things can exist. 14. Outside of us apart from their action on us do not differ in the least from Berkeley's arguments against the materialists whom he does not mention by name. Berkeley considers the notion of the existence of matter or corporeal substance, 9, such a contradiction, such an absurdity that it is really not worth wasting time exposing it. He says, but because the tenet of the existence of matter seems to have taken so deep a root in the minds of philosophers, and draws after it so many ill consequences, I choose rather to be thought prolix and tedious than omit anything that might conduce to the full discovery and extirpation of that prejudice. 9. We shall presently see to what ill consequences Berkeley is referring. Let us first finish with his theoretical arguments against the materialists. Denying the absolute existence of objects, that is, the existence of things outside human knowledge, Berkeley bluntly defines the viewpoint of his opponents as being that they recognize the thing in itself. In 24 Berkeley writes in italics that the opinion which he is refuting recognizes the absolute existence of sensible objects in themselves, or without the mind, OPCIT, pages 167-68. The two fundamental lines of philosophical outlook are here depicted with the straightforwardness, clarity, and precision that distinguish the classical philosophers from the inventors of new systems in our day. Materialism is the recognition of objects in themselves, or outside the mind. Ideas and sensations are copies or images of those objects. The opposite doctrine, idealism, claims that objects do not exist without the mind. Objects are combinations of sensations. This was written in 1710, 14 years before the birth of Immanuel Kant, yet our Mach-ians, supposedly on the basis of recent philosophy, have made the discovery that the recognition of things in themselves is a result of the 15. Infection or distortion of materialism by Kantianism. The new discoveries of the Mach-ians are the product of an astounding ignorance of the history of the basic philosophical trends. Their next new thought consists in this, that the concepts matter or substance are remnants of old uncritical views. Mach and Avenarius, you see, have advanced philosophical thought, deepened analysis, and eliminated these absolutes, unchangeable entities, etc. If you wish to check such assertions with the original sources, go to Berkeley and you will see that they are pretentious fictions. Berkeley says quite definitely that matter is nonentity, 68, that matter is nothing, 80. You may, thus Berkeley ridicules the materialists, if so it shall seem good, use the word matter in the same sense as other men use nothing, OPCIT, pages 196-97. At the beginning, says Berkeley, it was believed that colors, odors, etc., really exist, but subsequently such views were renounced, and it was seen that they only exist in dependence on our sensations. But this elimination of old erroneous concepts was not completed. A remnant is the concept substance, 73, which is also a prejudice, p. 195, and which was finally exposed by Bishop Berkeley in 1710. In 1908 there are still wags who seriously believe Avenarius, Petzold, Mach, and the rest, when they maintain that it is only recent positivism and recent natural science which have at last succeeded in eliminating these metaphysical conceptions. These same wags, Bogdanov among them, assure their readers that it was the new philosophy that explained the error of the duplication of the world in the doctrine of the eternally refuted materialists, who speak of some sort of a reflection by the human consciousness of things existing. 16. Outside the consciousness. A mass of sentimental verbiage has been written by the above-named authors about this duplication. Owing to forgetfulness or ignorance, they failed to add that these new discoveries had already been discovered in 1710. Berkeley says, "Our knowledge of these, i.e., ideas or things, has been very much obscured and confounded, and we have been led into very dangerous errors by supposing a twofold existence of the objects of sense, the one intelligible or in the mind, the other real and without the mind, i.e., outside consciousness." And Berkeley ridicules this absurd notion, which admits the possibility of thinking the unthinkable. The source of the absurdity, of course, follows from our supposing a difference between things and ideas. 87. The supposition of external objects. This same source, as discovered by Berkeley in 1710 and rediscovered by Bogdanov in 1908, engenders faith in fetishes and idols. The existence of matter, says Berkeley, or bodies unperceived, has not only been the main support of atheists and fatalists, but on the same principle doth idolatry likewise in all its various forms depend. 9.4. Here we arrive at those ill consequences derived from the absurd doctrine of the existence of an external world, which compelled Bishop Berkeley not only to refute this doctrine theoretically, but passionately to persecute its adherents as enemies. For as we have shown the doctrine of matter or corporeal substance to have been the main pillar and support of scepticism, so likewise upon the same foundation have been raised all the impious schemes of atheism and irreligion. How great a friend material substance has been to atheists in all ages were needless to relate. All their monstrous systems have so visible and necessary a 17. Dependence on it, that when this cornerstone is once removed, the whole fabric cannot choose but fall to the ground, insomuch that it is no longer worth while to bestow a particular consideration on the absurdities of every wretched sect of atheists. 92, OPCIT, pages 203-04. Matter being once expelled out of nature drags with it so many sceptical and impious notions, such an incredible number of disputes and puzzling questions. The principle of economy of thought, discovered by Mach in the 70s, philosophy as a conception of the world according to the principle of minimum expenditure of effort of Avenarius in 1876, which have been thorns in the sides of divines as well as philosophers, and made so much fruitless work for mankind, that if the arguments we have produced against it are not found equal to demonstration, as to me they evidently seem, yet I am sure all friends to knowledge, peace, and religion have reason to wish they were. 96. Frankly and bluntly did Bishop Berkeley argue. In our time these very same thoughts on the economical elimination of matter from philosophy are enveloped in a much more artful form, and confused by the use of a new terminology, so that these thoughts may be taken by naive people for recent philosophy. But Berkeley was not only candid as to the tendencies of his philosophy, he also endeavored to cover its idealistic nakedness, to represent it as being free from absurdities and acceptable to common sense. Instinctively defending himself against the accusation of what would nowadays be called subjective idealism and solipsism, he says that by our philosophy we are not deprived of any one thing in nature. 34. Nature remains, and the distinction between realities and chimeras remains, only they both equally exist in the mind. 18. I do not argue against the existence of any one thing that we can apprehend, either by sense or reflection. That the things I see with my eyes and touch with my hands do exist, really exist, I make not the least question. The only thing whose existence we deny is that which philosophers Berkeley's italics call matter or corporeal substance. And in doing this there is no damage done to the rest of mankind, who, I dare say, will never miss it. The atheist indeed will want the color of an empty name to support his impiety. This thought is made still clearer in 37, where Berkeley replies to the charge that his philosophy destroys corporeal substance. If the word substance be taken in the vulgar sense, for a combination of sensible qualities, such as extension, solidity, weight, and the like. This we cannot be accused of taking away, but if it be taken in a philosophic sense, for the support of accidents or qualities without the mind, then indeed I acknowledge that we take it away, if one may be said to take away that which never had any existence, not even in the imagination. Not without good cause did the English philosopher, Fraser, an idealist and adherent of Berkeleyanism, who published Berkeley's works and supplied them with his own annotations, designate Berkeley's doctrine by the term natural realism, OPCIT, PX. This amusing terminology must by all means be noted, for it in fact expresses Berkeley's intention to counterfeit realism. In our further exposition we shall frequently find recent positivists repeating the same stratagem or counterfeit in a different form and in a different verbal wrapping. Berkeley does not deny the existence of real things. Berkeley does not go counter to the opinion of all humanity. Berkeley denies only the teaching of the philosophers, viz., the theory of knowledge, which seriously and resolutely takes as the foundation of all its reasoning the recognition of the external world and the reflection thereof in the minds of men. Berkeley does not deny natural science, which has always adhered, mostly unconsciously, to this, i.e., the materialist theory of knowledge. We read in 59, we may, from the experience Berkeley a philosophy of pure experience * we have had of the train and succession of ideas in our minds, make, well-grounded predictions concerning the ideas we shall be affected with pursuant to a great train of actions, and be enabled to pass a right judgment of what would have appeared to us, in case we were placed in circumstances very different from those we are in at present. Herein consists the knowledge of nature, which, listen to this, may preserve its use and certainty very consistently with what hath been said. Let us regard the external world, nature, as a combination of sensations evoked in our mind by a deity. Acknowledge this and give up searching for the ground of these sensations outside the mind, outside man, and I will acknowledge within the framework of my idealist theory of knowledge all natural science and all the use and certainty of its deductions. It is precisely this framework, and only this framework, that I need for my deductions in favor of peace and religion. Such is Berkeley's train of thought. It correctly expresses the essence of idealist philosophy and its social significance, and we shall encounter it later when we come to speak of the relation of Marxism to natural science. Let us now consider another recent discovery that was borrowed from Bishop Berkeley in the 20th century by the recent positivist and critical realist, P. Yushkevich. This discovery is Empirio symbolism. Berkeley, says Fraser, thus reverts to his favorite theory of a universal natural symbolism, OPCIT, p. 190. Did these words not occur in an edition of 1871, one might have suspected the English fideist philosopher Fraser of plagiarizing both the modern mathematician and physicist Poincaré and the Russian Marxist Yushkevich. This theory of Berkeley's, which threw Fraser into raptures, is set forth by the bishop as follows. The connection of ideas. Do not forget that for Berkeley ideas and things are identical does not imply the relation of cause and effect, but only of a mark or sign with the thing signified. 65. Hence, it is evident that those things, which under the notion of a cause cooperating or concurring to the production of effects, are altogether inexplicable, and run us into great absurdities, may be very naturally explained, when they are considered only as marks or signs for our information. 66. Of course, in the opinion of Berkeley and Fraser, it is no other than the deity who informs us by means of these Empirio symbols. The epistemological significance of symbolism in Berkeley's theory, however, consists in this, that it is to replace the doctrine which pretends to explain things by corporeal causes. 66. We have before us two philosophical trends in the question of causality. One pretends to explain things by corporeal causes. It is clear that it is connected with the doctrine of matter refuted as an absurdity by Bishop Berkeley. The other reduces the notion of cause to the notion of a mark or sign which serves for our information, supplied by God. We shall meet these two trends in a 20th. 21. century garb when we analyze the attitudes of Marxism and dialectical materialism to this question. Further, as regards the question of reality, it ought also to be remarked that Berkeley, refusing as he does to recognize the existence of things outside the mind, tries to find a criterion for distinguishing between the real and the fictitious. In 36 he says that those ideas which the minds of men evoke at pleasure are feigned, weak, and unsteady in respect to others they perceive by sense, which, being impressed upon them according to certain rules or laws of nature, speak themselves about the effects of a mind more powerful and wise than human spirits. These latter are said to have more reality in them than the former, by which is meant that they are more affecting, orderly, and distinct, and that they are not fictions of the mind perceiving them. Elsewhere, 8.4, Berkeley tries to connect the notion of reality with the simultaneous perception of the same sensations by many people. For instance, how shall we resolve the question as to whether the transformation of water into wine, of which we are being told, is real? If at table all who were present should see, and smell, and taste, and drink wine, and find the effects of it, with me there could be no doubt of its reality. And Fraser explains, simultaneous perception of the same, sense ideas, by different persons, as distinguished from purely individual consciousness of feelings and fancies, is here taken as a test of the reality of the former. From this it is evident that Berkeley's subjective idealism is not to be interpreted as though it ignored the distinction between individual and collective perception. On the contrary, he attempts on the basis of this distinction to construct a criterion of reality. Deriving ideas from the action. 22. Of a deity upon the human mind, Berkeley thus approaches objective idealism: the world proves to be not my idea but the product of a single supreme spiritual cause that creates both the laws of nature and the laws distinguishing more real ideas from less real, and so forth. In another work, The Three Dialogues between Hylas and Philoneus, 1713, where he endeavors to present his views in an especially popular form, Berkeley sets forth the opposition between his doctrine and the materialist doctrine in the following way. I assert as well as you materialists that, since we are affected from without, we must allow powers to be without, in a being distinct from ourselves. But then we differ as to the kind of this powerful being. I will have it to be spirit, you matter, or I know not what, I may add to, you know not what, third nature. OPCIT, p. 335. This is the gist of the whole question. Fraser comments, according to the materialists, sensible phenomena are due to material substance, or to some unknown third nature; according to Berkeley, to rational will; according to Hume and the positivists, their origin is absolutely unknown, and we can only generalize them inductively, through custom, as facts. Here the English Berkeleyan, Fraser, approaches from his consistent idealist standpoint the same fundamental lines in philosophy which were so clearly characterized by the materialist Engels. In his work Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels divides philosophers into two great camps: materialists and idealists. Engels, dealing with theories of the two trends much more developed, varied and rich in content than Fraser dealt with, sees the fundamental distinction between them in the fact that while for the materialists nature is 23. primary and spirit secondary, for the idealists the reverse is the case. In between these two camps Engels places the adherents of Hume and Kant, who deny the possibility of knowing the world, or at least of knowing it fully, and calls them agnostics. 15. In his Ludwig Feuerbach Engels applies this term only to the adherents of Hume, those people whom Fraser calls, and who like to call themselves, positivists. But in his article on historical materialism, Engels explicitly speaks of the standpoint of the Neo-Kantian agnostic. 16. Regarding Neo-Kantianism as a variety of agnosticism*, we cannot dwell here on this remarkably correct and profound judgment of Engels, a judgment which is shamelessly ignored by the Machians. We shall discuss it in detail later on. For the present we shall confine ourselves to pointing to this Marxist terminology and to this meeting of extremes, the views of a consistent materialist and of a consistent idealist on the fundamental philosophical trends. In order to illustrate these trends, with which we shall constantly have to deal in our further exposition, let us briefly note the views of outstanding philosophers of the 18th century who pursued a different path from Berkeley. Here are Hume's arguments. In his An Inquiry Concerning Human Understanding, in the chapter 12, on Sceptical Philosophy, he says, "It seems evident, that men are carried, by a natural instinct or prepossession, to repose faith in their senses, and that, without any reasoning, or even almost before the use of reason, we always suppose an external universe, which depends not on our perception, but would exist though we and every sensible creature were absent or annihilated. Even the animal creations are governed by a like opinion, and preserve this belief of external objects, in all their thoughts, designs, and actions. But this universal and primary opinion of all men is soon destroyed by the slightest philosophy, which teaches us, that nothing can ever be present to the mind but an image or perception, and that the senses are only the inlets, through which these images are conveyed, without being able to produce any immediate intercourse between the mind and the object. The table, which we see, seems to diminish, as we remove farther from it, but the real table, which exists independent of us, suffers no alteration. It was, therefore, nothing but its image, which was present to the mind. These are the obvious dictates of reason, and no man, who reflects, ever doubted, that the existences, which we consider, when we say, this house, and that tree are nothing but perceptions in the mind. By what argument can it be proved, that the perceptions of the mind must be caused by external objects, entirely different from them, though resembling them, if that be possible, and could not arise either from the energy of the mind itself, or from the suggestion of some invisible and unknown spirit, or from some other cause still more unknown to us? How shall the question be determined? By experience surely, as all other questions of a like nature. But here experience is, and must be entirely silent. The mind has never anything present to it but the perceptions, and cannot possibly reach any experience of their connection with objects. This supposition of such a connection is, therefore, without any foundation in reasoning. To have recourse to the veracity of the Supreme Being, in order to prove the veracity of our senses, is surely making a very unexpected circuit, if the external 25. world be once called in question, we shall be at a loss to find arguments, by which we may prove the existence of that being, or any of his attributes. Asterisk. He says the same thing in his Treatise of Human Nature, Part 4, Sector 2, on Scepticism towards Sensations. Our perceptions are our only objects. p. 281 of the French translation by Renouvier and Pillon, 1878. By scepticism Hume means refusal to explain sensations as the effects of objects, spirit, etc., refusal to reduce perceptions to the external world, on the one hand, and to a deity or to an unknown spirit, on the other. And the author of the introduction to the French translation of Hume, F. Pillon, a philosopher of a trend akin to Mach, as we shall see below, justly remarks that for Hume subject and object are reduced to groups of various perceptions, to elements of consciousness, to impressions, ideas, etc. That the only concern should be with the groupings and combinations of these elements. The English Humean, Huxley, who coined the apt and correct term agnosticism, in his book on Hume also emphasizes the fact that the latter, regarding sensations as the primary and irreducible states of consciousness, is not entirely consistent on the question how the origin of sensations is to be explained, whether by the effect of objects on man or by the creative power of the mind. Realism and idealism are equally probable hypotheses, i.e., for Hume does not go beyond sensations. Thus the colors red and blue, and the odor of a rose, are simple impressions. A red rose gives us a complex impression, capable of resolution into the simple impressions of red color, rose scent, and numerous others, OPCIT, pages 64 to 65. Hume admits both the materialist position and the idealist position, p. 82, the collection of perceptions may be generated by the Fichtean ego or may be a signification and even a symbol of a real something. This is how Huxley interprets Hume. As for the materialists, here is an opinion of Berkeley given by Diderot, the leader of the encyclopedists. Those philosophers are called idealists who, being conscious only of their existence and of the sensations which succeed each other within themselves, do not admit anything else. An extravagant system which, to my thinking, only the blind could have originated, a system which, to the shame of human intelligence and philosophy, is the most difficult to combat, although the most absurd of all. Asterisk. And Diderot, who came very close to the standpoint of contemporary materialism, that arguments and syllogisms alone do not suffice to refute idealism, and that here it is not a question for theoretical argument, notes the similarity of the premises both of the idealist Berkeley, and the sensationalist Condillac. In his opinion, Condillac should have undertaken a refutation of Berkeley in order to avoid such absurd conclusions being drawn from the treatment of sensations as the only source of our knowledge. In the conversation between D'Alembert and Diderot, Diderot states his philosophical position thus. Suppose a piano to be endowed with the faculty of sensation and memory, tell me, would it not of its own accord repeat those airs which you have played on its keys? We are instruments endowed with sensation and memory. Our senses are so many keys upon which surrounding nature strikes and which often strike upon themselves. And this is all, in my opinion, that occurs in a piano organized like you and me. D'Alembert retorts that such an instrument would have to possess the faculty of finding food for itself and of reproducing little pianos. Undoubtedly, contends Diderot. But take an egg. This is what refutes all the schools of theology and all the temples on earth. What is this egg? A mass that is insensible until the embryo is introduced thither, and when this embryo is introduced, what is it then? An insensible mass, for in its turn, this embryo is only an inert and crude liquid. How does this mass arrive at a different organization, arrive at sensibility and life? By means of heat. And what produces heat? Motion. The animal that is hatched from the egg is endowed with all your sensations, it performs all your actions. Would you maintain with Descartes that this is a simple imitating machine? Little children will laugh at you, and the philosophers will reply that if this be a machine then you too are a machine. If you admit that the difference between these animals and you is only one of organization, you will prove your common sense and sagacity, you will be right. But from this will follow the conclusion that refutes you, namely, that from inert matter organized in a certain way, impregnated with another bit of inert matter, by heat and motion sensibility, life, memory, consciousness, emotion, and thought are generated. One of the two, continues Diderot, either admits some hidden element in the egg, that penetrates to it in an unknown way at a certain stage. 28. Of development, an element about which it is unknown whether it occupies space, whether it is material or whether it is created for the purpose which is contradictory to common sense, and leads to inconsistencies and absurdities, or we must make a simple supposition which explains everything, namely, that the faculty of sensation is a general property of matter, or a product of its organization. To D'Alembert's objection that such a supposition implies a quality which in its essence is incompatible with matter, Diderot retorts. And how do you know that the faculty of sensation is essentially incompatible with matter, since you do not know the essence of anything at all, either of matter, or of sensation? Do you understand the nature of motion any better, its existence in a body, its communication from one body to another? D'Alembert, without knowing the nature of sensation, or that of matter, I see, however, that the faculty of sensation is a simple quality, single, indivisible, and incompatible with a divisible subject or substratum, sub-ot. Diderot, metaphysico-theological nonsense. What, do you not see that all qualities of matter, that all its forms accessible to our senses are in their essence indivisible? There cannot be a larger or a smaller degree of impenetrability. There may be half of a round body, but there is no half of roundness. Be a physicist and admit the derivative character of the given effect when you see how it is derived, though you may be unable to explain the relation between the cause and the effect. Be logical and do not replace a cause that exists and explains everything by some other cause which it is impossible to conceive, and the connection of which with the effect is even more difficult to conceive, and which engenders an infinite number of difficulties without solving a single one of them. D'Alembert, and what if I abandon this cause? Diderot, there is only one substance in the universe, in men and in animals. A hand organ is of wood, man of flesh. A finch is of flesh, and a musician is of flesh, but differently organized, but both are of the same origin, of the same formation, have the same functions and the same purpose. D'Alembert, and what establishes the similarity of sounds between your two pianos? Diderot, the instrument endowed with the faculty of sensation, or the animal, has learned by experience that after a certain sound certain consequences follow outside of it, that other sentient instruments, like itself, or similar animals, approach, recede, demand, offer, wound, caress, and all these consequences are associated in its memory and in the memory of other animals with the formation of sounds. Mark, in intercourse between people there is nothing besides sounds and actions. And to appreciate all the power of my system, mark again that it is faced with that same insurmountable difficulty which Berkeley adduced against the existence of bodies. There was a moment of insanity when the sentient piano imagined that it was the only piano in the world, and that the whole harmony of the universe resided within it. Asterisk. This was written in 1769. And with this we shall conclude our brief historical inquiry. We shall have more than one occasion to meet the insane piano and the harmony of the universe residing within man when we come to analyze recent positivism. For the present we shall confine ourselves to one conclusion: the recent Mach-ians have not adduced a single argument against the materialists that had not been adduced by Bishop Berkeley. *Lbid, Volume 2, pages 114 to 18. 29. 30. Let us mention as a curiosity that one of these Mach-ians, Valentinov, vaguely sensing the falsity of his position, has tried to cover up the traces of his kinship with Berkeley and has done so in a rather amusing manner. On page 150 of his book we read, when those who, speaking of Mach, point to Berkeley, we ask, which Berkeley do they mean? Do they mean the Berkeley who traditionally regards himself? Valentinov wishes to say who is regarded as a solipsist, the Berkeley who defends the immediate presence and providence of the deity? Generally speaking, do they mean Berkeley, the philosophizing bishop, the destroyer of atheism, or Berkeley, the thoughtful analyzer? With Berkeley the solipsist and preacher of religious metaphysics, Mach indeed has nothing in common. Valentinov is muddled. He was unable to make clear to himself why he was obliged to defend Berkeley the thoughtful analyzer and idealist against the materialist Diderot. Diderot drew a clear distinction between the fundamental philosophical trends. Valentinov confuses them, and while doing so very amusingly tries to console us. We would not consider the kinship of Mach to the idealist views of Berkeley a philosophical crime, he says, even if this actually were the case. P. 149. To confound two irreconcilable fundamental trends in philosophy, really, what crime is that? But that is what the whole wisdom of Mach and Avenarius amounts to. We shall now proceed to an examination of this wisdom. Chapter 1. The theory of knowledge of Empirio criticism. And of dialectical materialism. 1. Sensations and complexes of sensations. The fundamental premises of the theory of knowledge of Mach and Avenarius are frankly, simply, and clearly expounded by them in their early philosophical works. To these works we shall now turn, postponing for later treatment an examination of the corrections and emendations subsequently made by these writers. The task of science, Mach wrote in 1872, can only be, 1. To determine the laws of connection of ideas, psychology. 2. To discover the laws of connection of sensations, physics. 3. To explain the laws of connection between sensations and ideas, psychophysics. Asterisk. This is quite clear. The subject matter of physics is the connection between sensations and not between things or bodies, of which our sensations are the image. And in 1883, in his Mechanic, Mach repeats the same thought: sensations are not symbols of things. The thing is rather a mental symbol for a complex of sensations of relative stability. Not the things, bodies, but colors, sounds, pressures, spaces, times, what we usually call sensations, are the real elements of the world. Asterisk. About this word elements, the fruit of 12 years of reflection, we shall speak later. At present let us note that Mach explicitly states here that things or bodies are complexes of sensations, and that he quite clearly sets up his own philosophical point of view against the opposite theory which holds that sensations are symbols of things. It would be more correct to say images or reflections of things. The latter theory is philosophical materialism. For instance, the materialist Friedrich Engels, the not unknown collaborator of Marx and a founder of Marxism, constantly and without exception speaks in his works of things and their mental pictures or images, Gedankenbilder, and it is obvious that these mental images arise exclusively from sensations. It would seem that this fundamental standpoint of the philosophy of Marxism ought to be known to everyone who speaks of it, and especially to anyone who comes out in print in the name of this philosophy. But because of the extraordinary confusion which our Machians have introduced, it becomes necessary to repeat what is generally known. We turn to the first section of Anti-Düring and read Things and their mental images, asterisk. Or to the first section of the philosophical part, which reads, but whence does thought obtain these principles, i.e., the fundamental principles of all knowledge? From itself? No. These forms can never be created and derived by thought out of itself, but only from the external world. The principles are not the starting point of the investigation, as Düring, who would be a materialist, but cannot consistently adhere to materialism, holds, but its final result. They are not applied to nature and human history, but abstracted from them. It is not nature and the realm of humanity which conform to these principles, but the principles are only valid in so far as they are in conformity with nature and history. That is the only materialistic conception of the matter, and Herr Düring's contrary conception is idealistic, makes things stand completely on their heads, and fashions the real world out of ideas. Ibid, p. 21. 18 Engels, we repeat, applies this only materialistic conception everywhere and without exception, relentlessly attacking Düring for the least deviation from materialism to idealism. Anybody who reads Anti-Düring and Ludwig Feuerbach with the slightest care will find scores of instances when Engels speaks of things and their reflections in the human brain, in our consciousness, thought, etc. Engels does not say that sensations or ideas are symbols of things, for consistent materialism must here use image, picture, or reflection instead of symbol, as we shall show in detail in the proper place. But the question here is not of this or that formulation of materialism, but of the opposition of materialism to idealism, of the difference between the two fundamental lines in philosophy. Are we to proceed from things to sensation and thought? Or are we to proceed from thought and sensation to things? The first line, i.e., the materialist line, is adopted by Engels. The second line, i.e., the idealist line, is adopted by Mach. No evasions, no sophisms, a multitude of which we shall yet encounter, can remove the clear and indisputable fact that Ernst Mach's doctrine that things are complexes of sensations is subjective idealism and a simple rehash of Berkeleyanism. If bodies are complexes of sensations, as Mach says, or combinations of sensations, as Berkeley said, it inevitably follows that the whole world is but my idea. Starting from such a premise, it is impossible to arrive at the existence of other people besides oneself. It is the purest solipsism. Much as Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, and the others may abjure solipsism, they cannot in fact escape solipsism without falling into howling logical absurdities. To make this fundamental element of the philosophy of Marxism still clearer, we shall give a few additional quotations from Mach's works. Here is a sample from the Analyse der Empfindungen, Analysis of Sensations. I quote from Kotlяр's Russian translation, published by Skermont, Moscow, 1907. We see a body with a point S. If we touch S, that is, bring it into contact with our body, we receive a prick. We can see S without feeling the prick. But as soon as we feel the prick we find S on the skin. Thus, the visible point is a permanent nucleus, to which, according to circumstances, the prick is attached as something accidental. By frequent repetitions of analogous occurrences we finally habituate ourselves to regard all properties of bodies as effects which proceed from permanent nuclei and are conveyed to the self through the medium of the body, which effects we call sensations. p. 20. In other words, people habituate themselves to adopt the standpoint of materialism, to regard sensations as the result of the action of bodies, things, nature on our sense organs. This habit, so noxious to the philosophical idealists, a habit acquired by all mankind and all natural science, is not at all to the liking of Mach, and he proceeds to destroy it. Thereby, however, these nuclei are deprived of their entire sensible content and are converted into naked abstract symbols. An old song, most worthy professor. This is a literal repetition of Berkeley, who said that matter is a naked abstract symbol. But it is Ernst Mach, in fact, who goes naked, for if he does not admit that the sensible content is an objective reality, existing independently of us, there remains only a naked abstract I, an I infallibly written with a capital letter and italicized, equal to the insane piano, which imagined that it was the sole existing thing in this world. If the sensible content of our sensations is not the external world, then nothing exists save this naked I engaged in empty philosophical acrobatics. A stupid and fruitless occupation. It is then correct that the world consists only of our sensations. In which case we have knowledge only of sensations, and the assumption of those nuclei, and of their interaction, from which alone sensations proceed, turns out to be quite idle and superfluous. Such a view can only appeal to half-hearted realism or half-hearted criticism. We have quoted the 6th paragraph of Mach's anti-metaphysical observations in full. It is a sheer plagiarism. On Berkeley. Not a single idea, not a glimmer of thought, except that we sense only our sensations. From which there is only one possible inference, namely, that the world consists only of my sensations. The word are employed by Mach instead of my is employed illegitimately. By this word alone Mach betrays that half-heartedness of which he accuses others. For if the assumption of the existence of the external world is idle, if the assumption that the needle exists independently of me and that an interaction takes place between my body and the point of the needle is really idle and superfluous, then primarily the assumption of the existence of other people is idle and superfluous. Only I exist, and all other people, as well as the external world, come under the category of idle nuclei. Holding this point of view one cannot speak of our sensations, and when Mach does speak of them, it is only a betrayal of his own amazing half-heartedness. It only proves that his philosophy is a jumble of idle and empty words in which their author himself does not believe. Here is a particularly graphic example of Mach's half-heartedness and confusion. In 6 of chapter 11 of the Analysis of Sensations we read, if I imagine that while I am experiencing sensations, I or someone else could observe my brain with all possible physical and chemical appliances, it would be possible to ascertain with what processes of the organism particular sensations are connected. p. 197. Very well. This means, then, that our sensations are connected with definite processes, which take place in the organism in general, and in our brain in particular? Yes, Mach very definitely makes this assumption. It would be quite a task not to make it from the standpoint of natural science. But is not this the very assumption of those very 37 same nuclei and their interaction which our philosopher declared to be idle and superfluous? We are told that bodies are complexes of sensations. To go beyond that, Mach assures us, to regard sensations as a product of the action of bodies upon our sense organs, is metaphysics, an idle and superfluous assumption, etc., a la Berkeley. But the brain is a body. Consequently, the brain also is no more than a complex of sensations. It follows, then, that with the help of a complex of sensations I also am nothing but a complex of sensations, sense complexes of sensations. A delightful philosophy. First, sensations are declared to be the real elements of the world. On this an original Berkeleyanism is erected, and then the very opposite view is smuggled in, viz., that sensations are connected with definite processes in the organism. Are not these processes connected with an exchange of matter between the organism and the external world? Could this exchange of matter take place if the sensations of the particular organism did not give it an objectively correct idea of this external world? Mach does not ask himself such embarrassing questions when he mechanically jumbles fragments of Berkeleyanism with the views of natural science, which instinctively adheres to the materialist theory of knowledge. In the same paragraph Mach writes, it is sometimes also asked whether, inorganic, matter experiences sensation. Does this mean that there is no doubt that organic matter experiences sensation? Does this mean that sensation is not something primary but that it is one of the properties of matter? Mach skips over all the absurdities of Berkeleyanism. The question, he avers, is natural enough, if we proceed from the current widespread physical notions, according to which matter is the immediate and indisputably given reality, out of which everything, inorganic and organic, is constructed. Let us bear in mind this truly valuable admission of Mach's that the current widespread physical notions regard matter as the immediate reality, and that only one variety of this reality, organic matter, possesses the well-defined property of sensation. Mach continues, then, indeed, sensation must suddenly arise somewhere in this structure consisting of matter, or else have previously been present in the foundation. From our standpoint the question is a false one. For us matter is not what is primarily given. Rather, what is primarily given are the elements, which in a certain familiar relation are designated as sensations. What is primarily given, then, are sensations, although they are connected only with definite processes in organic matter. And while uttering such absurdities Mach wants to blame materialism, the current widespread physical notion, for leaving unanswered the question whence sensation arises. This is a sample of the refutation of materialism by the fideists and their hangers-on. Does any other philosophical standpoint solve a problem before enough data for its solution has been collected? Does not Mach himself say in the very same paragraph, so long as this problem, how far sensation extends in the organic world, has not been solved even in a single special case, no answer to the question is possible. The difference between materialism and Machism in this particular question thus consists in the following. Materialism, in full agreement with natural science, takes matter as primary and regards consciousness, thought, sensation as secondary, because in its well-defined form sensation is associated only with the higher forms of matter, organic matter, while in the foundation of the structure of matter one can 39. Only surmise the existence of a faculty akin to sensation. Such, for example, is the supposition of the well-known German scientist Ernst Haeckel, the English biologist Lloyd Morgan and others, not to speak of Diderot's conjecture mentioned above. Machism holds to the opposite, the idealist point of view, and at once lands into an absurdity, since, in the first place, sensation is taken as primary, in spite of the fact that it is associated only with definite processes in matter organized in a definite way, and since, in the second place, the basic premise that bodies are complexes of sensations is violated by the assumption of the existence of other living beings and, in general, of other complexes besides the given great I. The word element, which many naive people, as we shall see, take to be some sort of a new discovery, in reality only obscures the question, for it is a meaningless term which creates the false impression that a solution or a step forward has been achieved. This impression is a false one, because there still remains to be investigated and re-investigated how matter, apparently entirely devoid of sensation, is related to matter which, though composed of the same atoms, or electrons, is yet endowed with a well-defined faculty of sensation. Materialism clearly formulates the as yet unsolved problem and thereby stimulates the attempt to solve it, to undertake further experimental investigation. Marxism, which is a species of muddled idealism, befogs the issue and sidetracks it by means of the futile verbal trick, element. Here is a passage from Mach's latest, comprehensive, and conclusive philosophical work that clearly betrays the falsity of this idealist trick. In his Knowledge and Error we read: while there is no difficulty in constructing, aufzubauen, every physical experience out of sensations, i.e., psychical 40 elements, it is impossible to imagine, ist keine Möglichkeit abzusehen, how any psychical experience can be composed, darstellen, of the elements employed in modern physics, i.e., mass and motion, in their rigidity starred which is serviceable only for this special science. Asterisk. Of the rigidity of the conceptions of many modern scientists and of their metaphysical, in the Marxist sense of the term, i.e., anti-dialectical, views, Engels speaks repeatedly and very precisely. We shall see later that it was just on this point that Mach went astray, because he did not understand or did not know the relation between relativism and dialectics. But this is not what concerns us here. It is important for us here to note how glaringly Mach's idealism emerges, in spite of the confused ostensibly new terminology. There is no difficulty, you see, in constructing any physical element out of sensations, i.e., psychical elements. Oh yes, such constructions, of course, are not difficult, for they are purely verbal constructions, shallow scholasticism, serving as a loophole for fideism. It is not surprising after this that Mach dedicates his works to the immanentists. It is not surprising that the immanentists, who profess the most reactionary kind of philosophical idealism, welcome Mach with open arms. The recent positivism of Ernst Mach was only about 200 years too late. Berkeley had already sufficiently shown that out of sensations, i.e., psychical elements, nothing can be built except solipsism. As regards materialism, against which Mach here, too, sets up his own views, without frankly and explicitly naming the enemy, we have already seen in the case of Diderot what the real views of the materialists are. These views do not consist in deriving sensation from the movement of matter or in reducing sensation to the movement of matter, but in recognizing sensation as one of the properties of matter in motion. On this question Engels shared the standpoint of Diderot. Engels dissociated himself from the vulgar materialists, Voigt, Buchner, and Moleschott, for the very reason, among others, that they erred in believing that the brain secretes thought in the same way as the liver secretes bile. But Mach, who constantly sets up his views in opposition to materialism, ignores, of course, all the great materialists Diderot, Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels, just as all other official professors of official philosophy do. In order to characterize Avenarius' earliest and basic view, let us take his first independent philosophical work, Philosophy as a Conception of the World According to the Principle of the Minimum Expenditure of Effort. Prolegomena to a Critique of Pure Experience, which appeared in 1876. Bogdanov in his Empirio Monism, BK1, 2nd ed., 1905, p. 9, note, says that in the development of Mach's views, the starting point was philosophical idealism, while a realistic tinge was characteristic of Avenarius from the very beginning. Bogdanov said so because he believed what Mach said. See Analysis of Sensations, Russian translation, p. 288. Bogdanov should not have believed Mach, and his assertion is diametrically opposed to the truth. On the contrary, Avenarius' idealism emerges so clearly in his work of 1876 that Avenarius himself in 1891 was obliged to admit it. In the introduction to the human concept of the world, Avenarius says, "He who has read my first systematic work, Philosophy, etc., will at once have presumed that I would have attempted to treat the problems of a criticism of pure experience from the idealist standpoint, der menschliche Welt." 42. Begriff, 1891, Vorwort, S9. The human concept of the world, 1891, Forward, p9, but the sterility of philosophical idealism compelled me to doubt the correctness of my previous path, px. This idealist starting point of Avenarius is universally acknowledged in philosophical literature. Of the French writers I shall refer to Cauillard, who says that Avenarius' philosophical standpoint in the Prolegomena 19 is monistic idealism. Asterisk. Of the German writers, I shall name Rudolf Willi, Avenarius' disciple, who says that Avenarius in his youth and particularly in his work of 1876 was totally under the spell, ganz im Bann, of so-called epistemological idealism. And, indeed, it would be ridiculous to deny the idealism in Avenarius' Prolegomena, where he explicitly states that only sensation can be thought of as the existing, pages 10 and 65 of the second German edition, all italics in quotations are ours. This is how Avenarius himself presents the contents of 116 of his work. Here is the paragraph in full. We have recognized that the existing, das Sind, is substance endowed with sensation. The substance falls away, it is more economical, don't you see? There is a lesser expenditure of effort in thinking that there is no substance and that no external world exists. Sensation remains. We must then regard the existing as sensation, at the basis of which there is nothing which does not possess sensation, nix empfindungslos. Sensation, then, exists without substance, i.e., thought exists without brain. Are there really philosophers capable of defending this brainless philosophy? There are. Professor Richard Avenarius is one of them. And we must pause for a while to consider this defense, difficult though it be for a normal person to take it seriously. Here, in 89 and 90 of this same work, is Avenarius' argument. The proposition that motion produces sensation is based on apparent experience only. This experience, which includes the act of perception, consists, presumably, in the fact that sensation is generated in a certain kind of substance, brain, as a result of transmitted motion, excitation, and with the help of other material conditions, example blood. However, apart from the fact that such generation has never itself, selbst, been observed in order to construct the supposed experience, as an experience which is real in all its component parts, empirical proof, at least, is required to show that sensation, which assumedly is caused in a certain substance by transmitted motion, did not already exist in that substance in one way or another, so that the appearance of sensation cannot be conceived of in any other way than as a creative act on the part of the transmitted motion. Thus only by proving that where a sensation now appears there was none previously, not even a minimal one, would it be possible to establish a fact which, denoting as it does some act of creation, contradicts all the rest of experience and radically changes all the rest of our conception of nature, Naturenschaffung. But such proof is not furnished by any experience, and cannot be furnished by any experience. On the contrary, the notion of a state of a substance totally devoid of sensation which subsequently begins to experience sensation is only a hypothesis. But this hypothesis merely complicates and 44. Obscures our understanding instead of simplifying and clarifying it. Should the so-called experience, viz., that the sensation is caused by a transmitted motion in a substance that begins to perceive from this moment, prove upon closer examination to be only apparent, there still remains sufficient material in the content of the experience to ascertain at least the relative origin of sensation from conditions of motion, namely, to ascertain that the sensation which is present, although latent or minimal, or for some other reason not manifest to the consciousness, becomes, owing to transmitted motion, released or enhanced or made manifest to the consciousness. However, even this bit of the remaining content of experience is only an appearance. Were we even by an ideal observation to trace the motion proceeding from the moving substance A, transmitted through a series of intermediate centers and reaching the substance B, which is endowed with sensation, we should at best find that sensation in substance is developed or becomes enhanced simultaneously with the reception of the incoming motion, but we should not find that this occurred as a consequence of the motion. We have purposely quoted this refutation of materialism by Avenarius in full, in order that the reader may see to what truly pitiful sophistries recent empirio-critical philosophy resorts. We shall compare with the argument of the idealist Avenarius the materialist argument of Bogdanov, if only to punish Bogdanov for his betrayal of materialism. In long bygone days, fully 9 years ago, when Bogdanov was half a natural historical materialist, that is, an adherent of the materialist theory of knowledge, to which the overwhelming majority of contemporary scientists instinctively hold, when he was only half led astray by the 45. Muddled Ostwald, he wrote, from ancient times to the present day, descriptive psychology has adhered to the classification of the facts of consciousness into 3 categories, the domain of sensations and ideas, the domain of emotions and the domain of impulses. To the first category belong the images of phenomena of the outer or inner world, as taken by themselves in consciousness. Such an image is called a sensation if it is directly produced through the sense organs by its corresponding external phenomenon. Asterisk. And a little farther on he says, sensation arises in consciousness as a result of a certain impulse from the external environment transmitted by the external sense organs, p. 222. And further, sensation is the foundation of mental life, it is its immediate connection with the external world, p. 240. At each step in the process of sensation a transformation of the energy of external excitation into a state of consciousness takes place, p. 133. And even in 1905, when with the gracious assistance of Ostwald and Mach Bogdanov had already abandoned the materialist standpoint in philosophy for the idealist standpoint, he wrote, from forgetfulness, in his Empirio monism, as is known, the energy of external excitation, transformed at the nerve ends into a telegraphic form of nerve current, still insufficiently investigated but devoid of all mysticism, first reaches the neurons that are located in the so-called lower centers. Ganglial, cerebrospinal, subcortical, etc. BK1, 2nd ed., 1905, p. 118. For every scientist who has not been led astray by professorial philosophy, as well as for every materialist, sensation is indeed the direct connection between consciousness and the external world, it is the transformation of the energy of external excitation into a state of consciousness. This transformation has been, and is, observed by each of us a million times on every hand. The sophism of idealist philosophy consists in the fact that it regards sensation as being not the connection between consciousness and the external world, but a fence, a wall, separating consciousness from the external world, not an image of the external phenomenon corresponding to the sensation, but as the sole entity. Avenarius gave but a slightly changed form to this old sophism, which had been already worn threadbare by Bishop Berkeley. Since we do not yet know all the conditions of the connection we are constantly observing between sensation and matter organized in a definite way, let us therefore acknowledge the existence of sensation alone. That is what the sophism of Avenarius reduces itself to. To conclude our description of the fundamental idealist premises of empirio-criticism, we shall briefly refer to the English and French representatives of this philosophical trend. Mach explicitly says of Karl Pearson, the Englishman, that he, Mach, is in agreement with his epistemological, Erkenntniskritiken, views on all essential points, Mechanic, ed. previously cited, p. 9. Pearson in turn agrees with Mach *. For Pearson real things are sense impressions. He declares the recognition of things outside the boundaries of sense impressions to be metaphysics. Pearson fights materialism with great determination, although he does not know Feuerbach or Marx and Engels, his arguments do not differ from 47. Those analyzed above. However, the desire to masquerade as a materialist is so foreign to Pearson, that is a specialty of the Russian Mach-ians. Pearson is so incautious, that he invents no new names for his philosophy and simply declares that his views and those of Mach are idealist, Ibid, p. 326. He traces his genealogy directly to Berkeley and Hume. The philosophy of Pearson, as we shall repeatedly find, is distinguished from that of Mach by its far greater integrity and consistency. Mach explicitly declares his solidarity with the French physicists, Pierre Duhem and Henri Poincaré*. We shall have occasion to deal with the particularly confused and inconsistent philosophical views of these writers in the chapter on the new physics. Here we shall content ourselves with noting that for Poincaré things are groups of sensations and that a similar view is casually expressed by Duhem. We shall now proceed to examine how Mach and Avenarius, having admitted the idealist character of their original views, corrected them in their subsequent works. 2. Such is the title under which Friedrich Adler, lecturer at the University of Zurich, probably the only German author also anxious to supplement Marx with Machism, writes of Mach*, and this naive university lecturer must be given his due. In his simplicity of heart he does Machism more harm than good. At least, he puts the question point blank: did Mach really discover the world elements? If so, then, only very backward and ignorant people, of course, can still remain materialists. Or is this discovery a return on the part of Mach to the old philosophical errors? We saw that Mach in 1872 and Avenarius in 1876 held a purely idealist view. For them the world is our sensation. In 1883 Mach's Mechanik appeared, and in the preface to the first edition Mach refers to Avenarius' Prolegomena, and greets his ideas as being very close, sehr verwandt, to his own philosophy. Here are the arguments in the Mechanik concerning the elements. All natural science can only picture and represent, Nachbilden und Vorbilden, complexes of those elements which we ordinarily call sensations. It is a matter of the connection of these elements. The connection of a, heat, with, flame, is a problem of physics, that of a and n, nerves, a problem of physiology. Neither exists separately, both exist in conjunction. Only temporarily can we neglect either. Even processes that are apparently purely mechanical, are thus always physiological. OPCIT, German ed., p. 498. We find the same in the analysis of sensations, wherever the term sensation, complex of sensations, are used alongside of or in place of the terms element, complex of elements. It must be borne in mind. 49. That it is only in this connection, namely, in the connection of, with K, L, M, that is, in the connection of complexes which we ordinarily call bodies with the complex which we call our body and relation, only in this functional dependence that the elements are sensations. In another functional dependence they are at the same time physical objects. Russian translation, pages 23 and 17. A color is a physical object when we consider its dependence, for instance, upon the source of illumination, other colors, temperatures, spaces, and so forth. When we, however, consider its dependence upon the retina, the elements K, L, M, it is a psychological object, a sensation, Ibid, p. 24. Thus the discovery of the world elements amounts to this: 1. All that exists is declared to be sensation. 2. Sensations are called elements. 3. Elements are divided into the physical and the psychical. The latter is that which depends on the human nerves and the human organism generally, the former does not depend on them. 4. The connection of physical elements and the connection of psychical elements, it is declared, do not exist separately from each other, they exist only in conjunction. 5. It is possible only temporarily to leave one or the other connection out of account. 6. The new theory is declared to be free from one-sidedness. Asterisk. Indeed, it is not one-sidedness we have here, but an incoherent jumble of antithetical philosophical points of view. Since you base yourself only on sensations, you do not correct the one-sidedness of your idealism by the term element, but only confuse the issue and cravenly hide from your own theory. In a word, you eliminate the antithesis between the physical and psychical * between materialism, which regards nature, matter, as primary, and idealism, which regards spirit, mind, sensation as primary. Indeed, you promptly restore this antithesis, you restore it surreptitiously, retreating from your own fundamental premise. For, if elements are sensations, you have no right even for a moment to accept the existence of elements independently of my nerves and my mind. But if you do admit physical objects that are independent of my nerves and my sensations and that cause sensation only by acting upon my retina, you are disgracefully abandoning your one-sided idealism and adopting the standpoint of one-sided materialism. If color is a sensation only depending upon the retina, as natural science compels you to admit, then light rays, falling upon the retina, produce the sensation of color. This means that outside us, independently of us and of our minds, there exists a movement of matter, let us say of ether waves of a definite length and of a definite velocity, which, acting upon the retina, produce in man the sensation of a particular color. This is precisely how natural science regards it. It explains the sensations of various colors by the various lengths of light waves existing outside the human retina, outside man, and independently of him. This is materialism. Matter acting upon our sense organs produces sensation. Sensation depends on the brain, nerves, retina, etc., i.e., on matter organized in a definite way. The existence of matter does not depend on sensation. Matter is primary. Sensation, thought, consciousness are the supreme product of matter organized in a particular way. Such are the views of materialism in general, and of Marx and Engels in particular. Mach and Avenarius secretly smuggle in materialism by means of the word element, which supposedly frees their theory of the one-sidedness of subjective idealism, supposedly permits the assumption that the mental is dependent on the retina, nerves, and so forth, and the assumption that the physical is independent of the human organism. In fact, of course, the trick with the word element is a wretched sophistry, for a materialist who reads Mach and Avenarius will immediately ask, what are the elements? It would, indeed, be childish to think that one can dispose of the fundamental philosophical trends by inventing a new word. Either the element is a sensation, as all Empirio criticists, Mach, Avenarius, Petzold *, etc., maintain, in which case your philosophy, gentlemen, is idealism vainly seeking to hide the nakedness of its solipsism under the cloak of a more objective terminology, or the element is not a sensation, in which case absolutely no thought whatever is attached to the new term, it is merely an empty bauble. Take Petzold, for instance, the last word in Empirio criticism, as V. Lesovic, the first and most outstanding Russian Empirio criticist describes him * having defined elements as sensations. He says in the second volume of the work mentioned. In the statement that sensations are the elements of the world, one must guard against taking the term sensation as denoting something only subjective and therefore ethereal, transforming the ordinary picture of the world into an illusion, Verflüchtigendes. One speaks of what hurts one most. Petzold feels that the world evaporates, verflüchtigt sich, or becomes transformed into an illusion, when sensations are regarded as world elements. And the good Petzold imagines that he helps matters by the reservation that sensation must not be taken as something only subjective. Is this not a ridiculous sophistry? Does it make any difference whether we take sensation as sensation or whether we try to stretch the meaning of the term? Does this do away with the fact that sensations in man are connected with normally functioning nerves, retina, brain, etc., that the external world exists independently of our sensations? If you are not trying to evade the issue by a subterfuge, if you are really in earnest in wanting to guard against subjectivism and solipsism, you must above all guard against the fundamental idealist premises of your philosophy. You must replace the idealist line of your philosophy, from sensations to the external world, by the materialist line, from the external world to sensations, you must abandon that empty and muddled verbal embellishment, element, and simply say that color is the result of the action of a physical object on the retina, which is the same. 53. Compare this with what Mach says after all his elucidation of the elements, analysis of sensations, p. 33. It is not bodies that produce sensations, but complexes of elements, complexes of sensations, that make up bodies. Here you have the discovery of the world elements that overcomes the one-sidedness of idealism and materialism. At first we are assured that the elements are something new, both physical and psychical at the same time, then a little correction is surreptitiously inserted, instead of the crude, materialist differentiation of matter, bodies, things, and the psychical, sensations, recollections, fantasies, we are presented with the doctrine of recent positivism regarding elements substantial and elements mental. Adler, Fritz, did not gain very much from the discovery of the world elements. Bogdanov, arguing against Plekhanov in 1906, wrote, "I cannot own myself a Machian in philosophy. In the as saying that sensation is a result of the action of matter on our sense organs. Let us take Avenarius. The most valuable material on the question of the elements is to be found in his last work, and, it might be said, the most important for the comprehension of his philosophy, Notes on the Concept of the Subject of Psychology*. The author, by the way, here gives a very graphic table, volume 18, p. 410, the main part of which we reproduce here. I things, or the substantial. 2 thoughts, or the mental, Gedankenhafts. Elements, complexes of elements. Corporeal things. Incorporeal things, recollections, and fantasies. 54. General philosophical conception. There is only one thing I borrowed from Mach: the idea of the neutrality of the elements of experience in relation to the physical and psychical, and the dependence of these characteristics solely on the connection of experience. Empirio Monism, BK 3, St. Petersburg, 1906, Peasley. This is as though a religious man were to say, I cannot own myself a believer in religion, for there is only one thing I have borrowed from the believers: the belief in God. This only one thing which Bogdanov borrowed from Mach is the basic error of Machism, the basic falsity of its entire philosophy. Those deviations of Bogdanov's from Empirio criticism to which he himself attaches great significance are in fact of entirely secondary importance and amount to nothing more than inconsiderable private and individual differences between the various Empirio criticists who are approved by Mach and who approve Mach. We shall speak of this in greater detail later. Hence, when Bogdanov was annoyed at being confused with the Machians, he only revealed his failure to understand what radically distinguishes materialism from what is common to Bogdanov and to all other Machians. How Bogdanov developed, improved, or worsened Machism is not important. What is important is that he has abandoned the materialist standpoint and has thereby inevitably condemned himself to confusion and idealist aberrations. In 1899, as we saw, Bogdanov had the correct standpoint when he wrote, "The image of the man before me, directly given to me by vision, is a sensation." Bogdanov did not trouble to give a criticism of this earlier position of his. He blindly believed Mach and began to repeat after him that the elements of experience are neutral in relation to the physical and psychical. As has been established by recent positivist philosophy, wrote Bogdanov in Book I of Empirio Monism, 2nd ed., p. 90, the elements of psychical experience are identical with the elements of experience in general, as they are identical with the elements of physical experience. Or in 1906, BK 3, pxx. As to idealism, can it be called idealism merely on the grounds that the elements of physical experience are regarded as identical with the elements of psychical experience, or with elementary sensations, when this is simply an indubitable fact? Here we have the true source of all Bogdanov's philosophical misadventures, a source which he shares with the rest of the Machians. We can and must call it idealism when the elements of physical experience, i.e., the physical, the external world, matter, are regarded as identical with sensations, for this is sheer Berkeleyanism. There is not a trace here of recent philosophy, or positivist philosophy, or of indubitable fact. It is merely an old idealist sophism. And were one to ask Bogdanov how he would prove the indubitable fact that the physical is identical with sensations, one would get no other argument save the eternal refrain of the idealists: I am aware only of my sensations, the testimony of self-consciousness, die Aussicht des Selbstbewusstseins, of Avenarius in his Prolegomena, 2nd German ed., 93, p. 56, or, in our experience which testifies that we are sentient substance, sensation is given us with more certainty than is substantiality, Ibid, 91, p. 55, and so on and so forth. Bogdanov, trusting Mach, accepted a reactionary philosophical trick as an indubitable fact. For, indeed, not a single fact was or could be cited which would refute the 56. View that sensation is an image of the external world, a view which was shared by Bogdanov in 1899 and which is shared by natural science to this day. In his philosophical wanderings the physicist Mach has completely strayed from the path of modern science. Regarding this important circumstance, which Bogdanov overlooked, we shall have much to say later. One of the circumstances which helped Bogdanov to jump so quickly from the materialism of the natural scientists to the muddled idealism of Mach was, apart from the influence of Ostwald, Avenarius' doctrine of the dependent and independent series of experience. Bogdanov himself expounds the matter in Book I of his Empirio monism thus: in so far as the data of experience appear in dependence upon the state of the particular nervous system, they form the psychical world of the particular person. In so far as the data of experience are taken outside of such a dependence, we have before us the physical world. Avenarius therefore characterizes these two realms of experience respectively as the dependent series and the independent series of experience, p. 18. That is just the whole trouble. The doctrine of the independent, i.e., independent of human sensation, series is a surreptitious importation of materialism, which, from the standpoint of a philosophy that maintains that bodies are complexes of sensations, that sensations are identical with physical elements, is illegitimate, arbitrary, and eclectic. For once you have recognized that the source of light and light waves exists independently of man and the human consciousness, that color is dependent on the action of these waves upon the retina, you have in fact adopted the materialist standpoint and have completely destroyed all the indubitable facts of idealism, together with all the complexes of 57. Sensations, the elements discovered by recent positivism, and similar nonsense. That is just the whole trouble. Bogdanov, like the rest of the Russian Machians, has never looked into the idealist views originally held by Mach and Avenarius, has never understood their fundamental idealist premises, and has therefore failed to discover the illegitimacy and eclecticism of their subsequent attempts to smuggle in materialism surreptitiously. Yet, just as the initial idealism of Mach and Avenarius is generally acknowledged in philosophical literature, so is it generally acknowledged that subsequently Empirio criticism endeavored to swing towards materialism. Cauillard, the French writer quoted above, asserts that Avenarius' Prolegomena is monistic idealism, the Critique of Pure Experience, 1888-90, is absolute realism, while the Human Concept of the World, 1891, is an attempt to explain the change. Let us note that the term realism is here employed as the antithesis of idealism. Following Engels, I use only the term materialism in this sense, and consider it the sole correct terminology, especially since the term realism has been bedraggled by the positivists and the other muddleheads who oscillate between materialism and idealism. For the present it will suffice to note that Cauillard had the indisputable fact in mind that in the Prolegomena, 1876, sensation, according to Avenarius, is the only entity, while substance in accordance with the principle of the economy of thought is eliminated, and that in the Critique of Pure Experience the physical is taken as the independent series, while the psychical and, consequently, sensations, are taken as the dependent series. Avenarius' disciple Rudolf Willi likewise admits that Avenarius was a complete idealist in 1876, but subsequently 58. Reconciled, Ausgleich, naive realism, i.e., the instinctive, unconscious materialist standpoint adopted by humanity, which regards the external world as existing independently of our minds. With this teaching, LOCCIT. Oscar Ewald, the author of the book Avenarius as the founder of Empirio criticism, says that this philosophy combines contradictory idealist and realist, he should have said materialist, elements, not in Mach's sense, but in the human sense of the term element. For example, the absolute method of consideration would perpetuate naive realism, the relative would declare exclusive idealism as permanent. Asterisk. Avenarius calls the absolute method of consideration that which corresponds to Mach's connection of elements outside our body, and the relative that which corresponds to Mach's connection of elements dependent on our body. But of particular interest to us in this respect is the opinion of Wundt, who himself, like the majority of the above-mentioned writers, adheres to the confused idealist standpoint, but who has analyzed Empirio criticism perhaps more attentively than all the others. P. Yushkevich has the following to say in this connection: it is interesting to note that Wundt regards Empirio criticism as the most scientific form of the latest type of materialism, i.e., the type of those materialists who regard the spiritual as a function of corporeal processes, and whom we would add Wundt defines as standing midway between Spinozism and absolute materialism. True, this opinion of Wundt's is extremely interesting. But what is even more interesting is Mr. Yushkevich's attitude towards the books and articles on philosophy of which he treats. This is a typical example of the attitude of our Machians to such matters. Gogol's Petrushka 25 used to read and find it interesting that letters always combine to make words. Mr. Yushkevich read Wundt and found it interesting that Wundt accused Avenarius of materialism. If Wundt is wrong, why not refute him? If he is right, why not explain the antithesis between materialism and Empirio criticism? Mr. Yushkevich finds what the idealist Wundt says interesting, but this Machian regards it as a waste of effort to endeavor to go to the root of the matter, probably on the principle of the economy of thought. The point is that by informing the reader that Wundt accuses Avenarius of materialism, and by not informing him that Wundt regards some aspects of Empirio criticism as materialism and others as idealism and holds that the connection between the two is artificial, Yushkevich entirely distorted the matter. Either this gentleman absolutely does not understand what he reads, or he was prompted by a desire to indulge in false self-praise with the help of Wundt, as if to say, you see, the official professors regard us, too, as materialists, and not as muddleheads. The above-mentioned article by Wundt constitutes a large book, more than 300 pages, devoted to a detailed analysis first of the immanentist school, and then of the Empirio criticists. Why did Wundt connect these two schools? Because he considers them closely akin, and this opinion, which is shared by Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, and the immanentists is, as we shall see later, entirely correct. Wundt shows in the first part of this article that the immanentists are idealists, subjectivists, and adherents of fideism. This, too, as we shall see later, is a perfectly correct opinion, although Wundt expounds it with a superfluous ballast of professorial erudition, with superfluous niceties and reservations, which is to be explained by the fact that Wundt himself is an idealist and fideist. He reproaches the immanentists not because they are idealists and adherents of fideism, but because, in his opinion, they arrive at these great principles by incorrect methods. Further, the second and third parts of Wundt's article are devoted to Empirio criticism. There he quite definitely points out that very important theoretical propositions of Empirio criticism, example the interpretation of experience and the principal coordination, of which we shall speak later, are identical with those held by the immanentists. Die Empiriokritik in Übereinstimmung mit der immanenten Philosophie nimmt. 26 S 382. Other of Avenarius' theoretical propositions are borrowed from materialism, and in general Empirio criticism is a motley, bunt Mischung, Ibid, s. 57, in which the various component elements are entirely heterogeneous, and sich einander wie olig heterogen sind, s. 5-6. Wundt regards Avenarius' doctrine of the independent vital series, in particular, as one of the materialist morsels of the Avenarius Mach hodgepodge. If you start from the system C, that is how Avenarius, who was very fond of making erudite play of new terms, designates the human brain or the nervous system in general, and if the mental is for you a function of the brain, then this system C is a 61. Metaphysical substance, says Wundt, Ibid, p. 64, and your doctrine is materialism. It should be said that many idealists and all agnostics, Kantians and Humeans included, call the materialists metaphysicians, because it seems to them that to recognize the existence of an external world independent of the human mind is to transcend the bounds of experience. Of this terminology and its utter incorrectness from the point of view of Marxism, we shall speak in its proper place. Here it is important to note that the recognition of the independent series by Avenarius, and also by Mach, who expresses the same idea in different words, is, according to the general opinion of philosophers of various parties, i.e., of various trends in philosophy, an appropriation from materialism. If you assume that everything that exists is sensation, or that bodies are complexes of sensations, you cannot, without violating all your fundamental premises, all your philosophy, arrive at the conclusion that the physical exists independently of our minds, and that sensation is a function of matter organized in a definite way. Mach and Avenarius, in their philosophy, combine fundamental idealist premises with individual materialist deductions for the very reason that their theory is an example of that pauper's broth of eclecticism, 27 of which Engels speaks with just contempt asterisk. This eclecticism is particularly marked in Mach's latest philosophical work, Knowledge and Error, 2nd edition, 1906. We have already seen that Mach there declared that there is no difficulty in constructing every physical element out of sensation, i.e., out of psychical elements, and in the same book we read, dependencies outside the boundary U equals Umgrenzung, i.e., the spatial boundary of our body, S8 are physics in the broadest sense, S323, 4. To obtain those dependencies in a pure state, Rainer Halton, it is necessary as much as possible to eliminate the influence of the observer, that is, of those elements that lie within you, LOCCIT. Well, the Titmouse first promised to set the sea on fire 28. i.e., to construct physical elements from psychical elements, and then it turns out that physical elements lie beyond the boundary of psychical elements, which lie within our body. A remarkable philosophy. Another example, a perfect, Volkamines, gas, a perfect liquid, a perfect elastic body, does not exist. The physicist knows that his fictions only approximate to the facts and arbitrarily simplify them. He is aware of the divergence, which cannot be eliminated, S 418, 30. What divergence, Abweichung, is meant here? The divergence of what from what? Of thought, physical theory, from the facts. And what are thoughts, ideas? Ideas are the tracks of sensations, S9. And what are facts? Facts are complexes of sensations. And so, the divergence of the tracks of sensations from complexes of sensations cannot be eliminated. What does this mean? It means that Mach forgets his own theory and, when treating of various problems of physics, speaks plainly, without idealist twists, i.e., materialistically. All the complexes of sensations and the entire stock of 63. Berkeleyan wisdom vanish. The physicist's theory proves to be a reflection of bodies, liquids, gases existing outside us and independently of us, a reflection which is, of course, approximate, but to call this approximation or simplification arbitrary is wrong. In fact, Sensation is here regarded by Mach just as it is regarded by all science which has not been purified by the disciples of Berkeley and Hume, viz., as an image of the external world. Mach's own theory is subjective idealism, but when the factor of objectivity is required, Mach unceremoniously inserts into his arguments the premises of the contrary, i.e., the materialist theory of knowledge. Eduard von Hartmann, a consistent idealist and consistent reactionary in philosophy, who sympathizes with the Machian's fight against materialism, comes very close to the truth when he says that Mach's philosophical position is a mixture, Nichtunterscheidung, of naive realism and absolute illusionism. Asterisk. That is true. The doctrine that bodies are complexes of sensations, etc., is absolute illusionism, i.e., solipsism, for from this standpoint the world is nothing but my illusion. On the other hand, Mach's aforementioned argument, as well as many other of his fragmentary arguments, is what is known as naive realism, i.e., the materialist theory of knowledge unconsciously and instinctively taken over from the scientists. Avenarius and the professors who follow in his footsteps attempt to disguise this mixture by the theory of the principal coordination. We shall proceed to examine this theory presently, but let us first finish with the charge that Avenarius is a materialist. Mr. Yushkevich, to whom Wundt's opinion which he failed to understand seemed so interesting, was either himself not enough interested to learn, or else did not condescend to inform the reader, how Avenarius' nearest disciples and successors reacted to this charge. Yet this is necessary to clarify the matter if we are interested in the relation of Marx's philosophy, i.e., materialism, to the philosophy of Empirio criticism. Moreover, if Machism is a muddle, a mixture of materialism and idealism, it is important to know whither this current turned, if we may so express it, after the official idealists began to disown it because of its concessions to materialism. Wundt was answered, among others, by two of Avenarius' purest and most orthodox disciples, J. Petzold and Father Carstanian. Petzold, with haughty resentment, repudiated the charge of materialism, which is so degrading to a German professor, and in support referred to What Do You Think? Avenarius' Prolegomena, where, forsooth, the concept of substance has been annihilated. A convenient theory, indeed, that can be made to embrace both purely idealist works and arbitrarily assumed materialist premises. Avenarius' critique of pure experience, of course, does not contradict this teaching, i.e., materialism, writes Petzold, but neither does it contradict the directly opposite spiritualist doctrine. An excellent defense. This is exactly what Engels called the pauper's broth of eclecticism. Bogdanov, who refuses to own himself a Machian and who wants to be considered a Marxist, in philosophy, follows Petzold. He asserts that Empirio criticism is not concerned with materialism, or with spiritualism, or with metaphysics in general, that truth does not lie in the golden mean between the conflicting trends materialism and spiritualism, but lies outside of both. Asterisk. What appeared to Bogdanov to be truth is, as a matter of fact, confusion, a wavering between materialism and idealism. Carstanian, rebutting Wundt, said that he absolutely repudiated this importation, Unterschiebung, of a materialist element which is utterly foreign to the critique of pure experience. Empirio criticism is scepticism gamma alpha tau xio chi nu, preeminently, in relation to the content of the concepts. There is a grain of truth in this insistent emphasis on the neutrality of Machism. The amendment made by Mach and Avenarius to their original idealism amounts to partial concessions to materialism. Instead of the consistent standpoint of Berkeley, the external world is my sensation, we sometimes get the Humean standpoint, I exclude the question whether or not there is anything beyond my sensations. And this agnostic standpoint inevitably condemns one to vacillate between materialism and idealism. 3. The principal coordination and naive realism. Avenarius' doctrine of the principal coordination is expounded in the human concept of the world and in the notes. The second was written later, and in it Avenarius emphasizes that he is expounding, it is true in a somewhat altered form, something that is not different from the critique of pure experience and the human concept of the world, but exactly the same. Notes, 1894, s. 137 in the journal quoted above. The essence of this doctrine is the thesis of the indissoluble, coordination, i.e., the correlative connection of the self and the environment, p. 146. Expressed philosophically, Avenarius says here, one can say the self and not self. We always find together, immer ein Zusammenvorgefunden, the one and the other, the self and the environment. No full description of what we find, de Vorgefunden, can contain an environment without some self, ohne ein Ich, whose environment it is, even though it be only the self that is describing what is found, das Vorgefunden, p. 146. The self is called the central term of the coordination, the environment the counter term, Gegenglied. Cf. der Mensch like Weltbegriff, 2. Auflage, 1905, s. 83-84, 148 ff. Avenarius claims that by this doctrine he recognizes the full value of what is known as naive realism, that is, the ordinary, non-philosophical, naive view which is entertained by all people who do not trouble themselves as to whether they themselves exist and whether the environment, the external world, exists. Expressing his solidarity with Avenarius, Mach also tries to represent himself as a defender of naive realism, analysis of sensations, p. 39. The Russian Machians, without exception, believed Mach's and Avenarius' claim that this was indeed a defense of naive realism. The self is acknowledged, the environment is acknowledged. What more do you want? In order to decide who actually possesses the greatest degree of naivete, let us proceed from a somewhat remote starting point. Here is a popular dialogue between a certain philosopher and his reader. Reader, the existence of a system of things according to ordinary philosophy is required, and from them only is consciousness to be derived. Author, now you are speaking in the spirit of a professional philosopher, and not according to human common sense and actual consciousness. Tell me, and reflect well before you answer, does a thing appear in you and become present in you and for you otherwise than simultaneously with and through your consciousness of the thing? Reader, upon sufficient reflection, I must grant you this. Author, now you are speaking from yourself, from your heart. Take care, therefore, not to jump out of yourself and to apprehend anything otherwise than you are able to apprehend it, as consciousness and the italics are the philosophers the thing, and consciousness, or, more precisely, neither the one nor the other, but that which only subsequently becomes resolved into the two, that which is the absolute subjective objective and objective subjective. Here you have the whole essence of the empirio-critical principle coordination, the latest defense of naive realism by the latest positivism. The idea of indissoluble coordination is here stated very clearly and as though it were a genuine defense of the point of view of the common man, uncorrupted by the subtleties of the professional philosophers. But, as a matter of fact, this dialogue is taken from the work of a classical representative of subjective idealism, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, published in 1801 *. There is nothing but a paraphrase of subjective idealism in the teachings of Mach and Avenarius we are examining. The claim that they have risen above materialism and idealism, that they have eliminated the opposition between the point of view that proceeds from the thing to consciousness and the contrary point of view is but the empty claim of a renovated Fichtenism. Fichte too imagined that he had indissolubly connected the self and the environment, the consciousness and the thing, that he had solved the problem by the assertion that a man cannot jump out of himself. In other words, the Berkeleyan argument is repeated: I perceive only my sensations, I have no right to assume objects in themselves outside of my sensation. The different methods of expression used by Berkeley in 1710, by Fichte in 1801, and by Avenarius in 1891-94 do not in the least change the essence of the matter, viz., the fundamental philosophical line of subjective idealism. The world is my sensation, the non-self is postulated, is created, produced, by the self, the thing is indissolubly connected with the consciousness, the indissoluble coordination of the self and the environment is the empirio-critical principle coordination. This is all one and the same proposition, the same old trash with a slightly refurbished, or repainted, signboard. The reference to naive realism, supposedly defended by this philosophy, is sophistry of the cheapest kind. The naive realism of any healthy person who has not been an inmate of a lunatic asylum or a pupil of the idealist philosophers consists in the view that things, the environment, the world, exist independently of our sensation, of our consciousness, of ourself and of man in general. The same experience, not in the Machian sense, but in the human sense of the term, that has produced in us the firm conviction that independently of us there exist other people, and not mere complexes of my sensations of high, short, yellow, hard, etc. This same experience produces in us the conviction that things, the world, the environment exist independently of us. Our sensation, our consciousness is only an image of the external world, and it is obvious that an image cannot exist without the thing imaged, and that the latter exists independently of that which images it. Materialism deliberately makes the naive belief of mankind the foundation of its theory of knowledge. Is not the foregoing evaluation of the principal coordination a product of the materialist prejudice against Marxism? Not at all. Specialists in philosophy who cannot be accused of partiality towards materialism, who even detest it and who accept one or other of the idealist systems, agree that the principal coordination of Avenarius and co. is subjective idealism. Wundt, for instance, whose interesting opinion was not understood by Mr. Yushkevich, explicitly states that Avenarius theory, according to which a full description of the given or the found is impossible without some self, an observer or describer, is a false confusion of the content of real experience with reflections about it. Natural science, says Wundt, completely abstracts from every observer. Such abstraction is possible only because the attribution, Hinzudenken, of an experiencing individual to every content of experience, which the empirio-critical philosophy, in agree. 7. Meant with the immanentist philosophy, assumes, is in general an empirically unfounded assumption arising from a false confusion of the content of real experience with reflections about it, LOCCIT, p. 382. For the immanentists, Schupp, Ramke, Leclerc, Schubert-Sottern, who themselves voice as we shall see later their hearty sympathy with Avenarius, proceed from this very idea of the indissoluble connection between subject and object. And W. Wundt, before analyzing Avenarius, demonstrated in detail that the immanentist philosophy is only a modification of Berkeleyanism, that however much the immanentists may deny their kinship with Berkeley, we should not allow verbal differences to conceal from us the deeper content of these philosophical doctrines, viz., Berkeleyanism or Fichtenism. The English writer Norman Smith, analyzing Avenarius' philosophy of pure experience, puts this criticism in an even more straightforward and emphatic form. Most readers of Avenarius' The Human Concept of the World will probably agree that, however convincing as criticism of idealism, it is tantalizingly elusive in its positive teaching. So long as we seek to interpret his theory of experience in the form in which it is avowedly presented, namely, as genuinely realistic, it eludes all clear comprehension. Its whole meaning seems to be exhausted in negation of the subjectivism which it overthrows. It is only when we translate Avenarius' technical terms into more familiar language that we discover where the real source of the mystification lies. Avenarius has diverted attention from the defects of his position by directing his main attack against the very weakness, i.e., of the idealist position, which is fatal to his own theory. Throughout the whole discussion the vagueness of the term experience stands him in good stead. Sometimes it means experiencing and at other times the experienced, the latter meaning being emphasized when the nature of the self is in question. These two meanings of the term experience practically coincide with his important distinction between the absolute and the relative standpoints I have examined above. What significance this distinction has for Avenarius, and these 2 points of view are not in his philosophy really reconciled. For when he allows as legitimate the demand that experience be ideally completed in thought, the full description of the environment is ideally completed by thinking of an observing self, he makes an admission which he cannot successfully combine with his assertion that nothing exists save in relation to the self. The ideal completion of given reality which results from the analysis of material bodies into elements which no human senses can apprehend. Here are meant the material elements discovered by natural science, the atoms, electrons, etc., and not the fictitious elements invented by Mach and Avenarius, or from following the earth back to a time when no human being existed upon it, is, strictly, not a completion of experience but only of what is experienced. It completes only one of the two aspects which Avenarius has asserted to be inseparable. It leads us not only to what has not been experienced but to what can never by any possibility be experienced by beings like ourselves. But here again the ambiguities of the term experi. Norman Smith, Avenarius Philosophy of Pure Experience, Mind, Volume 15, 1906, pages 27 to 28. 72. C.W. Schupp's open letter to R. Avenarius in Viertelger's Schrift für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie, B.D. 17, 1893, s. 364-88. Ins come to Avenarius' rescue. He argues that thought is as genuine a form of experience as sense perception, and so in the end falls back on the time-worn argument of subjective idealism, that thought and reality are inseparable, because reality can only be conceived in thought, and thought involves the presence of the thinker. Not, therefore, any original and profound re-establishment of realism, but only the restatement in its crudest form of the familiar position of subjective idealism is the final outcome of Avenarius' positive speculations, p. 29. The mystification wrought by Avenarius, who completely duplicates Fichte's error, is here excellently exposed. The much vaunted elimination of the antithesis between materialism, Norman Smith should not have used the term realism, and idealism by means of the term experience instantly proves to be a myth as soon as we proceed to definite and concrete problems. Such, for instance, is the problem of the existence of the earth prior to man, prior to any sentient being. We shall presently speak of this point in detail. Here we will note that not only Norman Smith, an opponent of his theory, but also W. Schupp, the immanentist, who warmly greeted the appearance of the human concept of the world as a confirmation of naive realism ** unmasks Avenarius and his fictitious realism. The fact of the matter is that Schupp fully agrees with such realism, i.e., the mystification of materialism dished out by Avenarius. Such realism, he wrote to Avenarius, the immanentist philosopher, who have been slandered as a subjective idealist, have always claimed with as much right as yourself, Hochgewirter Herr College. 73. My conception of thought excellently harmonizes, vertragt sich vortrefflich, with your theory of pure experience, p. 384. The connection and inseparability of the two terms of the coordination are in fact provided only by the self, das Ich, the abstract, Fichtean self-consciousness, thought divorced from the brain. That which you desired to eliminate you have tacitly assumed, so Schupp wrote to Avenarius, p. 388. And it is difficult to say who more rudely unmasks Avenarius the mystifier, Smith by his straightforward and clear refutation, or Schupp by his enthusiastic opinion of Avenarius' crowning work. The kiss of Wilhelm Schupp in philosophy is no better than the kiss of Peter Struve or Menshikov 30 in politics. O. Ewald, who praises Mach for not succumbing to materialism, speaks of the principal coordination in a similar manner. If one declares the correlation of central term and counter term to be an epistemological necessity which cannot be avoided, then, even though the word Empirio criticism be inscribed on the signboard in shrieking letters, one is adopting a standpoint that differs in no way from absolute idealism. The term is incorrect, he should have said subjective idealism, for Hegel's absolute idealism is reconcilable with the existence of the earth, nature, and the physical universe without man, since nature is regarded as the otherness of the absolute idea. On the other hand, if we do not hold fast to this coordination and grant the counter terms their independence, then the way is at once opened for every metaphysical possibility, especially in the direction of transcendental realism, OPCIT, pages 56 to 57. By metaphysics and transcendental realism, Herr Friedlander, who is disguised under the pseudonym Ewald, means materialism. Himself professing one of the varieties of 74. Idealism, he fully agrees with the Machians and the Kantians that materialism is metaphysics from beginning to end, the wildest metaphysics, p. 134. On the question of the transcendence and the metaphysical character of materialism he is in agreement with Bazarov and all our Machians, and of this we shall have occasion to say more later. Here again it is important to note how in fact the shallow and pedantic claim to have transcended idealism and materialism vanishes, and how the question arises inexorably and irreconcilably. To grant the counter terms their independence means, if one translates the pretentious language of the affected Avenarius into common parlance, to regard nature and the external world as independent of human consciousness and sensation. And that is materialism. To build a theory of knowledge on the hypothesis of the indissoluble connection between the object and human sensation, complexes of sensations as identical with bodies, world elements that are identical both psychically and physically, Avenarius coordination, and so forth, is to land inevitably into idealism. Such is the simple and unavoidable truth that with a little attention may be easily detected beneath the piles of affected quasi-erudite terminology of Avenarius, Schupp, Ewald, and the others, which deliberately obscures matters and frightens the general public away from philosophy. The reconciliation of Avenarius' theory with naive realism in the end aroused misgivings even among his own disciples. For instance, R. Willi says that the common assertion that Avenarius came to adopt naive realism should be taken cum grano salis. 31. As a dogma, naive realism would be nothing but the belief in things in themselves existing. 75. Outside man, usurpers on like, in their perceptible form. Asterisk. In other words, the only theory of knowledge that is really created by an actual and not fictitious agreement with naive realism is, according to Willi, materialism. And Willi, of course, rejects materialism. But he is compelled to admit that Avenarius in the human concept of the world restores the unity of experience, the unity of the self and the environment by means of a series of complicated and extremely artificial subsidiary and intermediary conceptions, p. 171. The human concept of the world, being a reaction against the original idealism of Avenarius, entirely bears the character of a reconciliation, eins Ausgleichs, between the naive realism of common sense and the epistemological idealism of school philosophy. But that such a reconciliation could restore the unity and integrity of experience, Willi calls it Grunderfahrung, that is, basic experience, another new world, I would not assert, p. 170. A valuable admission. Avenarius' experience failed to reconcile idealism and materialism. Willi, it seems, repudiates the school philosophy of experience in order to replace it by a philosophy of basic experience, which is confusion thrice confounded. For did nature exist prior to man? We have already seen that this question is particularly repugnant to the philosophy of Mach and Avenarius. Natural science positively asserts that the earth once existed in such a state that no man or any other creature existed or could have existed on it. Organic matter is a later phenomenon, the fruit of a long evolution. It follows that there was no sentient matter, no complexes of sensations, no self that was supposedly indissolubly connected with the environment in accordance with Avenarius' doctrine. Matter is primary, and thought, consciousness, sensation are products of a very high development. Such is the materialist theory of knowledge, to which natural science instinctively subscribes. The question arises, have the eminent representatives of Empirio criticism observed this contradiction between their theory and natural science? They have observed it, and they have definitely asked themselves by what arguments this contradiction can be removed. Three attitudes to this question are of particular interest from the point of view of materialism, that of Avenarius himself and those of his disciples J. Petzold and R. Willi. Avenarius tries to eliminate the contradiction to natural science by means of the theory of the potential central term in the coordination. As we know, coordination is the indissoluble connection between self and environment. In order to eliminate the obvious absurdity of this theory, the concept of the potential central term is introduced. For instance, what about man's development from the embryo? Does the environment, the counter term, exist if the central term is represented by an embryo? The embryonic system, Avenarius replies, is the potential central term in relation to the future individual environment, notes 32. p. 140. The potential central term is never equal to 0, even when there are as yet no parents, Elter-like Bestandteil, but only the integral parts of the environment capable of becoming parents, p. 141. The coordination then is indissoluble. It is essential for the empirio-criticist to assert this in order to save the fundamentals of his philosophy, sensations and their complexes. Man is the central term of this coordination. But when there is no man, when he has not yet been born, the central term is nevertheless not equal to 0, it has only become a potential central term. It is astonishing that there are people who can take seriously a philosopher who advances such arguments. Even Wundt, who stipulates that he is not an enemy of every form of metaphysics, i.e., of fideism, was compelled to admit the mystical obscuration of the concept experience by the word potential, which destroys coordination entirely, OPCIT, p. 379. And, indeed, how can one seriously speak of a coordination the indissolubility of which consists in one of its terms being potential? Is this not mysticism, the very antechamber of fideism? If it is possible to think of the potential central term in relation to a future environment, why not think of it in relation to a past environment, that is, after man's death? You will say that Avenarius did not draw this conclusion from his theory? Granted, but that absurd and reactionary theory became the more cowardly but not any the better for that. Avenarius, in 1894, did not carry this theory to its logical conclusion, or perhaps feared to do so. But R. Schubert-Sothern, as we shall see, resorted in 1896 to this very theory to arrive at theological conclusions, which in 1906 earned the approval of Mach, who said that Schubert-Sothern was following very close paths to Machism. Analysis of sensations, p. 4. Engels was quite right in attacking Dühring, an avowed atheist, for inconsistently leaving loopholes for fideism in his philosophy. Engels several times, and justly. 77. 78. Brought this accusation against the materialist Dühring, although the latter had not drawn any theological conclusions, in the 70s at least. But we have among us people who would have us regard them as Marxists, yet who bring to the masses a philosophy which comes very close to fideism. It would seem, Avenarius wrote in the Bemerkungen, that from the empirio-critical standpoint natural science is not entitled to inquire about periods of our present environment which in time preceded the existence of man, s. 144. Avenarius answers, the inquirer cannot avoid mentally projecting himself, sich hinzuzudenken, i.e., imagining oneself to be present. For Avenarius continues, what the scientist wants, although he may not be clearly aware of it, is essentially only this: how is the earth to be defined prior to the appearance of living beings or man if I were mentally to project myself in the role of a spectator in much the same way as though it were thinkable that we could from our earth follow the history of another star or of another solar system with the help of perfected instruments. An object cannot exist independently of our consciousness. We always mentally project ourselves as the intelligence endeavoring to apprehend the object. This theory of the necessity of mentally projecting the human mind to every object and to nature prior to man is given by me in the first paragraph in the words of the recent positivist, R. Avenarius, and in the second, in the words of the subjective idealist, J. G. Fichte. The sophistry of this theory is so manifest that it is embarrassing to analyze it. If we mentally project ourselves, our presence will be imaginary, but the existence of the earth prior to man is real. Man could not in practice be an observer, for instance, of the earth in an incandescent state, and to imagine his being present at the time is obscurantism, exactly as though I were to endeavor to prove the existence of hell by the argument that if I mentally projected myself thither as an observer I could observe hell. The reconciliation of Empirio criticism and natural science amounts to this, that Avenarius graciously consents to mentally project something the possibility of admitting which is excluded by natural science. No man at all educated or sound-minded doubts that the earth existed at a time when there could not have been any life on it, any sensation or any central term, and consequently the whole theory of Mach and Avenarius, from which it follows that the earth is a complex of sensations, bodies are complexes of sensations, or complexes of elements in which the psychical and physical are identical, or a counter term of which the central term can never be equal to zero, is philosophical obscurantism, the carrying of subjective idealism to absurdity. J. Petzold perceived the absurdity of the position into which Avenarius had fallen and felt ashamed. In his Introduction to the Philosophy of Pure Experience, Volume 2, he devotes a whole paragraph, 65, to the question of the reality of earlier, periods of the earth. In the teaching of Avenarius, says Petzold, the self, das Ich, plays a role different from that which it plays with Schupp. Let us note that Petzold openly and repeatedly declares, our philosophy was founded by three men, Avenarius, Mach, and Schupp, yet it is a role which, perhaps, possesses too much importance for his theory. Petzold was evidently influenced by the fact that Schupp had unmasked Avenarius by showing that with him too everything rests 80. entirely on the self, and Petzold wishes to make a correction. Avenarius said on one occasion, Petzold continues, that we can think of a region where no human foot has yet trodden, but to be able to think, italicized by Avenarius, of such an environment there is required what we designate by the term self, Ich Bezichnities, whose, italicized by Avenarius, thought the thinking is, vf wis. Ph. 18. BD, 1894, S 146, ANM. Petzold replies. The epistemologically important question, however, is not whether we can think of such a region at all, but whether we are entitled to think of it as existing, or as having existed, independently of any individual mind. Right is right. People can think and mentally project for themselves any kind of hell and any kind of hobgoblin. Lunacharsky even mentally projected for himself, well, to use a mild expression, religious conceptions. 33. But it is precisely the purpose of the theory of knowledge to show the unreal, fantastic, and reactionary character of such projections. 4. That the system, i.e., the brain, is necessary for thought is obvious both for Avenarius and for the philosophy which is here presented. That is not true. Avenarius' theory of 1876 is a theory of thought without brain. And in his theory of 1891-94, as we shall presently see, there is a similar element of idealist nonsense. But is this system a condition of existence italicized by Petzold of, say, the Mesozoic period, Sekundarzeo, of the earth? And Petzold, presenting the argument of Avenarius I have already cited on the subject of what science 81. actually wants and how we can mentally project the spectator, objects. No, we wish to know whether I have the right to think that the earth at that remote epoch existed in the same way as I think of it as having existed yesterday or a minute ago. Or must the existence of the earth be really made conditional, as Willie claimed, on our right at least to assume that at the given period there coexisted some system, c. even though at the lowest stage of its development. Of this idea of Willy's we shall speak presently. Avenarius evades Willy's strange conclusion by the argument that the person who puts the question cannot mentally remove himself, Sichwegdenken, i.e., think himself as absent, nor can he avoid mentally projecting himself, Sichhinzuzudenken, see Avenarius, The Human Concept of the World, 1st Germ, ed. p. 130. But then Avenarius makes the individual self of the person who puts the question, or the thought of such a self, the condition not only of the act of thought regarding the uninhabitable earth, but also of the justification for believing in the existence of the earth at that time. These false paths are easily avoided if we do not ascribe so much theoretical importance to the self. The only thing the theory of knowledge should demand of the various conceptions of that which is remote in space or time is that it be conceivable and uniquely, eingetieg, determined. The rest is the affair of the special sciences, Volume 2, p. 325. Petzold rechristened the law of causality the law of unique determination and imported into his theory, as we shall see later, the a priority of this law. This means that Petzold saves himself from Avenarius' subjective idealism and solipsism. He attributes an exaggerated importance to 82. The self, as the professorial jargon has it, with the help of Kantian ideas. The absence of the objective factor in Avenarius' doctrine, the impossibility of reconciling it with the demands of natural science, which declares the earth, object, to have existed long before the appearance of living beings, subject, compelled Petzold to resort to causality, unique determination. The earth existed, for its existence prior to man is causally connected with the present existence of the earth. Firstly, where does causality come from? A priori, 34 says Petzold. Secondly, are not the ideas of hell, devils, and Lunacharsky's mental projections also connected by causality? Thirdly, the theory of the complexes of sensations in any case turns out to be destroyed by Petzold. Petzold failed to resolve the contradiction he observed in Avenarius, and only entangled himself still more, for only one solution is possible, viz., the recognition that the external world reflected by our mind exists independently of our mind. This materialist solution alone is really compatible with natural science, and it alone eliminates both Petzold's and Mach's idealist solution of the question of causality, which we shall speak of separately. The third Empirio criticist, R. Willy, first raised the question of this difficulty in Avenarius' philosophy in 1896, in an article entitled Der Empiriokritismus als einzig wissenschaftlicher Standpunkt, Empirio-criticism as the only scientific standpoint. What about the world prior to man? Willy asks here asterisk and at first answers according to Avenarius, we project ourselves mentally into the past. But then he goes on to say that we are not necessarily obliged to regard experience as human experience. For we must simply regard the animal kingdom, be it the most insignificant worm, as primitive fellow men, Mitmenschen, if we regard animal life in connection with general experience, pages 73 to 74. Thus, prior to man the earth was the experience of a worm, which discharged the functions of the central term in order to save Avenarius coordination and Avenarius philosophy. No wonder Petzold tried to dissociate himself from an argument which is not only the height of absurdity, ideas of the earth corresponding to the theories of the geologists attributed to a worm, but which does not in any way help our philosopher, for the earth existed not only before man but before any living being generally. Willy returned to the question in 1905. The worm was now removed asterisk, but Petzold's law of unique determination could not, of course, satisfy Willy, who regarded it merely as logical formalism. The author says, will not the question of the world prior to man, as Petzold puts it, lead us back again to the things in themselves of common sense? I.e., to materialism. How terrible indeed! What does millions of years without life mean? Is time perhaps a thing in itself? Of course not, and that means that things outside men are only impressions, bits of fantasy fabricated by men with the help of a few fragments we find about us. And why not? Need the philosopher fear the stream of life? And so I say to myself, abandon all this love of systems and grasp the moment, or grief den Augenblick, the moment you are living in, the moment which alone brings happiness, pages 177 to 78. Well, well. Either materialism or solipsism, this, in spite of his vociferous phrases, is what Willie arrives at when he analyzes the question of the existence of nature before man. To summarize, 3 augurs of Empirio criticism have appeared before us and have labored in the sweat of their brow to reconcile their philosophy with natural science, to patch up the holes of solipsism. Avenarius repeated Fichte's argument and substituted an imaginary world for the real world. Petzold withdrew from Fichtean idealism and moved towards Kantian idealism. Willie, having suffered a fiasco with the worm, threw up the sponge and inadvertently blurted out the truth, either materialism or solipsism, or even the recognition of nothing but the present moment. It only remains for us to show the reader how this problem was understood and treated by our own native Machians. Here is Bazarov in the Studies in the Philosophy of Marxism, p. 11. It remains for us now, under the guidance of our faithful Vadimekum 35 i.e., Plekhanov, to descend into the last and most horrible circle of the solipsist inferno, into that circle where, as Plekhanov assures us, every subjective idealism is menaced with the necessity of conceiving the world as it was contemplated by the ichthyosauruses and archaeopteryxes. Let us mentally transport ourselves, writes Plekhanov, to that epoch when only very remote ancestors of man existed on the earth, for instance, to the Mesozoic period. The question arises, what was the status of space, time, and causality then? Whose subjective forms were they then? Were they the subjective forms of the ichthyosauruses? And whose intelligence at that time dictated 85. Its laws to nature? The intelligence of the archaeopteryx? To these queries the Kantian philosophy can give no answer. And it must be rejected as absolutely incompatible with modern science, L. Feuerbach, p. 117. Here Bazarov breaks the quotation from Plekhanov just before a very important passage, as we shall soon see, namely, idealism says that without subject there is no object. The history of the earth shows that the object existed long before the subject appeared, i.e., long before the appearance of organisms possessing a perceptible degree of consciousness. The history of development reveals the truth of materialism. We continue the quotation from Bazarov. But does Plekhanov's thing in itself provide the desired solution? Let us remember that even according to Plekhanov we can have no idea of things as they are in themselves, we know only their manifestations, only the results of their action on our sense organs. Apart from this action they possess no aspect, L. Feuerbach, p. 112. What sense organs existed in the period of the ichthyosauruses? Evidently, only the sense organs of the ichthyosauruses and their like. Only the ideas of the ichthyosauruses were then the actual, the real manifestations of things in themselves. Hence, according to Plekhanov also, if the paleontologist desires to remain on real ground he must write the story of the Mesozoic period in the light of the contemplations of the ichthyosaurus. And, consequently, not a single step forward is made in comparison with solipsism. Such is the complete argument. The reader must pardon the lengthy quotation, we could not avoid it, of a Machian, an argument worthy of perpetuation as a first-class example of muddle-headedness. 86. Bazarov imagines that Plekhanov gave himself away. If things in themselves, apart from their action on our sense organs, have no aspect of their own, then in the Mesozoic period they did not exist except as the aspect of the sense organs of the ichthyosaurus. And this is the argument of a materialist. If an aspect is the result of the action of things in themselves on sense organs, does it follow that things do not exist independently of sense organs of one kind or another? Let us assume for a moment that Bazarov indeed misunderstood Plekhanov's words, improbable as such an assumption may seem, that they did appear obscure to him. Be it so. We ask, is Bazarov engaged in a fencing bout with Plekhanov, whom the Machians exalt to the position of the only representative of materialism, or is he endeavoring to clear up the problem of materialism? If Plekhanov seemed obscure to you, or contradictory, and so forth, why did you not turn to other materialists? Is it because you do not know them? But ignorance is no argument. If Bazarov indeed does not know that the fundamental premise of materialism is the recognition of the external world, of the existence of things outside and independent of our mind, this is truly a striking case of crass ignorance. We would remind the reader of Berkeley, who in 1710 rebuked the materialists for their recognition of objects in themselves existing independently of our mind and reflected by our mind. Of course, everybody is free to side with Berkeley or anyone else against the materialists, that is unquestionable. But it is equally unquestionable that to speak of the materialists and distort or ignore the fundamental premise of all materialism is to import preposterous confusion into the problem. 87. Was Plekhanov right when he said that for idealism there is no object without a subject, while for materialism the object exists independently of the subject and is reflected more or less adequately in the subject's mind? If this is wrong, then any man who has the slightest respect for Marxism should have pointed out this error of Plekhanov's, and should have dealt not with him, but with someone else, with Marx, Engels, or Feuerbach, on the question of materialism and the existence of nature prior to man. But if this is right, or, at least, if you are unable to find an error here, then your attempt to shuffle the cards and to confuse in the reader's mind the most elementary conception of materialism, as distinguished from idealism, is a literary indecency. As for the Marxists who are interested in the question apart from every little word uttered by Plekhanov, we shall quote the opinion of L. Feuerbach, who, as is known, perhaps not to Bazarov, was a materialist, and through whom Marx and Engels, as is well known, came from the idealism of Hegel to their materialist philosophy. In his rejoinder to Arheim, Feuerbach wrote, "Nature, which is not an object of man or mind, is for speculative philosophy, or at least for idealism, a Kantian thing in itself." We shall speak later in detail of the fact that our Machians confuse the Kantian thing in itself with the materialist thing in itself, an abstraction without reality, but it is nature that causes the downfall of idealism. Natural science, at least in its present state, necessarily leads us back to a point when the conditions for human existence were still absent, when nature, i.e., the earth, was not yet an object of the human eye and mind, when, consequently, nature was an absolutely non-human entity, absolut unmenschliches Wesen. Idealism may retort, but nature also is something thought of. 88. By you, von dir Gedacht. Certainly, but from this it does not follow that this nature did not at one time actually exist, just as from the fact that Socrates and Plato do not exist for me if I do not think of them, it does not follow that Socrates and Plato did not actually at one time exist without me. Asterisk. This is how Feuerbach regarded materialism and idealism from the standpoint of the existence of nature prior to the appearance of man. Avenarius sophistry, the mental projection of the observer, was refuted by Feuerbach, who did not know the recent positivism but who thoroughly knew the old idealist sophistries. And Bazarov offers us absolutely nothing new, but merely repeats the sophistry of the idealists. Had I been there on earth, prior to man, I would have seen the world so and so. Studies in the Philosophy of Marxism, p. 29. In other words, if I make an assumption that is obviously absurd and contrary to natural science, that man can be an observer in an epoch before man existed, I shall be able to patch up the breach in my philosophy. This gives us an idea of the extent of Bazarov's knowledge of the subject and of his literary methods. Bazarov did not even hint at the difficulty with which Avenarius, Petzold, and Willy wrestled, and, moreover, he made such a hash of the whole subject, placed before the reader such an incredible hodgepodge, that there ultimately appears to be no difference between materialism and solipsism. Idealism is represented as realism, and to materialism is ascribed the denial of the existence of things outside of their action. On the sense organs. Truly, Either Feuerbach did not know the elementary difference between materialism and idealism, or else Bazarov and co. have completely altered the elementary truths of philosophy. Or let us take Valentinov, a philosopher who, naturally, is delighted with Bazarov. 1. Berkeley is the founder of the correlativist theory of the relativity of subject and object, p. 148. This is not Berkeleyan idealism, oh, no. This is a profound analysis. 2. In the most realistic aspect, irrespective of the forms of their usual idealist interpretation, only interpretation, the fundamental premises of the theory are formulated by Avenarius, p. 148. Infants, as we see, are taken in by the mystification. 3. Avenarius' conception of the starting point of knowledge is that each individual finds himself in a definite environment, in other words, the individual and the environment are represented as connected and inseparable. Terms of one and the same coordination, p. 148. Delightful. This is not idealism. Bazarov and Valentinov have risen above materialism and idealism. This inseparability of the subject and object is realism itself. 4. Is the reverse assertion correct, namely, that there is no counter term to which there is no corresponding central term, an individual? Naturally, not. In the Archean period the woods were verdant. Yet there was no man, p. 148. That means that the inseparable can be separated. Is that not natural? 5. Yet from the standpoint of the theory of knowledge, the question of the object in itself is absurd, p. 148. Of course. When there were no sentient organisms, objects were nevertheless complexes of elements identical with sensations. 6. The immanentist school, in the person of Schubert, Sottern and Schupp, clad these thoughts in an unsatisfactory form and found itself in the cul-de-sac of Solipes. 90. Ism, p. 149. But these thoughts themselves, of course, contain no solipsism, and Empirio criticism, of course, is not a paraphrase of the reactionary theories of the immanentists, who lie when they declare themselves to be in sympathy with Avenarius. This, Messrs. Mach-Ians, is not philosophy, but an incoherent jumble of words. 5. Does man think with the help of the brain? Bazarov emphatically answers this question in the affirmative. He writes, if Plekhanov's thesis that consciousness is an internal, Bazarov state of matter be given a more satisfactory form, example that every mental process is a function of the cerebral process, then neither Mach nor Avenarius would dispute it. Studies in the Philosophy of Marxism, p. 29. To the mouse no beast is stronger than the cat. To the Russian Mach-Ians there is no materialist stronger than Plekhanov. Was Plekhanov really the only one, or the first, to advance the materialist thesis that consciousness is an internal state of matter? And if Bazarov did not like Plekhanov's formulation of materialism, why did he take Plekhanov and not Engels or Feuerbach? Because the Mach-Ians are afraid to admit the truth. They are fighting materialism, but pretend that it is only Plekhanov they are fighting. A cowardly and unprincipled method. But let us turn to Empirio criticism. Avenarius would not dispute the statement that thought is a function of the brain. These words of Bazarov's contain a direct untruth. 91. Not only does Avenarius dispute the materialist thesis, but invents a whole theory in order to refute it. The brain, says Avenarius in the human concept of the world, is not the habitation, the seat, the creator, it is not the instrument or organ, the supporter or substratum, etc., of thought, p. 76 approvingly quoted by Mach in the Analysis of Sensations, p. 32. Thought is not an indweller, or commander, or the other half, or side, etc., nor is it a product or even a physiological function, or a state in general of the brain, ibid. And Avenarius expresses himself no less emphatically in his notes, presentations are not functions, physiological, psychical, or psychophysical, of the brain, OPCIT, 115, p. 419. Sensations are not psychical functions of the brain, 116. Thus, according to Avenarius, the brain is not the organ of thought, and thought is not a function of the brain. Take Engels, and we immediately find directly contrary, frankly materialist formulations. Thought and consciousness, says Engels in Anti-Du Ring, are products of the human brain, 5th Germ ed., p. 22. 3.6. This idea is often repeated in that work. In Ludwig Feuerbach we have the following exposition of the views of Feuerbach and Engels. The material, stofflich, sensuously perceptible world to which we ourselves belong is the only reality. Our consciousness and thinking, however supersensuous they may seem, are the product, Erzeugnis, of a material, bodily organ, the brain. Matter is not a product of mind, but mind itself is merely the highest product of matter. This is, of course, pure materialism, 4th Germ ed., p. 18. Or on p. 4, where he speaks of the reflection of the processes of nature in the thinking brain, 37 etc., etc. Avenarius rejects this materialist standpoint and says that the thinking brain is a fetish of natural science, the 92. Human Concept of the World, 2 nd Germ. ed. p. 70. Hence, Avenarius cherishes no illusions concerning his absolute disagreement with natural science on this point. He admits, as do Mach and all the immanentists, that natural science holds an instinctive and unconscious materialist point of view. He admits and explicitly declares that he absolutely differs from the prevailing psychology, notes, p. 150, etc. This prevailing psychology is guilty of an inadmissible introjection such as the new term contrived by our philosopher, i.e., the insertion of thought into the brain, or of sensations into us. These two words, into us in uns, Avenarius goes on to say, contain the assumption, anam, that Empirio criticism disputes. This insertion, Hineinverlegung, of the visible, etc., into man is what we call introjection, 45, p. 153. Introjection deviates in principle from the natural conception of the world, Natuurlijker Weltbegriff, by substituting in me for before me, voor meer, p. 154, by turning a component part of the real environment into a component part of ideal thought, ibid. Out of the amechanical a new word in place of mental which manifests itself freely and clearly in the experienced or, in what is found im Vorgefunden, introjection makes something which hides itself latitierens, says Avenarius, another new word mysteriously in the central nervous system, ibid. Here we have the same mystification that we encountered in the famous defense of naive realism by the Empirio criticists and immanentists. Avenarius here acts on the advice of the charlatan in Turgenev, 38. Denounce most of all those vices which you yourself possess. Avenarius tries to pretend that he is combating idealism. Philosophical idealism, you see, is usually deduced from introjection, the exter 93. Real world is converted into sensation, into idea, and so forth, while I defend naive realism, the equal reality of everything presented, both self and environment, without inserting the external world into the human brain. The sophistry here is the same as that which we observed in the case of the famous coordination. While distracting the attention of the reader by attacking idealism, Avenarius is in fact defending idealism, albeit in slightly different words. Thought is not a function of the brain is not the organ of thought, sensations are not a function of the nervous system, oh, no. Sensations are elements, psychical only in one connection, while in another connection, although the elements are identical, they are physical. With his new and muddled terminology, with his new and pompous epithets, supposedly expressing a new theory, Avenarius merely beat about the bush and returned to his fundamental idealist premise. And if our Russian Mach-ians, example Bogdanov, failed to notice the mystification and discerned a refutation of idealism in the new defense of idealism, In the analysis of Empirio criticism given by the professional philosophers we find a sober estimate of the true nature of Avenarius ideas, which is laid bare when stripped of its pretentious terminology. In 1903 Bogdanov wrote, Authoritative Thinking, an article in the Symposium from the Psychology of Society, p. 119, ETSEQ. Richard Avenarius presented a most harmonious and complete philosophical picture of the development of the dualism of spirit and body. The gist of his doctrine of introjection is the following: we observe only physical bodies directly, and we infer the experiences of others, i.e., the mind of another person, only by hypothesis. The 94. Hypothesis is complicated by the fact that the experiences of the other person are assumed to be located in his body, are inserted, introjected, into his organism. This is already a superfluous hypothesis and even gives rise to numerous contradictions. Avenarius systematically draws attention to these contradictions by unfolding a series of successive historical facts in the development of dualism and of philosophical idealism. But here we need not follow Avenarius. Introjection serves as an explanation of the dualism of mind and body. Bogdanov swallowed the bait of professorial philosophy in believing that introjection was aimed against idealism. He accepted the evaluation of introjection given by Avenarius himself at its face value and failed to notice the barb directed against materialism. Introjection denies that thought is a function of the brain, that sensations are a function of man's central nervous system, that is, it denies the most elementary truth of physiology in order to destroy materialism. Dualism, it appears, is refuted idealistically, notwithstanding all Avenarius' diplomatic rage against idealism, for sensation and thought prove to be not secondary, not a product of matter, but primary. Dualism is here refuted by Avenarius only in so far as he refutes the existence of the object without the subject, matter without thought, the external world independent of our sensations, that is, it is refuted idealistically. The absurd denial of the fact that the visual image of a tree is a function of the retina, the nerves, and the brain, was required by Avenarius in order to bolster up his theory of the indissoluble connection of the complete experience, which includes not only the self but also the tree, i.e., the environment. 95. The doctrine of introjection is a muddle, it smuggles in idealistic rubbish and is contradictory to natural science, which inflexibly holds that thought is a function of the brain, that sensations, i.e., the images of the external world, exist within us, produced by the action of things on our sense organs. The materialist elimination of the dualism of mind and body, i.e., materialist monism, consists in the assertion that the mind does not exist independently of the body, that mind is secondary, a function of the brain, a reflection of the external world. The idealist elimination of the dualism of mind and body, i.e., idealist monism, consists in the assertion that mind is not a function of the body, that, consequently, mind is primary, that the environment and the self exist only in an inseparable connection of one and the same complexes of elements. Apart from these two diametrically opposed methods of eliminating the dualism of mind and body, there can be no third method, unless it be eclecticism, which is a senseless jumble of materialism and idealism. And it was this jumble of Avenarius that seemed to Bogdanov and co. the truth transcending materialism and idealism. But the professional philosophers are not as naive and credulous as are the Russian Machians. True, each of these professors in ordinary advocates his own system of refuting materialism, or, at any rate, of reconciling materialism and idealism. But when it comes to a competitor they unceremoniously expose the unconnected fragments of materialism and idealism that are contained in all the recent and original systems. And if a few young intellectuals swallowed Avenarius' bait, that old bird Wundt was not to be enticed so easily. The idealist Wundt tore the mask from the poser Avenarius very unceremoniously when he praised 96. him for the anti-materialist tendency of the theory of introjection. If Empirio criticism, Wundt wrote, reproaches vulgar materialism because by such expressions as the brain has thought, or the brain produces thought, it expresses a relation which generally cannot be established by factual observation and description evidently, for Wundt it is a fact that a person thinks without the help of a brain. This reproach, of course, is well founded, OPCIT, pages 47 to 48. Well, of course. The idealists will always join the half-hearted Avenarius and mock in attacking materialism. It is only a pity, Wundt goes on to say, that this theory of introjection does not stand in any relation to the doctrine of the independent vital series, and was, to all appearances, only tacked onto it as an afterthought and in a rather artificial fashion, p. 365. Introjection, says O. Ewald, is to be regarded as nothing but a fiction of Empirio criticism, which the latter requires in order to shield its own fallacies, OPCIT, p. 44. We observe a strange contradiction. On the one hand, the elimination of introjection and the restoration of the natural world conception is intended to restore to the world the character of living reality. On the other hand, in the principal coordination Empirio criticism is leading to a purely idealist theory of an absolute correlation of the counter term and the central term. Avenarius is thus moving in a circle. He set out to do battle against idealism but laid down his arms before it came to an open skirmish. He wanted to liberate the world of objects from the yoke of the subject, but again bound that world to the subject. What he has actually destroyed by his criticism is a caricature of idealism rather than its genuine epistemological expression, Ibid, pages 64 to 65. 97. In his Avenarius frequently quoted statement, Norman Smith says, that the brain is not the seat, organ, or supporter of thought. He rejects the only terms which we possess for defining their connection, OPCIT, p. 30. Nor is it surprising that the theory of introjection approved by Wundt excites the sympathy of the outspoken spiritualist, James Ward *, who wages systematic war on naturalism and agnosticism, and especially on Thomas Huxley, not because he was an insufficiently outspoken and determined materialist, for which Engels reproached him, but because his agnosticism served in fact to conceal materialism. Let us note that Karl Pearson, the English Machian, who avoid all philosophical artifices, and who recognizes neither introjection, nor coordination, nor yet the discovery of the world elements, arrives at the inevitable outcome of Marxism when it is stripped of such disguises, namely, pure subjective idealism. Pearson knows no elements, sense impressions are his alpha and omega. He never doubts that man thinks with the help of the brain. And the contradiction between this thesis, which alone conforms with science, and the basis of his philosophy remains naked and obvious. Pearson spares no effort in combating the concept that matter exists independently of our sense impressions, the Grammar of Science, Chap 7. Repeating all Berkeley's arguments, Pearson declares that matter is a nonentity. But when he comes to speak of the relation of the brain to thought, Pearson emphatically declares, from will and consciousness associated with material machinery we can infer nothing whatever as to will and consciousness without that machinery. Asterisk. He even advances the following thesis as a summary of his investigations in this field: consciousness has no meaning beyond nervous systems akin to our own. It is illogical to assert that all matter is conscious, but it is logical to assert that all matter possesses a property which is essentially akin to sensation, the property of reflection, still more that consciousness or will can exist outside matter. Ibid, p. 75, second thesis. Pearson's muddle is glaring. Matter is nothing but groups of sense impressions. That is his premise, that is his philosophy. Hence, sensation and thought should be primary, matter, secondary. But no, consciousness without matter does not exist, and apparently not even without a nervous system. That is, consciousness and sensation are secondary. The waters rest on the earth rests on a whale, and the whale rests on the waters. Mach's elements and Avenarius coordination and introjection do not clear up this muddle, all they do is to obscure the matter, to cover up traces with the help of an erudite philosophical gibberish. Just such gibberish, and of this a word or two will suffice, is the special terminology of Avenarius, who coined a plenitude of diverse nodals, sec-Urals, Fidentials, etc., etc. Our Russian Machians for the most part shamefacedly avoid this professorial rigmarole, and only now and again bombard the reader, in order to stun him, with an existential and such like. But if naive people take these words for a species of biomechanics, the German philosophers, who are themselves lovers of erudite words, laugh at Avenarius. To say nodal, notus equals known, or to say that this or the other thing is known to me, is absolutely one and the same, says Wundt in the section entitled Scholastic Character of the Empirio Critical System. And, indeed, it is the purest and most dreary scholasticism. One of Avenarius' most faithful disciples, R. Willi, had the courage to admit it frankly. Avenarius dreamed of a biomechanics, says he, but an understanding of the life of the brain can be arrived at only by actual discoveries, and not by the way in which Avenarius attempted to arrive at it. Avenarius' biomechanics is not grounded on any new observations whatever, its characteristic feature is purely schematic constructions of concepts, and, indeed, constructions that do not even bear the nature of hypotheses that open up new vistas, but rather of stereotyped speculations, blasi speculiar scablinen, which, like a wall, conceal our view. Asterisk. The Russian Machians will soon be like fashion lovers who are moved to ecstasy over a hat which has already been discarded by the bourgeois philosophers of Europe. 6. The solipsism of Mach and Avenarius. We have seen that the starting point and the fundamental premise of the philosophy of empirio-criticism is subjective idealism. The world is our sensation. This is the fundamental premise, which is obscured but in no wise altered by the word element and by the theories of the independent series, coordination, and introjection. The absurdity of this philosophy lies in the fact that it leads to solipsism, to the recognition of the existence of the philosophizing individual only. But our Russian Machians assure their readers that to charge Mach with idealism and even solipsism is extreme subjectivism. So says Bogdanov in the introduction to the Russian translation of Analysis of Sensations, p. 11, and the whole Machian troupe repeat it in a great variety of keys. Having examined the methods whereby Mach and Avenarius disguise their solipsism, we have now to add only one thing. The extreme subjectivism of assertion lies entirely with Bogdanov and co., for in philosophical literature writers of the most varied trends have long since disclosed the fundamental sin of Machism beneath all its disguises. We shall confine ourselves to a mere summary of opinions which sufficiently indicate the subjective ignorance of our Machians. Let us note in passing that nearly every professional philosopher sympathizes with one or another brand of idealism. In their eyes idealism is not a reproach, as it is with us Marxists, but they point out Mach's actual philosophical trend and oppose one system of idealism by another system, also idealist, but to them more consistent. O. Ewald, in the book devoted to an analysis of Avenarius' teachings, writes, the creator of empirio-criticism commits himself volens nolens 29 to solipsism, LOCCIT, pages 61-62. Hans Klein Peter, a disciple of Mach with whom Mach in his preface to Erkenntnis und Irrtum 40 explicitly declares his solidarity, says, it is precisely Mach who is an example of the compatibility of epistemological idealism with the demands of natural science. For the eclectic everything is compatible, and of the fact that the latter can very well start from solipsism without stopping there. Archiv für Systematische Philosophie, 41 BD 6. 1900, S. 87. Iluka, analyzing Mach's analysis of sensations, says, apart from this misunderstandings, missverständnis, Mach adopts the ground of pure idealism. It is incomprehensible that Mach denies that he is a Berkeleyan, Kant study N. 42 BD 8, 1903, S. 416-17. W. Jerusalem, a most reactionary Kantian with whom Mach in the above-mentioned preface expresses his solidarity, a closer kinship of thought than Mach had previously suspected. Vorwärts zur Erkenntnis und Irrtum, SX, 1906, says, consistent phenomenalism leads to solipsism. And therefore one must borrow a little from Kant. Cedar Critisk Idealismus UNDDIE Rein Logic Critical Idealism and Pure Logic, 1905, s. 26. R. Honigswald says. The immanentists and the empirio-criticists face the alternative of solipsism or metaphysics in the spirit of Fichte, Schelling, or Hegel, über die Lehre Humes von der Realität der Außendinge Hume's Doctrine of the Reality of the External World, 1904, s. 68. The English physicist Oliver Lodge, in his book denouncing the materialist Haeckel, speaks in passing, as though of something generally known, of solipsists such as Mach and Karl Pearson. Sir Oliver Lodge, La Vie et la Matière Life and Matter, Paris, 1907, p. 15. Nature, 43 The organ of the English scientists, through the mouth of the geometrician E. T. Dixon, pronounced a very definite opinion of the Machian Pearson, one worth quoting, not because it is new, but because the Russian Machians have naively accepted Mach's philosophical muddle as the philosophy of natural science. A. Bogdanov, Introduction to Analysis of Sensations, p. 12, ETSEQ. 102. The foundation of the whole book, Dixon wrote, is the proposition that since we cannot directly apprehend anything but sense impressions, therefore the things we commonly speak of as objective, or external to ourselves, and their variations, are nothing but groups of sense impressions and sequences of such groups. But Professor Pearson admits the existence of other consciousness than his own, not only by implication in addressing his book to them, but explicitly in many passages. Pearson infers the existence of the consciousness of others by analogy, by observing the bodily motions of other people, but since the consciousness of others is real, the existence of people outside myself must be granted. Of course it would be impossible thus to refute a consistent idealist, who maintained that not only external things but all other consciousness were unreal and existed only in his imagination, but to recognize the reality of other consciousness is to recognize the reality of the means by which we become aware of them, which is the external aspect of men's bodies. The way out of the difficulty is to recognize the hypothesis that to our sense impressions there corresponds an objective reality outside of us. This hypothesis satisfactorily explains our sense impressions. I cannot seriously doubt that Professor Pearson himself believes in them as much as anyone else. Only, if he were to acknowledge it explicitly, he would have to rewrite almost every page of the Grammar of Science. Asterisk. Ridicule that is the response of the thinking scientists to the idealist philosophy over which Mach waxes so enthusiastic. And here, finally, is the opinion of a German physicist, L. Boltzmann. The Machians will perhaps say, as Friedrich Adler said, that he is a physicist of the old school. But we are concerned now not with theories of physics but with a fundamental philosophical problem. Writing against people who have been carried away by the new epistemological dogmas, Boltzmann says, mistrust of conceptions which we can derive only from immediate sense impressions has led to an extreme which is the direct opposite of former naive belief. Only sense impressions are given us, and, therefore, it is said, we have no right to go a step beyond. But to be consistent, one must further ask, are our sense impressions of yesterday also given? What is immediately given is only the one sense impression, or only the one thought, namely, the one we are thinking at the present moment. Hence, to be consistent, one would have to deny not only the existence of other people outside oneself, but also all conceptions we ever had in the past. Asterisk. This physicist rightly ridicules the supposedly new phenomenalist view of Mach and co. as the old absurdity of philosophical subjective idealism. No, it is those who failed to note that solipsism is Mach's fundamental error who are stricken with subjective blindness. Chapter 2. The theory of knowledge of Empirio criticism. And of dialectical materialism. 2. 1. The thing in itself, or V. Chernov refutes Frederick Engels. Our Machians have written so much about the thing in itself that were all their writings to be collected they would result in mountains of printed matter. The thing in itself is a veritable bêtenoir 44 with Bogdanov and Valentinov, Bazarov and Chernov, Berman and Yushkevich. There is no abuse they have not hurled at it, there is no ridicule they have not showered on it. And against whom are they breaking lances because of this luckless thing in itself? Here a division of the philosophers of Russian Marxism according to political parties begins. All the would-be Marxists among the Marxians are combating Plekhanov's thing in itself. They accuse Plekhanov of having become entangled and straying into Kantianism, and of having forsaken Engels. We shall discuss the first accusation in the 4th chapter, the second. 104. Accusation we shall deal with now. The Machian Mr. Viktor Chernov, a Narodnik and a sworn enemy of Marxism, opens a direct campaign against Engels because of the thing in itself. One is ashamed to confess it, but it would be a sin to conceal the fact that on this occasion open enmity towards Marxism has made Mr. Viktor Chernov a more principled literary antagonist than our comrades in party and opponents in philosophy. 45 For only a guilty conscience, and in addition, perhaps, ignorance of materialism, could have been responsible for the fact that the Machian would-be Marxists have diplomatically set Engels aside, have completely ignored Feuerbach and are circling exclusively around Plekhanov. It is indeed circling around one spot, tedious and petty pecking and cavilling at a disciple of Engels, while a frank examination of the views of the teacher himself is cravenly avoided. And since the purpose of these cursory comments is to disclose the reactionary character of Marxism and the correctness of the materialism of Marx and Engels, we shall leave aside the fussing of the Machian would-be Marxists with Plekhanov and turn directly to Engels, whom the Empirio criticist Mr. V. Chernov refuted. In his Philosophical and Sociological Studies, Moscow, 1907, a collection of articles written, with few exceptions, before 1900, the article Marxism and Transcendental Philosophy bluntly begins with an attempt to set up Marx against Engels and accuses the latter of naive dogmatic materialism, of the crudest materialist dogmatism, pages 29 and 32. Mr. V. Chernov states that a sufficient example of this is Engels' argument against the Kantian thing in itself and Hume's philosophical line. We shall begin with this argument. 106i. In his Ludwig Feuerbach, Engels declares that the fundamental philosophical trends are materialism and idealism. Materialism regards nature as primary and spirit as secondary, it places being first and thought second. Idealism holds the contrary view. This root distinction between the two great camps into which the philosophers of the various schools of idealism and materialism are divided Engels takes as the cornerstone, and he directly charges with confusion those who use the terms idealism and materialism in any other way. The great basic question of all philosophy, Engels says, especially of modern philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being, of spirit and nature. Having divided the philosophers into two great camps on this basic question, Engels shows that there is yet another side to this basic philosophical question, viz., in what relation do our thoughts about the world surrounding us stand to this world itself? Is our thinking capable of the cognition of the real world? Are we able in our ideas and notions of the real world to produce a correct reflection of reality? The overwhelming majority of philosophers give an affirmative answer to this question, says Engels, including under this head not only all materialists but also the most consistent idealists, as, for example, the absolute idealist Hegel, who considered the real world to be the realization of some pre-mundane absolute idea, while the human spirit, correctly apprehending the real world, apprehends in it and through it the absolute idea. In addition, i.e., to the materialists and the consistent idealists, there is yet a set of different philosophers, those who question the possibility of any cognition, or at least of an exhaustive cognition, of the world. To them, among the more modern ones, belong Hume and Kant, and they have played a very important role in philosophical development. 4.6. Mr. V. Chernov, quoting these words of Engels, launches into the fray. To the word Kant he makes the following annotation. In 1888 it was rather strange to term such philosophers as Kant and especially Hume as modern. At that time it was more natural to hear mentioned such names as Cohen, Lang, Riehl, Loss, Liebman, Göring, etc. But Engels, evidently, was not well versed in modern philosophy, OPCIT, p. 33, Note 2. Mr. V. Chernov is true to himself. Equally in economic and philosophical questions he reminds one of Turgenev's Voroshilov, 47, annihilating now the ignorant Kosky * now the ignorant Engels by merely referring to scholarly names. The only trouble is that all the authorities mentioned by Mr. Chernov are the very neo-Kantians whom Engels refers to on this very same page of his Ludwig Feuerbach as theoretical reactionaries, who were endeavoring to resurrect the corpse of the long-since refuted doctrines of Kant and Hume. The good Chernov did not understand that it is just these 108 authoritative, for Marxism, and muddled professors whom Engels is refuting in his argument. Having pointed out that Hegel had already presented the decisive arguments against Hume and Kant, and that the additions made by Feuerbach are more ingenious than profound, Engels continues. The most telling refutation of this, as of all other philosophical crotchets, Schrölen, is practice, namely, experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions and making it serve our own purposes into the bargain, then there is an end to the Kantian incomprehensible or ungraspable, unfassbar. This important word is omitted both in Plekhanov's translation and in Mr. V. Chernov's translation. Thing in itself. The chemical substances produced in the bodies of plants and animals remained just such things in themselves until organic chemistry began to produce them one after another, whereupon the thing in itself became a thing for us, as, for instance, alizarin, the coloring matter of the matter, which we no longer trouble to grow in the madder roots in the field, but produce much more cheaply and simply from coal tar, OPCIT, p. 16. 48. Mr. V. Chernov, quoting this argument, finally loses patience and completely annihilates poor Engels. Listen to this. No neo-Kantian will of course be surprised that from coal tar we can produce alizarin more cheaply and simply. But that together with alizarin it is possible to produce from this coal tar and just as cheaply a refutation of the thingen itself will indeed seem a wonderful and unprecedented discovery, and not to the neo-Kantians alone. Engels, apparently, having learned that according to Kant the thing in itself is unknowable, turned this theorem into its converse and concluded that everything unknown is a thing in itself, p. 33. Listen, Mr. Makian, lie, but don't overdo it. Why, before the very eyes of the public you are misrepresenting the very quotation from Engels you have set out to tear to pieces, without even having grasped the point under discussion. In the first place, it is not true that Engels is producing a refutation of the thing in itself. Engels said explicitly and clearly that he was refuting the Kantian ungraspable, or unknowable, thing in itself. Mr. Chernov confuses Engels' materialist conception of the existence of things independently of our consciousness. In the second place, if Kant's theorem reads that the thing in itself is unknowable, the converse theorem would be, the unknowable is the thing in itself. Mr. Chernov replaces the unknowable by the unknown, without realizing that by such a substitution he has again confused and distorted the materialist view of Engels. Mr. V. Chernov is so bewildered by the reactionaries of official philosophy whom he has taken as his mentors that he raises an outcry against Engels without in the least comprehending the meaning of the example quoted. Let us try to explain to this representative of Marxism what it is all about. Engels clearly and explicitly states that he is contesting both Hume and Kant. Yet there is no mention whatever in Hume of unknowable things in themselves. What then is there in common between these two philosophers? It is that they both in principle fence off the appearance from that which appears, the perception from that which is perceived, the thing for us from the thing in itself. Furthermore, 110 Hume does not want to hear of the thing in itself, he regards the very thought of it as philosophically inadmissible, as metaphysics, as the Humeans and Kantians call it, whereas Kant grants the existence of the thing in itself, but declares it to be unknowable, fundamentally different from the appearance, belonging to a fundamentally different realm, the realm of the beyond, Jensates, inaccessible to knowledge, but revealed to faith. What is the kernel of Engels' objections? Yesterday we did not know that coal tar contained alizarin. Today we learned that it does. The question is, did coal tar contain alizarin yesterday? Of course it did. To doubt it would be to make a mockery of modern science. And if that is so, three important epistemological conclusions follow. 1. Things exist independently of our consciousness, independently of our perceptions, outside of us, for it is beyond doubt that alizarin existed in coal tar yesterday, and it is equally beyond doubt that yesterday we knew nothing of the existence of this alizarin and received no sensations from it. 2. There is definitely no difference in principle between the phenomenon and the thing in itself, and there can be no such difference. The only difference is between what is known and what is not yet known. And philosophical inventions of specific boundaries between the one and the other, inventions to the effect that the thing in itself is beyond phenomena, can't, or that we can and must fence ourselves off by some philosophical partition from the problem of a world which in one part or another is still unknown but which exists outside us, Hume, all this is the sheerest nonsense. Schrull, 49 Crotchet, Invention. 111. 3. In the theory of knowledge, as in every other branch of science, we must think dialectically, that is, we must not regard our knowledge as ready-made and unalterable, but must determine how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. Once we accept the point of view that human knowledge develops from ignorance, we shall find millions of examples of it just as simple as the discovery of alizarin in coal tar, millions of observations not only in the history of science and technology but in the everyday life of each and every one of us that illustrate the transformation of things in themselves into things for us, the appearance of phenomena when our sense organs experience an impact from external objects, the disappearance of phenomena when some obstacle prevents the action upon our sense organs of an object which we know to exist. The sole and unavoidable deduction to be made from this, a deduction which all of us make in everyday practice and which materialism deliberately places at the foundation of its epistemology, is that outside us, and independently of us, there exist objects, things, bodies, and that our perceptions are images of the external world. Mach's converse theory, that bodies are complexes of sensations, is nothing but pitiful idealist nonsense. And Mr. Chernov, in his analysis of Engels, once more revealed his Voroshilov qualities. Engels' simple example seemed to him strange and naive. He regards only Gellert fiction as genuine philosophy and is unable to distinguish professorial eclecticism from the consistent materialist theory of knowledge. It is both impossible and unnecessary to analyze Mr. Chernov's other arguments, they all amount to the same pretentious rigmarole, like the assertion that for the materialists the 112 atom is the thing in itself. We shall note only the argument which is relevant to our discussion, an argument which has apparently led certain people astray, viz., that Marx supposedly differed from Engels. The question at issue is Marx's second thesis on Feuerbach and Plekhanov's translation of the word Diesetzigkeit. 50. Here is the second thesis. The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory, but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, i.e., the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. 51. Instead of prove the this-sidedness of thinking, a literal translation, Plekhanov has, prove that thinking does not stop at the side of phenomena. And Mr. V. Chernov cries. The contradiction between Marx and Engels has been eliminated very simply. It appears as though Marx, like Engels, asserted the knowability of things in themselves and the other-sidedness of thinking, LOCCITP 34, note. What can be done with a Voroshilov whose every phrase makes confusion worse confounded? It is sheer ignorance, Mr. Victor Chernov, not to know that all materialists assert the knowability of things in themselves. It is ignorance, Mr. Victor Chernov, or infinite slovenliness, to skip the very first phrase of the thesis and not to realize that the objective truth, Gegenstand like Wahrheit, of thinking means nothing else than the existence of objects, i.e., things in themselves, truly reflected by thinking. It is sheer illiteracy, Mr. Viktor Chernov, to assert that from Plekhanov's paraphrase, Plekhanov gave a paraphrase and not a translation. It appears as though Marx defended the other-sidedness. 113. Of thought. Because only the Humeans and the Kantians confine thought to this side of phenomena. But for all materialists, including those of the 17th century whom Bishop Berkeley demolished, see Introduction, phenomena are things for us or copies of the objects in themselves. Of course, Plekhanov's free paraphrase is not obligatory upon those who desire to know Marx himself, but it is obligatory to try to understand what Marx meant and not to prance about like a Voroshilov. It is interesting to note that while among people who call themselves socialists we encounter an unwillingness or inability to grasp the meaning of Marx's theses, bourgeois writers, specialists in philosophy, sometimes manifest greater scrupulousness. I know of one such writer who studied the philosophy of Feuerbach and in connection with it Marx's theses. That writer is Albert Levy, who devoted the third chapter of the second part of his book on Feuerbach to an examination of the influence of Feuerbach on Marx * without going into the question whether Levy always interprets Feuerbach correctly, or how he criticizes Marx from the ordinary bourgeois standpoint. We shall only quote his opinion of the philosophical content of Marx's famous theses. Regarding the first thesis, Levy says, Marx, on the one hand, together with all earlier materialism and with Feuerbach, recognizes that there are real and distinct objects outside us corresponding to our ideas of things. As the reader sees, it was immediately clear to Albert Levy that the basic position not only of Marxist materialism but of every materialism, of all earlier materialism, is the recognition of real objects outside us, to which objects our ideas correspond. This elementary truth, which holds good for all materialism in general, is unknown only to the Russian Machians. Levy continues. On the other hand, Marx expresses regret that materialism had left it to idealism to appreciate the importance of the active forces, i.e., human practice, which, according to Marx, must be wrested from idealism in order to integrate them into the materialist system. But it will of course be necessary to give these active forces the real and sensible character which idealism cannot grant them. Marx's idea, then, is the following: just as to our ideas there correspond real objects outside us, so to our phenomenal activity there corresponds a real activity outside us, an activity of things. In this sense humanity partakes of the absolute, not only through theoretical knowledge but also through practical activity. Thus all human activity acquires a dignity, a nobility, that permits it to advance hand in hand with theory. Revolutionary activity henceforth acquires a metaphysical significance. Albert Levy is a professor. And a proper professor must abuse the materialists as being metaphysicians. For the professorial idealists, Humeans, and Kantians every kind of materialism is metaphysics, because beyond the phenomenon, appearance, the thing for us, it discerns a reality outside us. A Levy is therefore essentially right when he says that in Marx's opinion there corresponds to man's phenomenal activity an activity of things, that is to say, human practice has not only a phenomenal, in the Humean and Kantian sense of the term, but an objectively real significance. The criterion of practice, as we shall show in detail in its proper place, 6, has entirely different meanings for Mach and Marx. Humanity partakes of the absolute means that human knowledge reflects absolute truth, see below. 5. The practice of humanity, by verifying our ideas, corroborates what in those ideas corresponds to absolute truth. A Levy continues. Having reached this point, Marx naturally encounters the objections of the critics. He has admitted the existence of things in themselves, of which our theory is the human translation. He cannot evade the usual objection. What assurance have you of the accuracy of the translation? What proof have you that the human mind gives you an objective truth? To this objection Marx replies in his second thesis, p. 291. The reader sees that Levy does not for a moment doubt that Marx recognized the existence of things in themselves. 2. Transcendence, or Bazarov revises Engels. But while the Russian Machian would-be Marxists diplomatically evaded one of the most emphatic and explicit statements of Engels, they revised another statement of his in quite the Chernov manner. However tedious and laborious the task of correcting distortions and perversions of the meaning of quotations may be, he who wishes to speak of the Russian Machians cannot avoid it. Here is Bazarov's revision of Engels. In the article on historical materialism, Engels speaks of the English agnostics, philosophers of Hume's trend of thought, as follows. Our agnostic admits that all our knowledge is based upon the information, Materialism, imparted to us by our senses. Let us note for the benefit of our Machians that the agnostic, Humean, also starts from sensations and recognizes no other source of knowledge. The agnostic is a pure positivist, be it said for the benefit of the adherents of the latest positivism. But, he the agnostic adds, how do we know that our senses give us correct representations, Abelder, of the objects we perceive through them? And he proceeds to inform us that, whenever he speaks of objects or their qualities, he does in reality not mean these objects and qualities, of which he cannot know anything for certain, but merely the impressions which they have produced on his senses. 5. 2. What two lines of philosophical tendency does Engels contrast here? One line is that the senses give us faithful images of things, that we know the things themselves, that the outer world acts on our sense organs. This is materialism with which the agnostic is not in agreement. What then is the essence of the agnostic's line? It is that he does not go beyond sensations, that he stops on this side of phenomena, refusing to see anything certain beyond the boundary of sensations. About these things themselves, i.e., about the things in themselves, the objects in themselves, as the materialists whom Berkeley opposed called them, we can know nothing certain, so the agnostic categorically insists. Hence, in the controversy of which Engels speaks, the materialist affirms the existence and knowability of things in themselves. The agnostic does not even admit the thought of things in themselves and insists that we can know nothing certain about them. It may be asked in what way the position of the agnostic as outlined by Engels differs from the position of Mach. In the new term element. But it is sheer childishness to believe that a nomenclature can change a philosophical line, that sensations when called elements cease to be sensations. Or does the difference lie in the new idea that the very same elements constitute the physical in one connection and the psychical in another? But did you not observe that Engels' agnostic also puts impressions in place of the things themselves? That means that in essence the agnostic too differentiates between physical and psychical impressions. Here again the difference is exclusively one of nomenclature. When Mach says that objects are complexes of sensations, Mach is a Berkeleyan. When Mach corrects himself, and says that elements, sensations, can be physical in one connection and psychical in another, Mach is an agnostic, a Humean. Mach does not go beyond these two lines in his philosophy, and it requires extreme naivete to take this muddlehead at his word and believe that he has actually transcended both materialism and idealism. Engels deliberately mentions no names in his exposition, and criticizes not individual representatives of Humism. Professional philosophers are very prone to call original systems. 118i. The petty variations one or another of them makes in terminology or argument, but the whole Humean line. Engels criticizes not particulars but the essential thing. He examines the fundamental wherein all Humeans deviate from materialism, and his criticism therefore embraces Mill, Huxley, and Mach alike. Whether we say, with J.S. Mill, that matter is the permanent possibility of sensation, or, with Ernst Mach, that matter is more or less stable complexes of elements sensations, we remain within the bounds of agnosticism, or Humism. Both standpoints, or more correctly both formulations, are covered by Engels' exposition of agnosticism. The agnostic does not go beyond sensations and asserts that he cannot know anything certain about their source, about their original, etc. And if Mach attributes such great importance to his disagreement with Mill on this question, it is because Mach comes under Engels' characterization of a professor in ordinary, Flanacker. 53. Gentlemen, you have only cracked a flea by making petty corrections and by altering terminology instead of entirely abandoning the basic, half-hearted standpoint. And how does the materialist Engels at the beginning of the article Engels explicitly and emphatically contrasts his materialism to agnosticism refute the foregoing arguments? Now, this line of reasoning seems undoubtedly hard to beat by mere argumentation. But before there was argumentation there was action. Im Anfang war die that. And human action had solved the difficulty long before human ingenuity invented it. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. From the moment we turn to our own use these objects, according to the qualities we perceive in them, we put to an infallible test the correctness or otherwise of our sense perceptions. If these perceptions have been wrong, then our estimate of the use to which an object can be turned must also be wrong, and our attempt must fail. But if we succeed in accomplishing our aim, if we find that the object does agree with our idea of it, and does answer the purpose we intended it for, then that is positive proof that our perceptions of it and of its qualities, so far, agree with reality outside ourselves. Thus, the materialist theory, the theory of the reflection of objects by our mind, is here presented with absolute clarity. Things exist outside us. Our perceptions and ideas are their images. Verification of these images, differentiation between true and false images, is given by practice. But let us listen to a little more of Engels. Bazarov at this point ends his quotation from Engels, or rather from Plekhanov, for he deems it unnecessary to deal with Engels himself. And whenever we find ourselves face to face with a failure, then we generally are not long in making out the cause that made us fail. We find that the perception upon which we acted was either incomplete and superficial, or combined with the results of other perceptions in a way not warranted by them. The Russian translation in On Historical Materialism is incorrect. So long as we take care to train and to use our senses properly, and to keep our action within the limits prescribed by perceptions properly made and properly used, so long we shall find that the result of our action proves the conformity, Übereinstimmung, of our perceptions with the objective, gegenständliche, nature of the things perceived. Not in one single instance, so far, have we been led to the conclusion that our sense perceptions, scientifically controlled, induce in our minds ideas respecting the outer world that are, by their very nature, at variance. 120. With reality, or that there is an inherent incompatibility between the outer world and our sense perceptions of it. But then come the Neo-Kantian agnostics and say. 54. We shall leave to another time the examination of the arguments of the Neo-Kantians. Let us remark here that anybody in the least acquainted with the subject, or even the least bit attentive, cannot fail to understand that Engels is here expounding the very same materialism against which the Machians are always and everywhere doing battle. And now just watch the manner in which Bazarov revises Engels. Here, writes Bazarov in connection with the fragment of the quotation we have given, Engels is actually attacking Kantian idealism. It is not true. Bazarov is muddling things. In the passage which he quoted, and which is quoted by us more fully, there is not a syllable either about Kantianism or about idealism. Had Bazarov really read the whole of Engels' article, he could not have avoided seeing that Engels speaks of Neo-Kantianism, and of Kant's whole line, only in the next paragraph, just where we broke off our quotation. And had Bazarov attentively read and reflected on the fragment he himself quotes, he could not have avoided seeing that in the arguments of the agnostic which Engels here refutes there is not a trace of either idealism or Kantianism, for idealism begins only when the philosopher says that things are our sensations, while Kantianism begins when the philosopher says that the thing in itself exists but is unknowable. Bazarov confuses Kantianism with Humism, and he confuses them because, being himself a semi-Berkeleyan, semi-Humean of the Machian sect, he does not understand, as will be shown in detail below, the distinction between the Humean and the materialist opposition to Kantianism. But, alas, continues Bazarov, his argument is aimed against Plekhanov's philosophy just as much as it is against Kantian philosophy. In the school of Plekhanov Orthodox, 55, as Bogdanov has already pointed out, there is a fatal misunderstanding regarding consciousness. To Plekhanov, as to all idealists, it seems that everything perceptually given, i.e., cognized, is subjective, that to proceed only from what is factually given is to be a solipsist, that real being can be found only beyond the boundaries of everything that is immediately given. This is entirely in the spirit of Chernov and his assurances that Liebknecht was a true Russian Narodnik. If Plekhanov is an idealist who has deserted Engels, then why is it that you, who are supposedly an adherent of Engels, are not a materialist? This is nothing but wretched mystification, Comrade Bazarov. By means of the Machian expression immediately given you begin to confuse the difference between agnosticism, idealism, and materialism. Don't you understand that such expressions as the immediately given and the factually given are part of the rigmarole of the Machians, the immanentists, and the other reactionaries in philosophy, a masquerade, whereby the agnostic, and sometimes, as in Mach's case, the idealist too, disguises himself in the cloak of the materialist? For the materialist the factually given is the outer world, the image of which is our sensations. For the idealist the factually given is sensation, and the outer world is declared to be a complex of sensations. For the agnostic the immediately given is also sensation, but the agnostic does not go on either to the materialist recognition of the reality of the outer world, or to the idealist recognition of the world as our sensation. Therefore your statement that real being according to 122i Plekhanov can be found only beyond the boundaries of everything that is immediately given is sheer nonsense and inevitably follows from your Machian position. But while you have a perfect right to adopt any position you choose, including a Machian one, you have no right to falsify Engels once you have undertaken to speak of him. And from Engels' words it is perfectly clear that for the materialist real being lies beyond the sense perceptions, impressions, and ideas of man, while for the agnostic it is impossible to go beyond these perceptions. Bazarov believed Mach, Avenarius, and Schuck when they said that the immediately, or factually, given connects the perceiving self with the perceived environment in the famous indissoluble coordination, and endeavors, unobserved by the reader, to impute this nonsense to the materialist Engels. It is as though the foregoing passage from Engels was deliberately written by him in a very popular and accessible form in order to dissipate this idealist misunderstanding. Not for naught was Bazarov a pupil of Avenarius. He continues his mystification, under the pretense of combating idealism, of which Engels is not speaking here, he smuggles in the idealist coordination. Not bad, Comrade Bazarov. The agnostic asks, how do we know that our subjective senses give us a correct presentation of objects? You are muddling things, Comrade Bazarov. Engels himself does not speak of, and does not even ascribe to his foe the agnostic, such nonsense as subjective senses. There are no other senses except human, i.e., subjective senses, for we are speaking from the standpoint of man and not of a hobgoblin. You are again trying to impute Machism to Engels, to imply that he says, the agnostic regards senses. 123. Or, to be more precise, sensations, as only subjective, which the agnostic does not do, while we and Avenarius have coordinated the object into an indissoluble connection with the subject. Not bad, Comrade Bazarov. But what do you term correct? Engels rejoins. That is correct which is confirmed by our practice, and consequently, since our sense perceptions are confirmed by experience, they are not subjective, that is, they are not arbitrary or illusory, but correct and real as such. You are muddling things, Comrade Bazarov. You have substituted for the question of the existence of things outside our sensations, perceptions, ideas, the question of the criterion of the correctness of our ideas of these things themselves, or, more precisely, you are hedging the former question with the help of the latter. But Engels says explicitly and clearly that what distinguishes him from the agnostic is not only the agnostic's doubt as to whether our images are correct, but also the agnostic's doubt as to whether we may speak of the things themselves, as to whether we may have certain knowledge of their existence. Why did Bazarov resort to this juggling? In order to obscure and confound what is the basic question for materialism, and for Engels, as a materialist, viz., the question of the existence of things outside our mind, which, by acting on our sense organs evoke sensations. It is impossible to be a materialist without answering this question in the affirmative, but one can be a materialist and still differ on what constitutes the criterion of the correctness of the images presented by our senses. And Bazarov muddles matters still more when he attributes to Engels, in the dispute with the agnostic, the absurd and ignorant expression that our sense perceptions are confirmed by experience. Engels did not use and could not. 124I. Have used this word here, for Engels was well aware that the idealist Berkeley, the agnostic Hume and the materialist Diderot all had recourse to experience. Inside the limits within which we have to do with objects in practice, perceptions of the object and of its properties coincide with the reality existing outside us. To coincide is somewhat different from being a hieroglyphic. They coincide means that, within the given limits, the sense perception is Bazarov's italics the reality existing outside us. The end crowns the work. Engels has been treated a la mock, fried and served with a Machian sauce. But take care you do not choke, worthy cooks. Sense perception is the reality existing outside us. This is just the fundamental absurdity, the fundamental muddle and falsity of Marxism, from which flows all the rest of the balderdash of this philosophy and for which Mach and Avenarius have been embraced by those errant reactionaries and preachers of priest lore, the immanentists. However much V. Bazarov wriggled, however cunning and diplomatic he was in evading ticklish points, in the end he gave himself away and betrayed his true Machian character. To say that sense perception is the reality existing outside us is to return to Humism, or even Berkeleyanism, concealing itself in the fog of coordination. This is either an idealist lie or the subterfuge of the agnostic, Comrade Bazarov, for sense perception is not the reality existing outside us, it is only the image of that reality. Are you trying to make capital of the ambiguous Russian word savpadat? Are you trying to lead the unsophisticated reader to believe that savpadat here means to be identical, and not to correspond? That means basing one's falsification of Engels a la mock on a perversion of the meaning of a quotation, and nothing more. Take the German original and you will find there the word stimmen mit, which means to correspond with, to voice with. The latter translation is literal, for stimme means voice. The word stimmen mit cannot mean to coincide in the sense of to be identical. And even for the reader who does not know German but who reads Engels with the least bit of attention, it is perfectly clear, it cannot be otherwise than clear, that Engels throughout his whole argument treats the expression sense perception as the image, Abbild, of the reality existing outside us, and that therefore the word coincide can be used in Russian exclusively in the sense of correspondence, concurrence, etc. To attribute to Engels the thought that sense perception is the reality existing outside us is such a pearl of Machian distortion, such a flagrant attempt to palm off agnosticism and idealism as materialism, that one must admit that Bazarov has broken all records. One asks, how can sane people in sound mind and judgment assert that sense perception within what limits is not important is the reality existing outside us? The earth is a reality existing outside us. It cannot coincide, in the sense of being identical, with our sense perception, or be in indissoluble coordination with it, or be a complex of elements in another connection identical with sensation, for the earth existed at a time when there were no men, no sense organs, no matter organized in that superior form in which its property of sensation is in any way clearly perceptible. That is just the point, that the tortuous theories of coordination, introjection, and the newly discovered world. 126I. Elements which we analyzed in Chapter I serve to cover up this idealist absurdity. Bazarav's formulation, so inadvertently and incautiously thrown off by him, is excellent in that it patently reveals that crying absurdity, which otherwise it would have been necessary to excavate from the piles of erudite, pseudo-scientific, professorial rigmarole. All praise to you, Comrade Bazarav. We shall erect a monument to you in your lifetime. On one side we shall engrave your dictum, and on the other, to the Russian Machian who dug the grave of Marxism among the Russian Marxists. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. We shall speak separately of the 2 points touched on by Bazarav in the above-mentioned quotation, viz., the criteria of practice of the agnostics, Machians included, and the materialists, and the difference between the theory of reflection, or images, and the theory of symbols, or hieroglyphs. For the present we shall continue to quote a little more from Bazarav. But what is beyond these boundaries? Of this Engels does not say a word. He nowhere manifests a desire to perform that transcendence, that stepping beyond the boundaries of the perceptually given world, which lies at the foundation of Plekhanov's theory of knowledge. Beyond what boundaries? Does he mean the boundaries of the coordination of Mach and Avenarius, which supposedly indissolubly merges the self with the environment, the subject with the object? The very question put by Bazarav is devoid of meaning. But if he had put the question in an intelligible way, he would have clearly seen that. 127. The external world lies beyond the boundaries of man's sensations, perceptions, and ideas. But the word transcendence once more betrays Bazarav. It is a specifically Kantian and Humean fancy to erect in principle a boundary between the appearance and the thing in itself. To pass from the appearance, or, if you will, from our sensation, perception, etc., to the thing existing outside of perception is a transcendence, Kant says, and transcendence is permissible not to knowledge but to faith. Transcendence is not permissible at all, Hume objects. And the Kantians, like the Humeans, call the materialists transcendental realists, metaphysicians, who effect an illegitimate passage, in Latin, transcensus, from one region to another, fundamentally different, region. In the works of the contemporary professors of philosophy who follow the reactionary line of Kant and Hume, you may encounter, take only the names enumerated by Voroshilov Chernov, endless repetitions made in 1,000 keys of the charge that materialism is metaphysical and transcendent. Bazarav borrowed from the reactionary professors both the word and the line of thought, and flourishes them in the name of recent positivism. As a matter of fact, the very idea of the transcendence, i.e., of a boundary in principle between the appearance and the thing in itself, is a nonsensical idea of the agnostics, Humeans and Kantians included, and the idealists. We have already explained this in connection with Engels' example of Alizarin, and we shall explain it again in the words of Feuerbach and Joseph Dietzgen. But let us first finish with Bazarav's revision of Engels. In one place in his Anti-Düring, Engels says that being outside of the realm of perception is an offenfrage. 128 i.e., a question, for the answer to which, or even for the asking of which we have no data. Bazarav repeats this argument after the German Machian, Friedrich Adler. This last example is perhaps even worse than the sense perception, which is the reality existing outside us. In his Anti-Düring, p. 31, 5th Germed, Engels says, "The unity of the world does not consist in its being, although its being is a precondition of its unity, as it must certainly first be, before it can be one. Being, indeed, is always an open question, a offenfrage, beyond the point where our sphere of observation, Gesichtskreis, ends. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggling phrases, but by a long and wearisome development of philosophy and natural science." 56. Behold the new hash our cook has prepared. Engels is speaking of being beyond the point where our sphere of observation ends, for instance, the existence of men on Mars. Obviously, such being is indeed an open question. And Bazarav, as though deliberately refraining from giving the full quotation, paraphrases Engels as saying that being beyond the realm of perception is an open question. This is the sheerest nonsense, and Engels is here being saddled with the views of those professors of philosophy whom Bazarov is accustomed to take at their word and whom Dietzgen justly called the graduated flunkies of clericalism or fideism. Indeed, fideism positively asserts that something does exist beyond the world of perception. The materialists, in agreement with natural science, vigorously deny this. An intermediate position is held by those professors, Kantians, Humeans, including the Machians, etc., who have found the truth outside materialism and idealism and who promise, saying, it is an open question. Had Engels ever said anything like this, it would be a shame and disgrace to call oneself a Marxist. But enough. Half a page of quotation from Bazarov presents such a complete tangle that we are obliged to content ourselves with what has already been said and not to continue following all the waverings of Machian thought. 3. L. Feuerbach and J. Dietzgen on the thing in itself. To show how absurd are the assertions of our Machians that the materialists Marx and Engels denied the existence of things in themselves, i.e., things outside our sensations, perceptions, and so forth, and the possibility of their cognition, and that they admitted the existence of an absolute boundary between the appearance and the thing in itself, we shall give a few more quotations from Feuerbach. The whole trouble with our Machians is that they set about parroting the words of the reactionary professors on dialectical materialism without themselves knowing anything either of dialectics or of materialism. Modern philosophical spiritualism, says Feuerbach, which calls itself idealism, utters the annihilating, in its own opinion, stricture against materialism that it is dogmatism, viz., that it starts from the sensuous, sinnlichen, world as though from an undisputed, ausgemacht, objective truth, and assumes that it is a world in itself, in sich, i.e., as existing without us, while in reality the world is only a product of spirit, samt like Werke, expand, 1866, S 185. 130I. This seems clear enough. The world in itself is a world that exists without us. This materialism of Feuerbach's, like the materialism of the 17th century contested by Bishop Berkeley, consisted in the recognition that objects in themselves exist outside our mind. The in sich, of itself, or in itself, of Feuerbach is the direct opposite of the in sich of Kant. Let us recall the excerpt from Feuerbach already quoted, where he rebukes Kant because for the latter the thing in itself is an abstraction without reality. For Feuerbach the thing in itself is an abstraction with reality, that is, a world existing outside us, completely knowable and fundamentally not different from appearance. Feuerbach very ingeniously and clearly explains how ridiculous it is to postulate a transcendence from the world of phenomena to the world in itself, a sort of impassable gulf created by the priests and taken over from them by the professors of philosophy. Here is one of his explanations. Of course, the products of fantasy are also products of nature, for the force of fantasy, like all other human forces, is in the last analysis, zuletzt, both in its basis and in its origin a force of nature. Nevertheless, a human being is a being distinguished from the sun, moon, and stars, from stones, animals and plants, in a word, from those beings, Wesen, which he designates by the general name, nature, and consequently, man's presentations, builder, of the sun, moon, and stars and the other beings of nature, nature Wesen, although these presentations are products of nature, are yet products distinct from their objects in nature. Werke, Band 7, Stuttgart, 1903, S 516. The objects of our ideas are distinct from our ideas, the thing in itself is distinct from the thing for us, for the latter is only a part, or only one aspect, of the former, just as man himself is only a fragment of the nature reflected in his ideas. The taste nerve is just as much a product of nature as salt is, but it does not follow from this that the taste of salt is directly as such an objective property of salt, that what salt is merely as an object of sensation it also is in itself, and für sich, hence that the sensation of salt on the tongue is a property of salt thought of without sensation, de oni empfindung gedicten salzes. And several pages earlier, saltiness, as a taste, is the subjective expression of an objective property of salt, ibid, p. 514. Sensation is the result of the action of a thing in itself, existing objectively outside us, upon our sense organs, such is Feuerbach's theory. Sensation is a subjective image of the objective world, of the world and für sich. So is man also a being of nature, Naturwesen, like sun, star, plant, animal, and stone. Nevertheless, he is distinct from nature, and, consequently, nature in the head and heart of man is distinct from nature outside the human head and heart. However, this object, viz., man, is the only object in which, according to the statement of the idealists themselves, the requirement of the identity of object and subject is realized, for man is an object whose equality and unity with my being are beyond all possible doubt. And is not one man for another, even the most intimate, an object of fantasy, of the imagination? Does not each man comprehend another in his own way, after his own mind, innuendi nox anum sin? And if even between man and man, between mind and mind, there is a very considerable difference which it is impossible to ignore, how much greater must be the difference between an unthinking, non-human 132 dissimilar, to us, being in itself, Wesen and sich, and the same being as we think of it, perceive it, and apprehend it? Ibid, p. 518. All the mysterious, sage, and subtle distinctions between the phenomenon and the thing in itself are sheer philosophical balderdash. In practice, each one of us has observed times without number the simple and palpable transformation of the thing in itself into phenomenon, into the thing for us. It is precisely this transformation that is cognition. The doctrine of Marxism that since we know only sensations, we cannot know of the existence of anything beyond the bounds of sensation, is an old sophistry of idealist and agnostic philosophy served up with a new sauce. Joseph Dietzgen is a dialectical materialist. We shall show below that his mode of expression is often inexact, that he is often not free from confusion, a fact which has been seized upon by various foolish people, Eugen Dietzgen among them, and of course by our Marxians. But they did not take the trouble or were unable to analyze the dominant line of his philosophy and to disengage his materialism from alien elements. Let us take the world as the thing in itself, says Dietzgen in his The Nature of the Workings of the Human Mind. We shall easily see that the world in itself and the world as it appears to us, the phenomena of the world, differ from each other only as the whole differs from its parts. Germ. ed. 1903, p. 65. A phenomenon differs no more and no less from the thing which produces it than the 10-mile stretch of a road differs from the road itself, pages 71 to 72. There is not, nor can there be, any essential difference here, any transcendence, or innate disagreement. But a difference there is, to be sure, viz., the passage beyond the bounds of sense perceptions to the existence of things outside us. We learn by experience, wir erfahren, says Dietzgen in his Excursions of a Socialist into the Domain of the Theory of Knowledge, that each experience is only a part of that which, in the words of Kant, passes beyond the bounds of all experience. For a consciousness that has become conscious of its own nature, each particle, be it of dust, or of stone, or of wood, is something unknowable in its full extent, unoskantliches, i.e., each particle is inexhaustible material for the human faculty of cognition and, consequently, something which passes beyond experience. Kleinere philosophische Schriften, Smaller Philosophical Essays, 1903, s. 199. You see, in the words of Kant, i.e., adopting exclusively for purposes of popularization, for purposes of contrast Kant's erroneous, confusing terminology, Dietzgen recognizes the passage beyond experience. This is a good example of what the Marxians are grasping at when they pass from materialism to agnosticism. You see, they say, we do not wish to go beyond experience, For us sense perception is the reality existing outside us. Unhealthy mysticism, Dietzgen says, objecting precisely to such a philosophy, unscientifically separates the absolute truth from the relative truth. It makes of the thing as it appears and the thing in itself, that is, of the appearance and the verity, two categories which differ toto silla completely, fundamentally from each other and are not contained in any common category. S. 200. We can now judge the knowledge and ingenuity of Bogdanov, the Russian Machian, who does not wish to acknowledge. 134 Edge himself a Machian and wishes to be regarded as a Marxist in philosophy. A golden mean between panpsychism and panmaterialism has been adopted by materialists of a more critical shade who have rejected the absolute unknowability of the thing in itself, but at the same time regard it as being fundamentally Bogdanov's italics different from the phenomenon and, therefore, always only dimly discernible in it, outside of experience as far as its content is concerned, that is, presumably, as far as the elements are concerned, which are not the same as elements of experience, but yet lying within the bounds of what is called the forms of experience, i.e., time, space, and causality. Such is approximately the standpoint of the French materialists of the 18th century, and among the modern philosophers Engels and his Russian follower, Beltov. 57, Empirio Monism, BK2, 2nd ed., 1907, pages 40 to 41. This is a complete muddle. 1. The materialists of the 17th century, against whom Berkeley argues, hold that objects in themselves are absolutely knowable, for our presentations, ideas, are only copies or reflections of those objects, which exist outside the mind, see Introduction. 2. Feuerbach, and J. Dietzgen after him, vigorously dispute any fundamental difference between the thing in itself and the phenomenon, and Engels disposes of this view by his brief example of the transformation of the thing in itself into the thing for us. 3. Finally, to maintain that the materialists regard things in themselves as always only dimly discernible in the phenomenon is sheer nonsense, as we have seen from Engels' refutation of the agnostic. The reason for Bogdanov's distortion of materialism lies in his failure to understand the relation of absolute truth to relative truth, of which we shall speak later. As regards the outside of experience thing in itself and the elements of experience, these are already the beginnings of the Machian muddle, of which we have already said enough. Parroting the incredible nonsense uttered by the reactionary professors about the materialists, disavowing Engels in 1907, and attempting to revise Engels into agnosticism in 1908, such is the philosophy of the recent positivism of the Russian Machians. Bogdanov declares, as I understand it, Marxism contains a denial of the unconditional objectivity of any truth whatsoever, the denial of all eternal truths, Empirio Monism, BK3, pages 4v. What is meant by unconditional objectivity? Truth for all eternity is an objective truth in the absolute meaning of the word, says Bogdanov in the same passage, and agrees to recognize objective truth only within the limits of a given epoch. Two questions are obviously confused here. 1. Is there such a thing as objective truth, that is, can human ideas have a content that does not depend on a subject, that does not depend either on a human being, or on humanity? 2. If so, can human ideas, which give expression to objective truth, express it all at one time, as a whole, unconditionally, absolutely, or only approximately, relatively? This second question is a question of the relation of absolute truth to relative truth. Bogdanov replies to the second question clearly, explicitly, and definitely by rejecting even the slightest admission. 136i. Of absolute truth, and by accusing Engels of eclecticism for making such an admission. Of this discovery of eclecticism in Engels by A. Bogdanov we shall speak separately later on. For the present we shall confine ourselves to the first question, which Bogdanov, without saying so explicitly, likewise answers in the negative, for although it is possible to deny the element of relativity in one or another human idea without denying the existence of objective truth, it is impossible to deny absolute truth without denying the existence of objective truth. The criterion of objective truth, writes Bogdanov a little further on, p. 9, in Beltov's sense, does not exist. Truth is an ideological form, an organizing form of human experience. Neither Beltov's sense, for it is a question of one of the fundamental philosophical problems and not of Beltov, nor the criterion of truth, which must be treated separately, without confounding it with the question of whether objective truth exists, has anything to do with the case here. Bogdanov's negative answer to the latter question is clear. If truth is only an ideological form, then there can be no truth independent of the subject, of humanity, for neither Bogdanov nor we know any other ideology but human ideology. And Bogdanov's negative answer emerges still more clearly from the second half of his statement: if truth is a form of human experience, then there can be no truth independent of humanity, there can be no objective truth. Bogdanov's denial of objective truth is agnosticism and subjectivism. The absurdity of this denial is evident even from the single example of a scientific truth quoted above. Natural science leaves no room for doubt that its assertion that the earth existed prior to man is a truth. This is entirely compatible with the materialist theory of knowledge, the existence of the thing reflected independent of the reflector, the independence of the external world from the mind, is a fundamental tenet of materialism. The assertion made by science that the earth existed prior to man is an objective truth. This proposition of natural science is incompatible with the philosophy of the Machians and with their doctrine of truth. If truth is an organizing form of human experience, then the assertion that the earth exists outside human experience cannot be true. But that is not all. If truth is only an organizing form of human experience, then the teachings, say, of Catholicism are also true. For there is not the slightest doubt that Catholicism is an organizing form of human experience. Bogdanov himself senses the crying falsity of his theory, and it is extremely interesting to watch how he attempts to extricate himself from the swamp into which he has fallen. The basis of objectivity, we read in Book I of Empirio, monism, must lie in the sphere of collective experience. We term those data of experience objective which have the same vital meaning for us and for other people, those data upon which not only we construct our activities without contradiction, but upon which, we are convinced, other people must also base themselves in order to avoid contradiction. The objective character of the physical world consists in the fact that it exists not for me personally, but for everybody. That is not true. It exists independently of everybody, and has a definite meaning for everybody, the same, I am convinced, as for me. The objectivity of the physical series is its universal significance, p. 25, Bogdanov's italics. The objectivity of the physical bodies we encounter in our experience is in the last analysis established by the mutual verification and co. 138I. Ordination of the utterances of various people. In general, the physical world is socially coordinated, socially harmonist, in a word, socially organized experience, p. 36, Bogdanov's italics. We shall not repeat that this is a fundamentally untrue, idealist definition, that the physical world exists independently of humanity and of human experience, that the physical world existed at a time when no sociality and no organization of human experience was possible, and so forth. We shall now stop to expose the Machian philosophy from another aspect, namely, that objectivity is so defined that religious doctrines, which undoubtedly possess a universal significance, and so forth, come under the definition. But listen to Bogdanov again. We remind the reader once more that objective experience is by no means the same as social experience. Social experience is far from being altogether socially organized and always contains various contradictions, so that certain of its parts do not agree with others. Sprites and hobgoblins may exist in the sphere of social experience of a given people or of a given group of people, for example, the peasantry, but they need not therefore be included under socially organized or objective experience, for they do not harmonize with the rest of collective experience and do not fit in with its organizing forms, for example, with the chain of causality, p. 45. Of course, it is very gratifying that Bogdanov himself does not include the social experience in respect to sprites and hobgoblins under objective experience. But this well-meant amendment in the spirit of anti-fideism by no means corrects the fundamental error of Bogdanov's whole position. Bogdanov's definition of objectivity and of the physical world completely falls to the ground, since the religious doctrine has universal significance to a greater degree than the scientific doctrine. The greater part of mankind cling to the former doctrine to this day. Catholicism has been socially organized, harmonized and coordinated by centuries of development. It fits in with the chain of causality in the most indisputable manner, for religions did not originate without cause. It is not by accident that they retain their hold over the masses under modern conditions, and it is quite in the order of things that professors of philosophy should adapt themselves to them. If this undoubtedly universally significant and undoubtedly highly organized religious social experience does not harmonize with the experience of science, it is because there is a radical and fundamental difference between the two, which Bogdanov obliterated when he rejected objective truth. And however much Bogdanov tries to correct himself by saying that fideism, or clericalism, does not harmonize with science, the undeniable fact remains that Bogdanov's denial of objective truth completely harmonizes with fideism. Contemporary fideism does not at all reject science, all it rejects is the exaggerated claims of science, to wit, its claim to objective truth. If objective truth exists, as the materialists think, if natural science, reflecting the outer world in human experience, is alone capable of giving us objective truth, then all fideism is absolutely refuted. But if there is no objective truth, if truth, including scientific truth, is only an organizing form of human experience, then this in itself is an admission of the fundamental premise of clericalism. The door is thrown open for it, and a place is cleared for the organizing forms of religious experience. The question arises, does this denial of objective truth belong personally to Bogdanov, who refuses to own himself a Machian, or does it follow from the fundamental teachings of Mach and Avenarius? The latter is the only possible answer to the question. If only sensation exists in the world, Avenarius in 1876, if bodies are complexes of sensations, Mach, in the analysis of sensations, then we are obviously confronted with a philosophical subjectivism which inevitably leads to the denial of objective truth. And if sensations are called elements which in one connection give rise to the physical and in another to the psychical, this, as we have seen, only confuses but does not reject the fundamental point of departure of Empirio criticism. Avenarius and Mach recognize sensations as the source of our knowledge. Consequently, they adopt the standpoint of empiricism, all knowledge derives from experience, or sensationalism, all knowledge derives from sensations. But this standpoint gives rise to the difference between the fundamental philosophical trends, idealism and materialism, and does not eliminate that difference, no matter in what new verbal garb, elements, you clothe it. Both the solipsist, that is, the subjective idealist, and the materialist may regard sensations as the source of our knowledge. Both Berkeley and Diderot started from Locke. The first premise of the theory of knowledge undoubtedly is that the sole source of our knowledge is sensation. Having recognized the first premise, Mach confuses the second important premise, i.e., regarding the objective reality that is given to man in his sensations, or that forms the source of man's sensations. Starting from sensations, one may follow the line of subjectivism, which leads to solipsism, bodies are complexes or combinations of sensations, or the line of objectivism, which leads to materialism, sensations are images of objects, of the external world. For the first point of view, i.e., agnosticism, or, pushed a little further, subjective idealism, there can be no objective truth. For the second point of view, i.e., materialism, the recognition of objective truth is essential. This old philosophical question of the two trends, or rather, of the two possible deductions from the premises of empiricism and sensationalism, is not solved by Mach, it is not eliminated or overcome by him, but is muddled by verbal trickery with the word element, and the like. Bogdanov's denial of objective truth is an inevitable consequence of Marxism as a whole, and not a deviation from it. Engels in his Ludwig Feuerbach calls Hume and Kant philosophers who question the possibility of any cognition, or at least of an exhaustive cognition, of the world. Engels, therefore, lays stress on what is common both to Hume and Kant, and not on what divides them. Engels states further that what is decisive in the refutation of this Humean and Kantian view has already been said by Hegel, 4th Germ ed., pages 15 to 16. 5.8 In this connection it seems to me not uninteresting to note that Hegel, declaring materialism to be a consistent system of empiricism, wrote, "For empiricism the external, das Äußerliche, in general is the truth, and if then a supersensible to be admitted, nevertheless knowledge of it cannot occur, soll doch in Erkenntnis des Elben durch die Übersinnlichen nicht stattfinden können, and one must keep exclusively to what belongs to perception, das der Wahrnehmung angehörig." However, this principle in its realization, Durchführung, produced what was subsequently termed materialism. This materialism regards matter, as such, as the truly objective, das wahrhaft objective. Asterisk. All knowledge comes from experience, from sensation, from perception. That is true. But the question arises, does objective reality belong to perception, i.e., is it the source of perception? If you answer yes, you are a materialist. If you answer no, you are inconsistent and will inevitably arrive at subjectivism, or agnosticism, irrespective of whether you deny the knowability of the thing in itself, or the objectivity of time, space, and causality, with Kant, or whether you do not even permit the thought of a thing in itself, with Hume. The inconsistency of your empiricism, of your philosophy of experience, will in that case lie in the fact that you deny the objective content of experience, the objective truth of experimental knowledge. Those who hold to the line of Kant or Hume, Mach and Avenarius are among the latter, in so far as they are not pure Berkeleyans, call us, the materialists, metaphysicians because we recognize objective reality which is given us in experience, because we recognize an objective source of our sensations independent of man. We materialists follow Engels in calling the Kantians and Humeans agnostics, because they deny objective reality as the source of our sensations. Agnostic is a Greek word, in Greek means no, gnosis knowledge. The agnostic says, I do not know if there is an objective reality which is reflected, imaged by our sensations, I declare there is no way of knowing this. See the words of Engels above quoted setting forth the position of the agnostic. Hence the denial of objective truth by the agnostic, and the tolerance the Philistine, cowardly tolerance of the dogmas regarding sprites, hobgoblins, Catholic saints, and the like. Mach and Avenarius, pretentiously resorting to a new terminology, a supposedly new 143 point of view, repeat, in fact, although in a confused and muddled way, the reply of the agnostic, on the one hand, bodies are complexes of sensations, pure subjectivism, pure Berkeleyanism, on the other hand, if we rechristen our sensations elements, we may think of them as existing independently of our sense organs. The Machians love to declaim that they are philosophers who completely trust the evidence of our sense organs, who regard the world as actually being what it seems to us to be, full of sounds, colors, etc., whereas to the materialists, they say, the world is dead, devoid of sound and color, and in its reality different from what it seems to be, and so forth. Such declamations, for example, are indulged in by J. Petzold, both in his introduction to the philosophy of pure experience and in his world problem from the positivist standpoint, 1906. Petzold is parroted by Mr. Viktor Chernov, who waxes enthusiastic over the new idea. But, in fact, the Machians are subjectivists and agnostics, for they do not sufficiently trust the evidence of our sense organs and are inconsistent in their sensationalism. They do not recognize objective reality, independent of man, as the source of our sensations. They do not regard sensations as a true copy of the subjective reality, thereby directly conflicting with natural science and throwing the door open for fideism. On the contrary, for the materialist the world is richer, livelier, more varied than it actually seems, for with each step in the development of science new aspects are discovered. For the materialist, sensations are images of the soul and ultimate objective reality, ultimate not in the sense that it has already been explored to the end, but in the sense that there is not and cannot be any other. This view irrevocably closes the 144I door not only to every species of fideism, but also to that professorial scholasticism which, while not recognizing an objective reality as the source of our sensations, deduces the concept of the objective by means of such artificial verbal constructions as universal significance, socially organized, and so on and so forth, and which is unable, and frequently unwilling, to separate objective truth from belief in sprites and hobgoblins. The Machians contemptuously shrug their shoulders at the antiquated views of the dogmatists, the materialists, who still cling to the concept matter, which supposedly has been refuted by recent science and recent positivism. We shall speak separately of the new theories of physics on the structure of matter. But it is absolutely unpardonable to confound, as the Machians do, any particular theory of the structure of matter with the epistemological category, to confound the problem of the new properties of new aspects of matter, electrons, for example, with the old problem of the theory of knowledge, with the problem of the sources of our knowledge, the existence of objective truth, etc. We are told that Mach discovered the world elements, red, green, hard, soft, loud, long, etc. We ask, is a man given objective reality when he sees something red or feels something hard, etc., or not? This hoary philosophical query is confused by Mach. If you hold that it is not given, you, together with Mach, inevitably sink to subjectivism and agnosticism and deservedly fall into the embrace of the immanentists, i.e., the philosophical Menshikoffs. If you hold that it is given, a philosophical concept is needed for this objective reality, and this concept has been worked out long, long ago. This concept is matter. Matter is a philosophical 145 category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. Therefore, to say that such a concept can become antiquated is childish talk, a senseless repetition of the arguments of fashionable reactionary philosophy. Could the struggle between materialism and idealism, the struggle between the tendencies or lines of Plato and Democritus in philosophy, the struggle between religion and science, the denial of objective truth and its assertion, the struggle between the adherents of supersensible knowledge and its adversaries have become antiquated during the 2000 years of the development of philosophy? Acceptance or rejection of the concept matter is a question of the confidence man places in the evidence of his sense organs, a question of the source of our knowledge, a question which has been asked and debated from the very inception of philosophy, which may be disguised in 1,000 different garbs by professorial clowns, but which can no more become antiquated than the question whether the source of human knowledge is sight and touch, hearing and smell. To regard our sensations as images of the external world, to recognize objective truth, to hold the materialist theory of knowledge, these are all one and the same thing. To illustrate this, I shall only quote from Feuerbach and from 2 textbooks of philosophy, in order that the reader may judge how elementary this question is. How banal, wrote Feuerbach, to deny that sensation is the evangel, the gospel, Verkündung, of an objective Savior. Asterisk. A strange, a preposterous terminology, as you see. But a perfectly clear philosophical line: sensation reveals objective truth to man. My sensation is subjective, but its foundation or Grund is objective, s. 195. Compare this with the quotation given above where Feuerbach says that materialism starts from the perceptual world as an ultimate, ausgemacht, objective truth. Sensationalism, we read in Frank's Dictionary of Philosophy * is a doctrine which deduces all our ideas from the experience of sense organs, reducing all knowledge to sensations. There is subjective sensationalism, scepticism and Berkeleyanism, moral sensationalism, Epicureanism, and objective sensationalism. Objective sensationalism is nothing but materialism, for matter or bodies are, in the opinion of the materialists, the only objects that can affect our senses, adindra nos sens. If sensationalism, says Schwegler in his History of Philosophy, asserted that truth or being can be apprehended exclusively by means of the senses, one had only Schwegler is speaking of philosophy at the end of the 18th century in France to formulate this proposition objectively, and one had the thesis of materialism, only the perceptual exists, there is no other being save material being. These elementary truths, which have managed to find their way even into the textbooks, have been forgotten by our mock eons. 147. 5. Absolute and relative truth, or the eclecticism of Engels as discovered by A. Bogdanov. Bogdanov made his discovery in 1906, in the preface to Book 3 of his Empirio Monism. Engels in Anti-Düring, writes Bogdanov, expresses himself almost in the same sense in which I have just described the relativity of truth, PV, that is, in the sense of denying all eternal truth, denying the unconditional objectivity of all truth whatsoever. Engels is wrong in his indecision, in the fact that in spite of his irony he recognizes certain eternal truths, wretched though they may be. p8. Only inconsistency can here permit such eclectic reservations as those of Engels. p9. Let us cite one instance of Bogdanov's refutation of Engels' eclecticism. Napoleon died on May 5, 1821, says Engels in Anti-Düring, in the chapter Eternal Truths, where he reminds Düring of the platitudes, Platheiten, to which he who claims to discover eternal truths in the historical sciences has to confine himself. Bogdanov thus answers Engels, what sort of truth is that? And what is there eternal about it? The recording of a single correlation, which perhaps even has no longer any real significance for our generation, cannot serve as a basis for any activity, and leads nowhere. p9. And on page 8, can Platheiten be called Waradin? Are platitudes truths? Truth is a vital organizing form of experience, it leads us somewhere in our activity and provides a point of support in the struggle of life. It is quite clear from these two quotations that Bogdanov, instead of refuting Engels, makes a mere declamation. If you cannot assert that the proposition Napoleon died on 148 I. May 5, 1821, is false or inexact, you acknowledge that it is true. If you do not assert that it may be refuted in the future, you acknowledge this truth to be eternal. But to call phrases such as truth is a vital organizing form of experience an answer, is to palm off a mere jumble of words as philosophy. Did the earth have the history which is expounded in geology, or was the earth created in 7 days? Is one to be allowed to dodge this question by talking about vital, what does that mean, truth which leads somewhere, and the like? Can it be that knowledge of the history of the earth and of the history of humanity has no real significance? This is just turgid nonsense, used by Bogdanov to cover his retreat. For it is a retreat, when, having taken it upon himself to prove that the admission of eternal truths by Engels is eclecticism, he dodges the issue by a noise and clash of words and leaves unrefuted the fact that Napoleon did die on May 5, 1821, and that to regard this truth as refutable in the future is absurd. The example given by Engels is elementary, and anybody without the slightest difficulty can think of scores of similar truths that are eternal and absolute and that only insane people can doubt, as Engels says, citing another example. Paris is in France. Why does Engels speak here of platitudes? Because he refutes and ridicules the dogmatic, metaphysical materialist Düring, who was incapable of applying dialectics to the relation between absolute and relative truth. To be a materialist is to acknowledge objective truth, which is revealed to us by our sense organs. To acknowledge objective truth, i.e., truth not dependent upon man and mankind, is, in one way or another, to recognize absolute truth. And it is this one way or another which distinguishes the metaphysical materialist Düring from the Dia 149. Lectical materialist Engels. On the most complex questions of science in general, and of historical science in particular, Düring scattered words right and left, ultimate, final, and eternal truth. Engels jeered at him. Of course there are eternal truths, Engels said, but it is unwise to use high-sounding words, gewaltige word, in connection with simple things. If we want to advance materialism, we must drop this trite play with the words eternal truth, we must learn to put, and answer, the question of the relation between absolute and relative truth dialectically. It was on this issue that the fight between Düring and Engels was waged 30 years ago. And Bogdanov, who managed not to notice Engels' explanation of the problem of absolute and relative truth given in this very same chapter, and who managed to accuse Engels of eclecticism for his admission of a proposition which is a truism for all forms of materialism, only once again betrays his utter ignorance of both materialism and dialectics. Now we come to the question, Engels writes in Anti-Düring, in the beginning of the chapter mentioned, Part I, Chap 9, whether any, and if so which, products of human knowledge ever can have sovereign validity and an unconditional claim, Anspruch, to truth, 5th German ed., p. 79. And Engels answers the question thus. The sovereignty of thought is realized in a number of extremely unsovereignly thinking human beings, the knowledge which has an unconditional claim to truth is realized in a number of relative errors, neither the one nor the other, i.e., neither absolutely true knowledge, nor sovereign thought can be fully realized except through an endless eternity of human existence. 150i. Here once again we find the same contradiction as we found above, between the character of human thought, necessarily conceived as absolute, and its reality in individual human beings with their extremely limited thought. This is a contradiction which can only be solved in the infinite progression, or what is for us, at least from a practical standpoint, the endless succession, of generations of mankind. In this sense human thought is just as much sovereign as not sovereign, and its capacity for knowledge just as much unlimited as limited. It is sovereign and unlimited in its disposition, Anlage, its vocation, its possibilities and its historical ultimate goal. It is not sovereign and it is limited in its individual expression and in its realization at each particular moment, p. 81. It is just the same, Engels continues, with eternal truths 59. This argument is extremely important for the question of relativism, i.e., the principle of the relativity of our knowledge, which is stressed by all Machians. The Machians one and all insist that they are relativists, but the Russian Machians, while repeating the words of the Germans, are afraid, or unable to propound the question of the relation of relativism to dialectics clearly and straightforwardly. For Bogdanov, as for all the Machians, recognition of the relativity of our knowledge excludes even the least admission of absolute truth. For Engels absolute truth is compounded from relative truths. Bogdanov is a relativist, Engels is a dialectician. Here is another, no less important, argument of Engels from the chapter of Anti-Düring already quoted. Truth and error, like all thought concepts which move in polar opposites, have absolute validity only in an extremely limited field, as we have just seen, and as even Herr Düring would realize if he had any acquaintance with the first elements of dialectics, which deal precisely with the inadequacy of all polar opposites. As soon as we apply the antithesis between truth and error outside of that narrow field which has been referred to above, it becomes relative and therefore unserviceable for exact scientific modes of expression, and if we attempt to apply it as absolutely valid outside that field we really find ourselves altogether beaten. Both poles of the antithesis become transformed into their opposites, truth becomes error and error truth, p. 86. 60. Here follows the example of Boyle's law. The volume of a gas is inversely proportional to its pressure. The grain of truth contained in this law is only absolute truth within certain limits. The law, it appears, is a truth only approximately. Human thought then by its nature is capable of giving, and does give, absolute truth, which is compounded of a sum total of relative truths. Each step in the development of science adds new grains to the sum of absolute truth, but the limits of the truth of each scientific proposition are relative, now expanding, now shrinking with the growth of knowledge. Absolute truth, says J. Dietzgen in his Excursions. 61 can be seen, heard, smelled, touched and, of course, also be known, but it is not entirely absorbed, getnickt auf, into knowledge, p. 195. It goes without saying that a picture does not exhaust its object and the artist. 152 remains behind his model. How can a picture coincide with its model? Approximately it can, p. 197. Hence, we can know nature and her parts only relatively, since even a part, though only a relation of nature, possesses nevertheless the nature of the absolute, the nature of nature as a whole, de Natur an sich, which cannot be exhausted by knowledge. How, then, do we know that behind the phenomena of nature, behind the relative truths, there is a universal, unlimited, absolute nature which does not reveal itself to man completely? Whence this knowledge? It is innate, it is given us with consciousness, p. 198. This last statement is one of the inexactitudes of Dietzgen's which led Marx, in one of his letters to Kugelmann, to speak of the confusion in Dietzgen's views. 62 Only by seizing upon such incorrect passages can one speak of a specific philosophy of Dietzgen differing from dialectical materialism. But Dietzgen corrects himself on the same page, when I say that the consciousness of eternal, absolute truth is innate in us, that it is the one and only a priori knowledge. Experience also confirms this innate consciousness, p. 198. From all these statements by Engels and Dietzgen it is obvious that for dialectical materialism there is no impassable boundary between relative and absolute truth. Bogdanov entirely failed to grasp this. If he could write it, the world outlook of the old materialism sets itself up as the absolute objective knowledge of the essence of things. Bogdanov's italics and is incompatible with the historically conditional nature of all ideologies. Empirio monism, BK 3, p. 4. From the standpoint of modern materialism, i.e., Marxism, the limits of approximation of our knowledge to objective, absolute truth are historically conditional, but the existence of such truth is unconditional, and the fact 153 that we are approaching nearer to it is also unconditional. The contours of the picture are historically conditional, but the fact that this picture depicts an objectively existing model is unconditional. When and under what circumstances we reached, in our knowledge of the essential nature of things, the discovery of alizarin in coal tar or the discovery of electrons in the atom is historically conditional, but that every such discovery is an advance of absolutely objective knowledge is unconditional. In a word, every ideology is historically conditional, but it is unconditionally true that to every scientific ideology, as distinct, for instance, from religious ideology, there corresponds an objective truth, absolute nature. You will say that this distinction between relative and absolute truth is indefinite. And I shall reply, yes, it is sufficiently indefinite to prevent science from becoming a dogma in the bad sense of the term, from becoming something dead, frozen, ossified, but it is at the same time sufficiently definite to enable us to dissociate ourselves in the most emphatic and irrevocable manner from fideism and agnosticism, from philosophical idealism and the sophistry of the followers of Hume and Kant. Here is a boundary which you have not noticed, and not having noticed it, you have fallen into the swamp of reactionary philosophy. It is the boundary between dialectical materialism and relativism. We are relativists, proclaim Mach, Avenarius, Petzold. We are relativists, echo Mr. Chernov and certain Russian Machians, would-be Marxists. Yes, Mr. Chernov and comrades Machians, and therein lies your error. For to make relativism the basis of the theory of knowledge is inevitably to condemn oneself either to absolute skepticism, agnosticism, and sophistry, or to subjectivism. Relativism as 154I. A basis of the theory of knowledge is not only the recognition of the relativity of our knowledge, but also a denial of any objective measure or model existing independently of humanity to which our relative knowledge approximates. From the standpoint of naked relativism, one can justify any sophistry. One may regard it as conditional whether Napoleon died on May 5, 1821, or not. One may declare the admission, alongside of scientific ideology, convenient in one respect, of religious ideology, very convenient in another respect, a mere convenience for man or humanity, and so forth. Dialectics, as Hegel in his time explained, contains the element of relativism, of negation, of skepticism, but is not reducible to relativism. The materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels certainly does contain relativism, but is not reducible to relativism, that is, it recognizes the relativity of all our knowledge, not in the sense of denying objective truth, but in the sense that the limits of approximation of our knowledge to this truth are historically conditional. Bogdanov writes in italics, consistent Marxism does not admit such dogmatism and such static concepts as eternal truths. Empirio monism, BK3, p9. This is a muddle. If the world is eternally moving and developing matter, as the Marxists think, reflected by the developing human consciousness, what is there static here? The point at issue is not the immutable essence of things, or an immutable consciousness, but the correspondence between the consciousness which reflects nature and the nature which is reflected by consciousness. In connection with this question, and this question alone, the term dogmatism has a specific, characteristic philosophical flavor. It is a favorite word used by the idealists and the agnostics against the materialists. 155. As we have already seen in the case of the fairly old materialist, Feuerbach. The objections brought against materialism from the standpoint of the celebrated recent positivism are just ancient trash. 6. The criterion of practice in the theory of knowledge. We have seen that Marx in 1845 and Engels in 1888 and 1892 placed the criterion of practice at the basis of the materialist theory of knowledge. 63. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question, says Marx in his second thesis on Feuerbach. The best refutation of Kantian and Humean agnosticism as well as of other philosophical crotchets, Schrölen, is practice, repeats Engels. The result of our action proves the conformity, Übereinstimmung, of our perceptions with the objective nature of the things perceived, he says in reply to the agnostics. 64. Compare this with Mach's argument about the criterion of practice. In the common way of thinking and speaking, appearance, illusion, is usually contrasted with reality. A pencil held in front of us in the air is seen as straight. When we dip it slantwise into water we see it as crooked. In the latter case we say that the pencil appears crooked but in reality it is straight. But what entitles us to declare one fact to be the reality, and to degrade the other to an appearance? Our expectation is deceived when we fall into the natural error of expecting what we are accustomed to, although the case is unusual. The facts are not to blame for that. In these cases, to speak of appearance may have a practical 156I significance, but not a scientific significance. Similarly, the question which is often asked, whether the world is real or whether we merely dream it, is devoid of all scientific significance. Even the wildest dream is a fact as much as any other. Analysis of Sensations, pages 18 to 19. It is true that not only is the wildest dream a fact, but also the wildest philosophy. No doubt of this is possible after an acquaintance with the philosophy of Ernst Mach. Egregious sophist that he is, he confounds the scientific, historical and psychological investigation of human errors, of every wild dream of humanity, such as belief in sprites, hobgoblins, and so forth, with the epistemological distinction between truth and wildness. It is as if an economist were to say that both Senior's Theory 65 that the whole profit of the capitalist is obtained from the last hour of the worker's labor and Marx's theory are both facts, and that from the standpoint of science there is no point in asking which theory expresses objective truth and which the prejudice of the bourgeoisie and the venality of its professors. The tanner Joseph Dietzgen regarded the scientific, i.e., the materialist, theory of knowledge as a universal weapon against religious belief. Kleinere Philosophische Schriften, smaller philosophical essays, s. 55, but for the professor in ordinary Ernst Mach the distinction between the materialist and the subjective idealist theories of knowledge is devoid of all scientific significance. That science is nonpartisan in the struggle of materialism against idealism and religion is a favorite idea not only of Mach but of all modern bourgeois professors, who are, as Dietzgen justly expresses it, graduated flunkies who stupefy the people by their twisted idealism, OPCIT, p. 53. And a twisted professorial idealism it is, indeed, when the criterion of practice, which for every one of us distinguishes illusion from reality, is removed by Mach from the realm of science, from the realm of the theory of knowledge. Human practice proves the correctness of the materialist theory of knowledge, said Marx and Engels, who dubbed all attempts to solve the fundamental question of epistemology without the aid of practice scholastic and philosophical crotchets. But for Mach practice is one thing and the theory of knowledge another. They can be placed side by side without making the latter conditional on the former. In his last work, Knowledge and Error, Mach says, knowledge is a biologically useful, Forderns, mental experience, 2nd Germ, ed. p. 115. Only success can separate knowledge from error, p. 116. The concept is a physical working hypothesis, p. 143. In their astonishing naivete our Russian Machian would-be Marxists regard such phrases of Mach's as proof that he comes close to Marxism. But Mach here comes just as close to Marxism as Bismarck to the labor movement, or Bishop Eulogius to democracy. With Mach such propositions stand side by side with his idealist theory of knowledge and do not determine the choice of one or another definite line of epistemology. Knowledge can be useful biologically, useful in human practice, useful for the preservation of life, for the preservation of the species, only when it reflects objective truth, truth which is independent of man. For the materialist the success of human practice proves the correspondence between our ideas and the objective nature of the things we perceive. For the solipsist success is everything needed by me in practice, which can be regarded separately from the theory of knowledge. If we include the criterion of practice in the 158I foundation of the theory of knowledge we inevitably arrive at materialism, says the Marxist. Let practice be materialist, says Mach, but theory is another matter. In practice, Mach writes in the analysis of sensations, we can as little do without the idea of the self when we perform any act, as we can do without the idea of a body when we grasp at a thing. Physiologically we remain egoists and materialists with the same constancy as we forever see the sun rising again. But theoretically this view cannot be adhered to, pages 284-85. Egoism is beside the point here, for egoism is not an epistemological category. The question of the apparent movement of the sun around the earth is also beside the point, for in practice, which serves us as a criterion in the theory of knowledge, we must include also the practice of astronomical observations, discoveries, etc. There remains only Mach's valuable admission that in their practical life men are entirely and exclusively guided by the materialist theory of knowledge. The attempt to obviate it theoretically is characteristic of Mach's colored scholastic and twisted idealistic endeavors. To what extent these efforts to eliminate practice as something unsusceptible to epistemological treatment in order to make room for agnosticism and idealism are not new is shown by the following example from the history of German classical philosophy. Between Kant and Fichte stands G. E. Schulz, known in the history of philosophy as Schulze-Enosidemus. He openly advocates the sceptical trend in philosophy and calls himself a follower of Hume, and of the ancients Pyrrho and Sextus. he emphatically rejects everything in itself and the possibility of objective knowledge, and emphatically insists that we should not go. 159. Beyond experience, beyond sensations, in which connection he anticipates the following objection from the other camp: since the sceptic when he takes part in the affairs of life assumes as indubitable the reality of objective things, behaves accordingly, and thus admits a criterion of truth, his own behavior is the best and clearest refutation of his scepticism. Asterisk. Such proofs, Schultz indignantly retorts, are only valid for the mob, Pobel. For my scepticism does not concern the requirements of practical life, but remains within the bounds of philosophy, pages 254-255. In similar manner, the subjective idealist Fichte also hopes to find room within the bounds of idealistic philosophy for that realism which is inevitable, sich aufdrängt, for all of us, and even for the most determined idealist, when it comes to action, i.e., the assumption that objects exist quite independently of us and outside us, Werke, I. 455. Mach's recent positivism has not traveled far from Schultz and Fichte. Let us note as a curiosity that on this question too for Bazarov there is no one but Plekhanov, there is no beast stronger than the cat. Bazarov ridicules the salto vital philosophy of Plekhanov, study 6.6 etc., p. 6.9, who indeed made the absurd remark that belief in the existence of the outer world is an inevitable salto vital, vital leap, of philosophy. Notes on Ludwig Feuerbach, p. 3. The word belief, taken from Hume, although put in quotation marks, discloses a confusion of terms on Plekhanov's part. There can be no question about that. But what has Plekhanov got to do with it? Why did not Bazarov take some other materialist, Feuerbach, for instance? Is it only because he does not know him? But ignorance is no argument. Feuerbach also, like Marx and Engels, makes an impermissible from the point of view of Schultz, Fichte, and Mach leap to practice in the fundamental problems of epistemology. Criticizing idealism, Feuerbach explains its essential nature by the following striking quotation from Fichte, which superbly demolishes Machism: "You assume," writes Fichte, "that things are real, that they exist outside of you, only because you see them, hear them, and touch them. But vision, touch, and hearing are only sensations. You perceive, not the objects, but only your sensations." Feuerbach, Werke, X. Band, S. 185. To which Feuerbach replies that a human being is not an abstract ego, but either a man or woman, and the question whether the world is sensation can be compared to the question, is the man or woman my sensation, or do our relations in practical life prove the contrary? This is the fundamental defect of idealism. It asks and answers the question of objectivity and subjectivity, of the reality or unreality of the world, only from the standpoint of theory. Ibid, p. 189. Feuerbach makes the sum total of human practice the basis of the theory of knowledge. He says that idealists of course also recognize the reality of the I and the thou in practical life. For the idealists this point of view is valid only for practical life and not for speculation. But a speculation which contradicts life, which makes the standpoint of death, of a soul separated from the body, the standpoint of truth, is a dead and false speculation. P. 192. Before we perceive, we breathe, we cannot exist without air, food, and drink. 161. Does this mean that we must deal with questions of food and drink when examining the problem of the ideality or reality of the world? Exclaims the indignant idealist. How vile! What an offense against good manners soundly to berate materialism in the scientific sense from the chair of philosophy and the pulpit of theology, only to practice materialism with all one's heart and soul in the crudest form at the table d'hôte. P. 195. And Feuerbach exclaims that to identify subjective sensation with the objective world is to identify pollution with procreation. P. 198. A comment not of the politest order, but it hits the vital spot of those philosophers who teach that sense perception is the reality existing outside us. The standpoint of life, of practice, should be first and fundamental in the theory of knowledge. And it inevitably leads to materialism, brushing aside the endless fabrications of professorial scholasticism. Of course, we must not forget that the criterion of practice can never, in the nature of things, either confirm or refute any human idea completely. This criterion also is sufficiently indefinite not to allow human knowledge to become absolute, but at the same time it is sufficiently definite to wage a ruthless fight on all varieties of idealism and agnosticism. If what our practice confirms is the sole, ultimate, and objective truth, then from this must follow the recognition that the only path to this truth is the path of science, which holds the materialist point of view. For instance, Bogdanov is prepared to recognize Marx's theory of the circulation of money as an objective truth only for our time, and calls it dogmatism to attribute to this theory a superhistorically objective truth, Empirio monism, BK 3, p. 7. This is again a muddle. The correspondence of this theory to practice cannot be altered by any future circumstances, for the same simple reason that makes it an eternal truth that Napoleon died on May 5, 1821. But inasmuch as the criterion of practice, i.e., the course of development of all capitalist countries in the last few decades, proves only the objective truth of Marx's whole social and economic theory in general, and not merely of one or other of its parts, formulations, etc., it is clear that to talk of the dogmatism of the Marxists is to make an unpardonable concession to bourgeois economics. The sole conclusion to be drawn from the opinion of the Marxists that Marx's theory is an objective truth is that by following the path of Marxist theory we shall draw closer and closer to objective truth, without ever exhausting it, but by following any other path we shall arrive at nothing but confusion and lies. 162I. Chapter 3. The Theory of Knowledge of Dialectical Materialism and of Empirio criticism. 3. 1. What is matter? What is experience? The first of these questions is constantly being hurled by the idealists and agnostics, including the Mach-Ians, at the materialists, the second question by the materialists at the Mach-Ians. Let us try to make the point at issue clear. Avenarius says on the subject of matter: within the purified, complete experience there is nothing physical matter in the metaphysical absolute conception, for matter according to this conception is only an abstraction, it would be the total of the counter terms abstracted from every central term. Just as in the principal coordination, that is, complete experience, a counter term is inconceivable, undenkbar, without a central term, so matter in the metaphysical absolute conception is a complete chimera, undaying. Bemerkungen notes, S2, in the journal cited, 119. 163. 164 2. In all this gibberish one thing is evident, namely, that Avenarius designates the physical or matter by the terms absolute and metaphysics, for, according to his theory of the principal coordination, or, in the new way, complete experience, the counter term is inseparable from the central term, the environment from the self, the non-self is inseparable from the self, as J. G. Fichte said. That this theory is disguised subjective idealism we have already shown, and the nature of Avenarius' attacks on matter is quite obvious. The idealist denies physical being that is independent of the mind and therefore rejects the concept elaborated by philosophy for such being. That matter is physical, i.e., that which is most familiar and immediately given to man, and the existence of which no one save an inmate of a lunatic asylum can doubt, is not denied by Avenarius. He only insists on the acceptance of his theory of the indissoluble connection between the environment and the self. Mach expresses the same thought more simply, without philosophical flourishes. What we call matter is a certain systematic combination of the elements, sensations, analysis of sensations, p. 265. Mach thinks that by this assertion he is effecting a radical change in the usual world outlook. In reality this is the old subjective idealism, the nakedness of which is concealed by the word element. And lastly, the English Machian, Pearson, a rabid antagonist of materialism, says, now there can be no scientific objection to our classifying certain more or less permanent groups of sense impressions together and terming them matter. To do so indeed leads us very near to John Stuart Mill's definition of matter as a permanent possibility of sensation, but this definition of matter then leads us 165. Entirely away from matter as the thing which moves. The Grammar of Science, 2nd ed., 1900, p. 249. Here there is not even the fig leaf of the elements, and the idealist openly stretches out a hand to the agnostic. As the reader sees, all these arguments of the founders of Empirio criticism entirely and exclusively revolve around the old epistemological question of the relation of thinking to being, of sensation to the physical. It required the extreme naivete of the Russian Machians to discern anything here that is even remotely related to recent science, or recent positivism. All the philosophers mentioned by us, some frankly, others guardedly, replace the fundamental philosophical line of materialism, from being to thinking, from matter to sensation, by the reverse line of idealism. Their denial of matter is the old answer to epistemological problems, which consists in denying the existence of an external, objective source of our sensations, of an objective reality corresponding to our sensations. On the other hand, the recognition of the philosophical line denied by the idealists and agnostics is expressed in the definitions: matter is that which, acting upon our sense organs, produces sensation, matter is the objective reality given to us in sensation, and so forth. Bogdanov, pretending to argue only against Beltov and cravenly ignoring Engels, is indignant at such definitions, which, don't you see, prove to be simple repetitions, Empirio-monism, BK3, p16, of the formula, of Engels. Our Marxist forgets to add, that for one trend in philosophy matter is primary and spirit secondary, while for the other trend the reverse is the case. All the Russian Machians exultantly echo Bogdanov's refutation. But the slightest reflection could have shown these people that it is impos. 166-2. Seibel, in the very nature of the case, to give any definition of these two ultimate concepts of epistemology save one that indicates which of them is taken as primary. What is meant by giving a definition? It means essentially to bring a given concept within a more comprehensive concept. For example, when I give the definition an ass is an animal, I am bringing the concept ass within a more comprehensive concept. The question then is, are there more comprehensive concepts, with which the theory of knowledge could operate, than those of being and thinking, matter and sensation, physical and mental? No. These are the ultimate concepts, the most comprehensive concepts which epistemology has in point of fact so far not surpassed, apart from changes in nomenclature, which are always possible. One must be a charlatan or an utter blockhead to demand a definition of these two series of concepts of ultimate comprehensiveness which would not be a mere repetition. One or the other must be taken as the primary. Take the three aforementioned arguments on matter. What do they all amount to? To this, that these philosophers proceed from the mental or the self, to the physical, or environment, as from the central term to the counter term, or from sensation to matter, or from sense perception to matter. Could Avenarius, Mach and Pearson in fact have given any other definition of these fundamental concepts, save by pointing to the trend of their philosophical line? Could they have defined in any other way, in any specific way, what the self is, what sensation is, what sense perception is? One has only to formulate the question clearly to realize what utter nonsense the Machians are talking when they demand that the materialists give a definition of matter which would not amount to a repetition of the proposition that matter, nature. 167. Being, the physical is primary, and spirit, consciousness, sensation, the psychical is secondary. One expression of the genius of Marx and Engels was that they despised pedantic playing with new words, erudite terms, and subtle isms, and said simply and plainly, there is a materialist line and an idealist line in philosophy, and between them there are various shades of agnosticism. The painful quest for a new point of view in philosophy betrays the same poverty of mind that is revealed in the painful effort to create a new theory of value, or a new theory of rent, and so forth. Of Avenarius, his disciple Carstanian says that he once expressed himself in private conversation as follows: "I know neither the physical nor the mental, but only some third." To the remark of one writer that the concept of this third was not given by Avenarius, Petzold replied, "We know why he could not advance such a concept. The third lacks a counter-concept, Gegenbegriff. The question, what is the third? Is illogically put, ein Phdre, 2, 329, Petzold understands that an ultimate concept cannot be defined. But he does not understand that the resort to a third is a mere subterfuge, for every one of us knows what is physical and what is mental, but none of us knows at present what that third is." Avenarius was merely covering up his tracks by the subterfuge and actually was declaring that the self is the primary, central term, and nature, environment, the secondary, counter term. Of course, even the antithesis of matter and mind has absolute significance only within the bounds of a very limb. It field in this case exclusively within the bounds of the fundamental epistemological problem of what is to be regarded as primary and what as secondary. Beyond these bounds the relative character of this antithesis is indubitable. Let us now examine how the word experience is used in empirio-critical philosophy. The first paragraph of the Critique of Pure Experience expounds the following assumption. Any part of our environment stands in relation to human individuals in such a way that, the former having been given, the latter speak of their experience as follows: "This is experienced, this is an experience, or it followed from experience, or it depends upon experience." Rustrans, p. 1. Thus experience is defined in terms of these same concepts, self and environment, while the doctrine of their indissoluble connection is for the time being tucked out of the way. Further, the synthetic concept of pure experience, namely, experience as a predication for which, in all its components, only parts of the environment serve as a premise, pages 1 and 2. If we assume that the environment exists independently of declarations and predications of man, then it becomes possible to interpret experience in a materialist way. The analytical concept of pure experience, namely, as a predication to which nothing is admixed that would not be in its turn experience and which, therefore, in itself is nothing but experience, p. 2. Experience is experience. And there are people who take this quasi-erudite rigmarole for true wisdom. It is essential to add that in the second volume of the Critique of Pure Experience Avenarius regards experience as a special case of the mental, that he divides experience into Sachhaftwert, thing values, and Gedankenhaftwert. 169. Thought values, that experience in the broad sense includes the latter, that complete experience is identified with the principal coordination, Bemerkungen, 67. In short, you pay your money and take your choice. Experience embraces both the materialist and the idealist line in philosophy and sanctifies the muddling of them. But while our Machians confidingly accept pure experience as pure coin of the realm, in philosophical literature the representatives of the various trends are alike in pointing to Avenarius' abuse of this concept. What pure experience is, Ariel writes, remains vague with Avenarius, and his explanation that pure experience is experience to which nothing is admixed that is not in its turn experience obviously revolves in a circle. Systematische Philosophie, Systematic Philosophy, Leipzig, 1907, s. 102. Pure experience for Avenarius, writes Wundt, is at times any kind of fantasy, and at others, a predication with the character of corporeality. Philosophisch Studie N. 13. Band, s. 92-93. Avenarius stretches the concept experience, s. 382. On the precise definition of the terms experience and pure experience, writes Cawelaert, depends the meaning of the whole of this philosophy. Avenarius does not give a precise definition. Revue Neoscolastique, February 1907, p. 61. The vagueness of the term experience stands him in good stead, and so in the end Avenarius falls back on the time-worn argument of subjective idealism, under the pretense of combating it, says Norman Smith, Mind, Volume 15, p. 29. I openly declare that the inner sense, the soul of my philosophy consists in this, that a human being possesses nothing save experience. A human being comes to everything to which he comes only through experience. A zealous philosopher of pure experience, is he not? The author of these 172 words is the subjective idealist Fichte, Sonnenklarergericht, Jus. S. 12. We know from the history of philosophy that the interpretation of the concept experience divided the classical materialists from the idealists. Today professorial philosophy of all shades disguises its reactionary nature by declaiming on the subject of experience. All the immanentists fall back on experience. In the preface to the second edition of his Knowledge and Error, Mach praises a book by Professor Wilhelm Jerusalem in which we read: "The acceptance of a divine original being is not contradictory to experience, der kritisch Idealismus und die rein Logik critical idealism and pure logic." S. 222. One can only commiserate with people who believed Avenarius and co. that the obsolete distinction between materialism and idealism can be surmounted by the word experience. When Valentinov and Yushkevich accuse Bogdanov, who departed somewhat from pure Marxism, of abusing the word experience, these gentlemen are only betraying their ignorance. Bogdanov is not guilty in this case, he only slavishly borrowed the muddle of Mach and Avenarius. When Bogdanov says that consciousness and immediate mental experience are identical concepts, Empirio monism, BK2, p. 53, while matter is not experience but the unknown which evokes everything known, empiric monism, BK3, p. 13, he is interpreting experience idealistically. And, of course, he is not the first asterisk nor the last to build petty idealist systems on the word experience. When he replies to the reactionary philosophers by declaring that attempts to transcend the boundaries of experience lead in fact only to empty abstractions and contradictory images, all the elements of which have nevertheless been taken from experience, BK p. 48, he is drawing a contrast between the empty abstractions of the human mind and that which exists outside of man and independently of his mind. In other words, he is interpreting experience as a materialist. Similarly, even Mach, although he makes idealism his starting point, bodies are complexes of sensations or elements, frequently strays into a materialist interpretation of the word experience. We must not philosophize out of ourselves, nicht aus uns heraus philosophieren, but must take from experience, he says in the Mechanic 69, Third Med. 1897, p. 14. Here a contrast is drawn between experience and philosophizing out of ourselves, in other words, experience is regarded as something objective, something given to man from the outside, it is interpreted materialistically. Here is another example: what we observe in nature is imprinted, although uncomprehended and unanalyzed, upon our ideas, which, then, in their most general and strongest, starksten, features imitate, nakommen, the processes of nature. In these experiences we possess a treasure store, Schatz, which is ever to hand. OPCIT, p. 27. Here nature is taken as primary and sensation and experience as products. Had Mach consistently adhered to this point of view in the fundamental questions of epistemology, he would have spared humanity many foolish idealist complexes. A third example: the close connection of thought and experience creates modern natural science. Experience gives rise to a thought. The latter is further elaborated and is again 172. Compared with experience, Erkenntnis unsierdem, s. 200. Mach's special philosophy is here thrown overboard, and the author instinctively accepts the customary standpoint of the scientists, who regard experience materialistically. To summarize, the word experience, on which the Machians build their systems, has long been serving as a shield for idealist systems, and is now serving Avenarius and co. in eclectically passing to and fro between the idealist position and the materialist position. The various definitions of this concept are only expressions of those two fundamental lines in philosophy which were so strikingly revealed by Engels. 2. Plekhanov's error concerning the concept experience. On pages X11 of his Introduction to El Feuerbach, 1905 ed. Plekhanov says, one German writer has remarked that for empirio-criticism experience is only an object of investigation, and not a means of knowledge. If that is so, then the distinction between empirio-criticism and materialism loses all meaning, and discussion of the question whether or not empirio-criticism is destined to replace materialism is absolutely shallow and idle. This is one complete muddle. Father Carstanian, one of the most orthodox followers of Avenarius, says in his article on empirio-criticism, a reply to Wundt, that for the critique of pure experience, experience is not a means of knowledge but only an object of 173. Investigation. Asterisk. It follows that according to Plekhanov any distinction between the views of Father Carstanian and materialism is meaningless. Father Carstanian is almost literally quoting Avenarius, who in his note 70 emphatically contrasts his conception of experience as that which is given us, that which we find, das Vorgefunden, with the conception of experience as a means of knowledge in the sense of the prevailing theories of knowledge, which essentially are fully metaphysical, OPCIT, p. 401. Petzold, following Avenarius, says the same thing in his Introduction to the Philosophy of Pure Experience, BD. I. S. 170. Thus, according to Plekhanov, the distinction between the views of Carstanian, Avenarius, Petzold, and materialism is meaningless. Either Plekhanov has not read Carstanian and co. as thoroughly as he should, or he has taken his reference to a German writer at fifth hand. What then does this statement, uttered by some of the most prominent empirio-criticists and not understood by Plekhanov, mean? Carstanian wishes to say that Avenarius in his The Critique of Pure Experience takes experience, i.e., all human predications, as the object of investigation. Avenarius does not investigate here, says Carstanian, OPCIT, p. 50, whether these predications are real, or whether they relate, for example, to ghosts. He merely arranges, systematizes, formally classifies all possible human predications, both idealist and materialist, p. 53, without going into the essence of the question. Carstanian is absolutely right when he characterizes this point of view as scepticism par excellence. Lentz, p. 213. In this article, by the way, Carstanian defends his beloved master from the ignominious, for a German professor, charge of materialism levelled against him by Wundt. Why are we materialists, pray? Such is the burden of Carstanian's objections. When we speak of experience we do not mean it in the ordinary current sense, which leads or might lead to materialism, but in the sense that we investigate everything that men predicate as experience. Carstanian and Avenarius regard the view that experience is a means of knowledge as materialistic, that, perhaps, is the most common opinion, but nevertheless, untrue, as we have seen in the case of Fichte. Avenarius entrenches himself against the prevailing metaphysics which persists in regarding the brain as the organ of thought and which ignores the theories of introjection and coordination. By the given or the found, das Vorgefunden, Avenarius means the indissoluble connection between the self and the environment, which leads to a confused idealist interpretation of experience. Hence, both the materialist and the idealist, as well as the Humean and the Kantian lines in philosophy may unquestionably be concealed beneath the word experience, but neither the definition of experience as an object of investigation * nor its definition as a means of knowledge is decisive in this respect. Carstanian's remarks against Wundt especially have no relation whatever to the question of the distinction between empirio-criticism and materialism. As a curiosity, let us note that on this point Bogdanov and Valentinov, in their reply to Plekhanov, revealed no greater knowledge of the subject. Bogdanov declared, "It is not quite clear," BK 3, p. 11. It is the task of Empirio criticists to examine this formulation and to accept or reject the condition. A very convenient position. I, forsooth, am not a Machian and am not therefore obliged to find out in what sense a certain Avenarius or Karstanian speaks of experience. Bogdanov wants to make use of Machism, and of the Machian confusion regarding experience, but he does not want to be held responsible for it. The pure Empirio criticist Valentinov transcribed Plekhanov's remark and publicly danced the can-can. He sneered at Plekhanov for not naming the author and for not explaining what the matter was all about, OPCIT, pages 108-09. But at the same time this Empirio-critical philosopher in his answer said not a single word on the substance of the matter, although acknowledging that he had read Plekhanov's remark 3 times or more, and had apparently not understood it. Oh, those Machians! 3. Causality and necessity in nature. The question of causality is particularly important in determining the philosophical line of any newism, and we must therefore dwell on it in some detail. Let us begin with an exposition of the materialist theory of knowledge on this point. L. Feuerbach's views are expounded with particular clarity in his reply to our Heim already referred to. 176-2. Nature and human reason, says Heim, are for him, Feuerbach, completely divorced, and between them a gulf is formed which cannot be spanned from one side or the other. Heim grounds this reproach on 48 of My Essence of Religion, where it is said that nature may be conceived only through nature itself, that its necessity is neither human nor logical, neither metaphysical nor mathematical, that nature alone is the being to which it is impossible to apply any human measure, although we compare and give names to its phenomena, in order to make them comprehensible to us, and in general apply human expressions and conceptions to them, as for example, order, purpose, law, and are obliged to do so because of the character of our language. What does this mean? Does it mean that there is no order in nature, so that, for example, autumn may be succeeded by summer, spring by winter, winter by autumn? That there is no purpose, so that, for example, there is no coordination between the lungs and the air, between light and the eye, between sound and the ear? That there is no law, so that, for example, the earth may move now in an ellipse, now in a circle, that it may revolve around the sun now in a year, now in a quarter of an hour? What nonsense! What then is meant by this passage? Nothing more than to distinguish between that which belongs to nature and that which belongs to man. It does not assert that there is actually nothing in nature corresponding to the words or ideas of order, purpose, law. All that it does is to deny the identity between thought and being. It denies that they exist in nature exactly as they do in the head or mind of man. Order, purpose, law are words used by man to translate the acts of nature into his own language in order that he may understand them. These words are not devoid of meaning or of objective con. 177. Tent, Nixon -dh Gegenstand Slow's word, nevertheless, a distinction must be made between the original and the translation. Order, purpose, law in the human sense express something arbitrary. From the contingency of order, purpose, and law in nature, the ism expressly infers their arbitrary origin. It infers the existence of a being distinct from nature which brings order, purpose, law into a nature that is in itself, insich, chaotic, dissolute, and indifferent to all determination. The reason of the theists. Is reason contradictory to nature, reason absolutely devoid of understanding of the essence of nature? The reason of the theist splits nature into 2 beings, one material, and the other formal or spiritual, Werke, 7. Band, 1903, s. 518-20. Thus Feuerbach recognizes objective law in nature and objective causality, which are reflected only with approximate fidelity by human ideas of order, law, and so forth. With Feuerbach, the recognition of objective law in nature is inseparably connected with the recognition of the objective reality of the external world, of objects, bodies, things, reflected by our mind. Feuerbach's views are consistently materialistic. All other views, or rather, any other philosophical line on the question of causality, the denial of objective law, causality, and necessity in nature, are justly regarded by Feuerbach as belonging to the fideist trend. For it is, indeed, clear that the subjectivist line on the question of causality, the deduction of the order and necessity of nature not from the external objective world, but from consciousness, reason, logic, and so forth, not only cuts human reason off from nature, not only opposes the former to the latter, but makes nature a part of reason, instead of regarding reason as a part of nature. The subjectivist line on the case. 178-2. Tion of causality is philosophical idealism, varieties of which are the theories of causality of Flume and Kant, i.e., fideism, more or less weakened and diluted. The recognition of objective law in nature and the recognition that this law is reflected with approximate fidelity in the mind of man is materialism. As regards Engels, he had, if I am not mistaken, no occasion to contrast his materialist view with other trends on the particular question of causality. He had no need to do so, since he had definitely dissociated himself from all the agnostics on the more fundamental question of the objective reality of the external world in general. But to anyone who has read his philosophical works at all attentively, it must be clear that Engels does not admit even the shadow of a doubt as to the existence of objective law, causality, and necessity in nature. We shall confine ourselves to a few examples. In the first section of Anti-Düring 71, Engels says, in order to understand these details of the general picture of the world phenomena, we must detach them from their natural, natürlich, or historical connection and examine each one separately, its nature, special causes, effects, etc. Pages 5 to 6. That this natural connection, the connection between natural phenomena, exists subjectively, is obvious. Engels particularly emphasizes the dialectical view of cause and effect, and we find, in like manner, that cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there. 179. And then, and vice versa, p8. Hence, the human conception of cause and effect always somewhat simplifies the objective connection of the phenomena of nature, reflecting it only approximately, artificially isolating one or another aspect of a single world process. If we find that the laws of thought correspond with the laws of nature, says Engels, this becomes quite conceivable when we take into account that reason and consciousness are products of the human brain and that man himself is a product of nature. Of course, the products of the human brain, being in the last analysis also products of nature, do not contradict the rest of nature's interconnections, Naturzusammenhang, but are in correspondence with them, p. 22. 7.2. There is no doubt that there exists a natural, objective interconnection between the phenomena of the world. Engels constantly speaks of the laws of nature, of the necessities of nature, Naturnotwendigkeiten, without considering it necessary to explain the generally known propositions of materialism. In Ludwig Feuerbach also we read that the general laws of motion both of the external world and of human thought are two sets of laws which are identical in substance but differ in their expression in so far as the human mind can apply them consciously, while in nature and also up to now for the most part in human history, these laws assert themselves unconsciously in the form of external necessity in the midst of an endless series of seeming accidents, p. 38. And Engels reproaches the old natural philosophy for having replaced the real but as yet unknown interconnections, of the phenomena of nature, by ideal and imaginary ones, p. 42. 7.3. Engels' recognition of objective law, causality, and necessity in nature is absolutely clear, as is his emphasis on the relative character of R. 182. i.e., man's approximate reflections of this law in various concepts. Passing to Joseph Dietzgen, we must first note one of the innumerable distortions committed by our Mach-ians. One of the authors of the Studies in the Philosophy of Marxism, Mr. Helfand, tells us, the basic points of Dietzgen's world outlook may be summarized in the following propositions. 9. The causal dependence which we ascribe to things is in reality not contained in the things themselves, p. 248. This is sheer nonsense. Mr. Helfand, whose own views represent a veritable hash of materialism and agnosticism, has outrageously falsified J. Dietzgen. Of course, we can find plenty of confusion, inexactnesses, and errors in Dietzgen, such as gladden the hearts of the Mach-ians and oblige materialists to regard Dietzgen as a philosopher who is not entirely consistent. But to attribute to the materialist J. Dietzgen a direct denial of the materialist view of causality only a Helfand, only the Russian Mach-ians are capable of that. Objective scientific knowledge, says Dietzgen in his The Nature of the Workings of the Human Mind, German ed. 1903, seeks for causes not by faith or speculation, but by experience and induction, not a priori, but a posteriori. Natural science looks for causes not outside or back of phenomena, but within or by means of them, pages 94 to 95. Causes are the products of the faculty of thought. They are, however, not its pure products, but are produced by it in conjunction with sense material. This sense material gives the causes thus derived their objective existence. Just as we demand that a truth should be the truth of an objective phenomenon, so we demand that a cause should be real, that it should be the cause of some objective effect, pages 98 to 99. The cause of the thing is its connection, p. 100. 181. It is clear from this that Mr. Helfand has made a statement which is directly contrary to fact. The world outlook of materialism expounded by J. Dietzgen recognizes that the causal dependence is contained in the things themselves. It was necessary for the Machian hash that Mr. Helfand should confuse the materialist line with the idealist line on the question of causality. Let us now proceed to the latter line. A clear statement of the starting point of Avenarius' philosophy on this question is to be found in his first work, Philosophie als Denkender Weltgemass dem Prinzip de kleinsten Kraftmasses. In 81 we read, just as we do not experience, erfahren, force as causing motion, so we do not experience the necessity for any motion. All we experience, erfahren, is that the one follows the other. This is the Humean standpoint in its purest form. Sensation, experience tell us nothing of any necessity. A philosopher who asserts, on the principle of the economy of thought, that only sensation exists could not have come to any other conclusion. Since the idea of causality, we read further, demands force and necessity or constraint as integral parts of the effect, so it falls together with the latter. 82. Necessity therefore expresses a particular degree of probability with which the effect is, or may be, expected. 83. Thesis. This is outspoken subjectivism on the question of causality. And if one is at all consistent, one cannot come to any other conclusion unless one recognizes objective reality as the source of our sensations. Let us turn to Mach. In a special chapter, Causality and Explanation, Warmler, 74-2. Auflage, 1900, s. 432-39, we. 182-2. Read, the Humean criticism, of the conception of causality, nevertheless retains its validity. Kant and Hume, Mach does not trouble to deal with other philosophers, solve the problem of causality differently. We prefer Hume's solution. Apart from logical necessity, Mach's italics no other necessity, for instance physical necessity, exists. This is exactly the view which was so vigorously combated by Feuerbach. It never even occurs to Mach to deny his kinship with Hume. Only the Russian Mach-ians could go so far as to assert that Hume's agnosticism could be combined with Marx's and Engels' materialism. In Mach's Mechanik, we read, in nature there is neither cause nor effect, s. 474, 3. Auflage, 1897. I have repeatedly demonstrated that all forms of the law of causality spring from subjective motives, Trieben, and that there is no necessity for nature to correspond with them, p. 495. We must here note that our Russian Machians with amazing naivete replace the question of the materialist or idealist trend of all arguments on the law of causality by the question of one or another formulation of this law. They believed the German empirio-critical professors that merely to say functional correlation was to make a discovery in recent positivism and to release one from the fetishism of expressions like necessity, law, and so forth. This of course is utterly absurd, and Wundt was fully justified in ridiculing such a change of words, in the article, quoted above, in Philosophisk Study N. S. 383-388, which in fact changes nothing. Mach himself speaks of all forms of the law of causality and in his Knowledge and Error, 2. Auflage, S. 278, makes the self-evident reservation that the concept function can express the dependence of elements more precisely only when the possibility is achieved of expressing the results of investigation in measurable quantities, which even in sciences like chemistry has only partly been achieved. Apparently, in the opinion of our Machians, who are so credulous as to professorial discoveries, Feuerbach, not to mention Engels, did not know that the concepts order, law, and so forth, can under certain conditions be expressed as a mathematically defined functional relation. The really important epistemological question that divides the philosophical trends is not the degree of precision attained by our descriptions of causal connections, or whether these descriptions can be expressed in exact mathematical formulas, but whether the source of our knowledge of these connections is objective natural law or properties of our mind, its innate faculty of apprehending certain a priori truths, and so forth. This is what so irrevocably divides the materialists Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels from the agnostics, Humeans, Avenarius and Mach. In certain parts of his works, Mach, whom it would be a sin to accuse of consistency, frequently forgets his agreement with Hume and his own subjectivist theory of causality and argues simply as a natural scientist, i.e., from the instinctive materialist standpoint. For instance, in his Mechanic, we read of the uniformity which nature teaches us to find in its phenomena, French ed., p. 182. But if we do find uniformity in the phenomena of nature, does this mean that uniformity exists objectively outside our mind? No. On the question of the uniformity of nature Mach also delivers himself thus: the power that prompts us to complete in thought facts only partially observed is the power of association. It is greatly strengthened by repetition. It then appears to us to be a power which is independent of our will and of individual facts, a power which directs. 184-2. Thoughts and Mach's italics facts, which keeps both in mutual correspondence as a law governing both. That we consider ourselves capable of making predictions with the help of such a law only, proves that there is sufficient uniformity in our environment, but it does not prove the necessity of the success of our predictions. Warmler, S. 383. It follows that we may and ought to look for a necessity apart from the uniformity of our environment, i.e., of nature. Where to look for it is the secret of idealist philosophy, which is afraid to recognize man's perceptive faculty as a simple reflection of nature. In his last work, Knowledge and Error, Mach even defines a law of nature as a limitation of expectation, 2. Auflage, S. 450 ff. Solipsism claims its own. Let us examine the position of other writers of the same philosophical trend. The Englishman, Karl Pearson, expresses himself with characteristic precision: the grammar of science, 2nd ed. The laws of science are products of the human mind rather than factors of the external world, p. 36. Those, whether poets or materialists, who do homage to nature, as the sovereign of man, too often forget that the order and complexity they admire are at least as much a product of man's perceptive and reasoning faculties as are their own memories and thoughts, p. 185. The comprehensive character of natural law is due to the ingenuity of the human mind, Ibid. Man is the maker of natural law, it is stated in chapter 3, 4. There is more meaning in the statement that man gives laws to nature than in its converse that nature gives laws to man, although, the worthy professor is regretfully obliged to admit, the latter, materialist, view is unfortunately far too common today, p. 87. In the fourth chapter, which is devoted to the case 185. Of causality, Pearson formulates the following thesis: 2. The necessity lies in the world of conceptions and not in the world of perceptions. It should be noted that for Pearson perceptions or sense impressions are the reality existing outside us. In the uniformity with which sequences of perception are repeated, the routine of perceptions, there is also no inherent necessity, but it is a necessary condition for the existence of thinking beings that there should be a routine in the perceptions. The necessity thus lies in the nature of the thinking being and not in the perceptions themselves, thus it is conceivably a product of the perceptive faculty, p. 139. R. Machian, with whom Mach himself frequently expresses complete solidarity, thus arrives safely and soundly at pure Kantian idealism: it is man who dictates laws to nature and not nature that dictates laws to man. The important thing is not the repetition of Kant's doctrine of a priorism, which does not define the idealist line in philosophy as such, but only a particular formulation of this line, but the fact that reason, mind, consciousness are here primary, and nature secondary. It is not reason that is a part of nature, one of its highest products, the reflection of its processes, but nature that is a part of reason, which thereby is stretched from the ordinary, simple human reason known to us all to a stupendous, as Diotzgen puts it, mysterious, divine reason. The Kantian-Machian formula, that man gives laws to nature, is a fideist formula. If our Machians stare wide-eyed on reading Engel's statement that the fundamental characteristic of materialism is the acceptance of nature and not spirit as primary, it only shows how incapable they are of distinguishing the really imper. 186-2. Tant philosophical trends from the mock erudition and sage jargon of the professors. J. Petzold, who in his two-volume work analyzed and developed Avenarius, may serve as an excellent example of reactionary Machian scholasticism. Even to this day, says he, 150 years after Hume, substantiality and causality paralyze the daring of the thinker. Introduction to the Philosophy of Pure Experience, B.D. I. S. 31. It goes without saying that those who are most daring are the solipsists who discovered sensation without organic matter, thought without brain, nature without objective law. And the last formulation of causality, which we have not yet mentioned, necessity, or necessity in nature, contains something vague and mystical, the idea of fetishism, anthropomorphism, etc. Pages 32, 34. Oh, the poor mystics, Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels. They have been talking all the time of necessity in nature, and have even been calling those who hold the Humean position theoretical reactionaries. Petzold rises above all anthropomorphism. He has discovered the great law of unique determination, which eliminates every obscurity, every trace of fetishism, etc., etc., etc. For example, the parallelogram of forces, p. 35. This cannot be proven, it must be accepted as a fact of experience. It cannot be conceded that a body under like impulses will move in different ways. We cannot concede nature such indefiniteness and arbitrariness, we must demand from it definiteness and law, p. 35. Well, well. We demand of nature obedience to law. The bourgeoisie demands reaction of its professors. Our thought demands definiteness from nature, and nature always conforms to this demand. We shall even see that in a certain sense it is compelled to conform to it, p. 36. Why, having 187. Why does nature not choose any of the countless other directions? p. 37. Because that would be multiple determination, and the great empirio-critical discovery of Joseph Petzold demands unique determination. The empirio-criticists fill scores of pages with such unutterable trash. We have remarked more than once that our thesis does not derive its force from a sum of separate experiences, but that, on the contrary, we demand that nature should recognize its validity, Saint Geltung. Indeed, even before it becomes a law, it has already become for us a principle with which we approach reality, a postulate. It is valid, so to speak, a priori, independently of all separate experiences. It would, indeed, be unbefitting for a philosophy of pure experience to preach a priori truths and thus relapse into the most sterile metaphysics. Its a priorism can only be a logical one, never a psychological, or metaphysical one, p40. Of course, if we call a priorism logical, then the reactionary nature of the idea disappears and it becomes elevated to the level of recent positivism. There can be no unique determination of psychical phenomena. Petzold further teaches us, the role of imagination, the significance of great inventions, etc., here create except. Received an impulse in the direction of the line of B, does a body move towards C and not towards D or F, etc. 188 2. Lyons, while the law of nature, or the law of spirit, tolerates no exceptions, p. 65. We have before us a pure metaphysician, who has not the slightest inkling of the relativity of the difference between the contingent and the necessary. I may, perhaps, be reminded, continues Petzold, of the motivation of historical events or of the development of character in poetry. If we examine the matter carefully, we shall find that there is no such unique determination. There is not a single historical event or a single drama in which we could not imagine the participants acting differently under similar psychical conditions. p. 73. Unique determination is not only absent in the realm of the psychical, but we are also entitled to demand its absence from reality. Petzold's italics. Our doctrine is thus elevated to the rank of a postulate, i.e., to the rank of a fact, which we regard as a necessary condition of a much earlier experience, as its logical a priori. Petzold's italics, p. 76. And Petzold continues to operate with this logical a priori in both volumes of his introduction, and in the booklet issued in 1906, The World Problem from the Positivist Standpoint. Here is a second instance of a noted Empirio criticist who has imperceptibly slipped into Kantianism and who serves up the most reactionary doctrines with a somewhat different sauce. And this is not fortuitous, for at the very foundations of Mach's and Avenarius' teachings on causality there lies an idealist falsehood, which no high-flown talk of positivism can cover up. The distinction between the Humean and the Kantian theories of causality is only a secondary difference of opinion between agnostics who are basically at one, viz., in their denial of objective law in nature, and who thus inevitably condemn themselves to idealist conclusions of one kind or another. A rather more scrupulous empirio-criticist than J. Petzold, Rudolf Willi, who is ashamed of his kinship with the immanentists, rejects, for example, Petzold's whole theory of unique determination as leading to nothing but logical formalism. But does Willi improve his position by disavowing Petzold? Not in the least, for he disavows Kantian agnosticism solely for the sake of Humean agnosticism. We have known from the time of Hume, he writes, that necessity is a purely logical, not a transcendental, characteristic, Merkmal, or, as I would rather say and have already said, a purely verbal, sprachlich, characteristic. R. Willi, Gegen die Schulweisheit, München, 1905, S. 91, CFS 173, 175. The agnostic calls our materialist view of necessity transcendental, for from the standpoint of Kantian and Humean school wisdom, which Willi does not reject but only furbishes up, any recognition of objective reality given us in experience is an illicit transcendence. Among the French writers of the philosophical trend we are analyzing, we find Henri Poincaré constantly straying into the same path of agnosticism. Henri Poincaré is an eminent physicist but a poor philosopher, whose errors Yushkevich, of course, declared to be the last word of recent positivism, so recent, indeed, that it even required a new ism, viz., empirio-symbolism. For Poincaré, with whose views as a whole we shall deal in the chapter on the new physics. The laws of nature are symbols, conventions, which man creates for the sake of convenience. The only true objective reality is the internal harmony of the world. By 192. Objective, poikare means that which is generally regarded as valid, that which is accepted by the majority of men, or by all, that is to say, in a purely subjectivist manner he destroys objective truth, as do all the Machians. And as regards harmony, he categorically declares in answer to the question whether it exists outside of us undoubtedly, no. It is perfectly obvious that the new terms do not in the least change the ancient philosophical position of agnosticism, for the essence of Poincaré's original theory amounts to a denial, although he is far from consistent, of objective reality and of objective law in nature. It is, therefore, perfectly natural that in contradistinction to the Russian Machians, who accept new formulations of old errors as the latest discoveries, the German Kantians greeted such views as a conversion to their own views, i.e., to agnosticism, on a fundamental question of philosophy. The French mathematician Henri Poincaré, we read in the work of the Kantian, Philippe Franck, holds the point of view that many of the most general laws of theoretical natural science, e.g., the law of inertia, the law of the conservation of energy, etc., of which it is so often difficult to say whether they are of empirical or of a priori origin, are, in fact, neither one nor the other, but are purely conventional propositions depending upon human discretion. Thus exults the Kantian. The latest nature philosophy unexpectedly renews the fundamental idea of critical idealism, namely, that experience merely fills in a framework which man brings with him from nature. We quote this example in order to give the reader a clear idea of the degree of naivete of our Yushkeviks, who take a theory of symbolism for something genuinely new, whereas philosophers in the least versed in their subject say plainly and explicitly, he has become converted to the standpoint of critical idealism. For the essence of this point of view does not necessarily lie in the repetition of Kant's formulations, but in the recognition of the fundamental idea common to both Hume and Kant, viz., the denial of objective law in nature and the deduction of particular conditions of experience, particular principles, postulates, and propositions from the subject, from human consciousness, and not from nature. Engels was right when he said that it is not important to which of the numerous schools of materialism or idealism a particular philosopher belongs, but rather whether he takes nature, the external world, matter in motion, or spirit, reason, consciousness, etc., as primary. Another characterization of Machism on this question, in contrast to the other philosophical lines, is given by the expert Kantian, E. Lucca. On the question of causality, Mach entirely agrees with Hume. P. Volkmann derives the necessity of thought from the necessity of the processes of nature, a standpoint that, in contradistinction to Mach and in agreement with Kant, recognizes the fact of necessity, but contrary to Kant, it seeks the source of necessity not in thought, but in the processes of nature, p. 424. Volkmann is a physicist who writes fairly extensively on epistemological questions, and who tends, as do the vast majority of scientists, to materialism, albeit an inconsistent, timid, and incoherent materialism. The recognition of necessity in nature and the derivation from it of necessity in thought is materialism. The derivation of necessity, causality, law, etc., from thought is idealism. The only inaccuracy in the passage quoted is that a total denial of all necessity is attributed to Mach. We have already seen that this is not true either of Mach or of the empirio-critical trend generally, which, having definitely departed from materialism, is inevitably sliding into idealism. It remains for us to say a few words about the Russian Machians in particular. They would like to be Marxists. They have all read Engels' decisive demarcation of materialism from the Humean trend. They could not have failed to learn both from Mach himself and from everybody in the least acquainted with his philosophy that Mach and Avenarius follow the line of Hume. Yet they are all careful not to say a single word about Humism and materialism on the question of causality. Their confusion is utter. Let us give a few examples. Mr. P. Yushkevich preaches the new Empirio symbolism. The sensations of blue, hard, etc. These supposed data of pure experience and the creations supposedly of pure reason, such as a chimera or a chess game, all these are Empirio symbols, studies, 76 etc., p. 179. Knowledge is Empirio symbolic, and as it develops leads to Empirio symbols of a greater degree of symbolization. The so-called laws of nature are these Empirio symbols. Ibid. The so-called true reality, being in itself, is that infinite a terribly learned fellow, this Mr. Yushkevich. 77 Ultimate system of symbols to which all our knowledge is striving, p. 188. The stream of experience, which lies at the foundation of our knowledge, is irrational. 193. Illogical, pages 187, 194. Energy is just as little a thing, a substance, as time, space, mass, and the other fundamental concepts of science. Energy is a constancy, an Empirio symbol, like other Empirio symbols that for a time satisfy the fundamental human need of introducing reason, logos, into the irrational stream of experience, p. 209. Clad like a harlequin in a garish motley of shreds of the latest terminology, there stands before us a subjective idealist, for whom the external world, nature, and its laws are all symbols of our knowledge. The stream of experience is devoid of reason, order, and law. Our knowledge brings reason into it. The celestial bodies are symbols of human knowledge, and so is the earth. If science teaches us that the earth existed long before it was possible for man and organic matter to have appeared, we, you see, have changed all that. The order of the motion of the planets is brought about by us, it is a product of our knowledge. And sensing that human reason is being inflated by such a philosophy into the author and founder of nature, Mr. Yushkevich puts alongside of reason the word logos, that is, reason in the abstract, not reason, but reason, not a function of the human brain, but something existing prior to any brain, something divine. The last word of recent positivism is that old formula of fideism which Feuerbach had already exposed. Let us take A. Bogdanov. In 1899, when he was still a semi-materialist and had only just begun to go astray under the influence of a very great chemist and very muddled philosopher, Wilhelm Ostwald, he wrote, "The general causal connection of phenomena is the last and best child of human knowledge, it is the universal law, the highest of those laws which, to express it in the words of a philosopher." 194-2. Human reason dictates to nature, fundamental elements, etc., p. 41. Allah alone knows from what source Bogdanov took this reference. But the fact is that the words of a philosopher trustingly repeated by the Marxist are the words of Kant. An unpleasant event. And all the more unpleasant in that it cannot even be explained by the mere influence of Ostwald. In 1904, having already managed to discard both natural historical materialism and Ostwald, Bogdanov wrote, "Modern positivism regards the law of causality only as a means of cognitively connecting phenomena into a continuous series, only as a form of coordinating experience, from the Psychology of Society, p. 207. Bogdanov either did not know, or would not admit, that this modern positivism is agnosticism and that it denies the objective necessity of nature, which existed prior to, and outside of, knowledge and man. He accepted on faith what the German professors called modern positivism. Finally, in 1905, having passed through all the previous stages and the stage of empirio-criticism, and being already in the stage of empiric monism, Bogdanov wrote, "Laws do not belong to the sphere of experience. They are not given in it, but are created by thought as a means of organizing experience, of harmoniously coordinating it into a symmetrical whole, empirio-monism, p. 40. Laws are abstractions of knowledge, and physical laws possess physical properties just as little as psychological laws possess psychical properties, ibid. And so, the law that winter succeeds autumn and the spring winter is not given us in experience but is created by thought as a means of organizing, harmonizing, coordinating. What with what, Comrade Bogdanov? Empirio monism is possible only because knowledge actively harmonizes experience, eliminating its infinite contradictions, creating for it universal organizing forms, replacing the primeval chaotic world of elements by a derivative, ordered world of relations, p. 57. That is not true. The idea that knowledge can create universal forms, replace the primeval chaos by order, etc., is the idea of idealist philosophy. The world is matter moving in conformity to law, and our knowledge, being the highest product of nature, is in a position only to reflect this conformity to law. In brief, our mock-eons, blindly believing the recent reactionary professors, repeat the mistakes of Kantian and Humean agnosticism on the question of causality and fail to notice either that these doctrines are in absolute contradiction to Marxism, i.e., materialism, or that they themselves are rolling down an inclined plane towards idealism. For the principle of economy of thought and the problem of the unity of the world. The principle of the least expenditure of energy, which Mach, Avenarius and many others made the basis of the theory of knowledge, is unquestionably a Marxist tendency in epistemology. So Bazarov asserts in the Studies, etc., page 69. There is economy in Marx, there is economy in Mach. But is it indeed unquestionable that there is even a shadow of resemblance between the two? 196-2. Avenarius' work, Philosophie als Denkender Weltgemass dem Prinzip de kleinsten Kraftmasses, 1876, as we have seen, applies this principle in such a way that in the name of economy of thought sensation alone is declared to exist. Both causality and substance, a word which the professorial gentlemen, for the sake of importance, prefer to the clearer and more exact word, matter, are declared eliminated on the same plea of economy. Thus we get sensation without matter and thought without brain. This utter nonsense is an attempt to smuggle in subjective idealism under a new guise. That such precisely is the character of this basic work on the celebrated economy of thought is, as we have seen, generally acknowledged in philosophical literature. That our Mach-eons did not notice the subjective idealism under the new flag is a fact belonging to the realm of curiosities. In the analysis of sensations, Rustrans, p. 49, Mach refers incidentally to his work of 1872 on this question. And this work, as we have seen, propounds the standpoint of pure subjectivism and reduces the world to sensations. Thus, both the fundamental works which introduce this famous principle into philosophy expound idealism. What is the reason for this? The reason is that if the principle of economy of thought is really made the basis of the theory of knowledge, it can lead to nothing but subjective idealism. That it is more economical to think that only I and my sensations exist is unquestionable, provided we want to introduce such an absurd conception into epistemology. Is it more economical to think of the atom as indivisible, or as composed of positive and negative electrons? Is it more economical to think of the Russian bourgeois revolution as being conducted by the liberals or as being conducted against the liberals? One has only to put the case in order to see the absurdity, the subjectivism of applying the category of the economy of thought here. Human thought is economical only when it correctly reflects objective truth, and the criterion of this correctness is practice, experiment, and industry. Only by denying objective reality, that is, by denying the foundations of Marxism, can one seriously speak of economy of thought in the theory of knowledge. If we turn to Mach's later works, we shall find in them an interpretation of the celebrated principle which frequently amounts to its complete denial. For instance, in the Warmüller Mach returns to his favorite idea of the economical nature of science, 2nd German ed., p. 366. But there he adds that we engage in an activity not for the sake of the activity, p. 366, repeated on p. 391. The purpose of scientific activity is to present the fullest, most tranquil Picture possible of the world, p. 366. If this is the case, the principle of economy is banished not only from the basis of epistemology, but virtually from epistemology generally. When one says that the purpose of science is to present a true picture of the world, tranquility is entirely beside the point here, one is repeating the materialist point of view. When one says this, one is admitting the objective reality of the world in relation to our knowledge, of the model in relation to the picture. To talk of economy of thought in such a connection is merely to use a clumsy and ridiculously pretentious word in place of the word correctness. Mach is muddled here, as usual, and the Machians behold the muddle and worship it. In Knowledge and Error, in the chapter entitled Illustrations of Methods of Investigation, we read the following. 198 LL. The complete and simplest description, Kirchhoff, 1874, the economical presentation of the factual, Mach, 1872, the concordance of thinking and being and the mutual concordance of the processes of thought, Grassmann, 1844, all these, with slight variations, express one and the same thought. Is this not a model of confusion? Economy of thought, from which Mach in 1872 inferred that sensations alone exist, a point of view which he himself subsequently was obliged to acknowledge an idealist one, is declared to be equivalent to the purely materialist dictum of the mathematician Grassmann regarding the necessity of coordinating thinking and being, equivalent to the simplest description, of an objective reality, the existence of which it never occurred to Kirchhoff to doubt. Such an application of the principle of economy of thought is but an example of Mach's curious philosophical waverings. And if such curiosities and lapses are eliminated, the idealist character of the principle of the economy of thought becomes unquestionable. For example, the Kantian Königswald, contractoverting the philosophy of Mach, greets his principle of economy as an approach to the Kantian circle of ideas. Dr. Richard Königswald, Zur Kritik der Machschen Philosophie, a critique of Mach's philosophy, Berlin, 1903, s. 27. And, in truth, if we do not recognize the objective reality given us in our sensations, whence are we to derive the principle of economy if not from the subject? Sensations, of course, do not contain any economy. Hence, thought gives us something which is not contained in sensations. Hence, the principle of economy is not taken from experience, i.e., sensations, but precedes all experience and, like a Kantian category, constitutes a logical condition of experience. Königswald quotes the 199. Following passage from the analysis of sensations, we can from our bodily and spiritual stability infer the stability, the uniqueness of determination and the uniformity of the processes of nature, Rustrans, p. 281. And, indeed, the subjective idealist character of such propositions and the kinship of Mach to Petzold, who has gone to the length of a priorism, are beyond all shadow of doubt. In connection with the principle of the economy of thought, the idealist Wundt very aptly characterized Mach as Kant turned inside out, Systematische Philosophie, Leipzig, 1907, s. 128. Kant has a priori and experience, Mach has experience and a priori, for Mach's principle of the economy of thought is essentially a priorism, p. 130. The connection, Vernupfung, is either in things, as an objective law of nature and this Mach emphatically rejects, or else it is a subjective principle of description, p. 130. The principle of economy with Mach is subjective and kommt wie aus der Pistole geschossen appears nobody knows whence as a teleological principle which may have a diversity of meanings, p. 131. As you see, experts in philosophical terminology are not as naive as are Machians, who are blindly prepared to believe that a new term can eliminate the contrast between subjectivism and objectivism, between idealism and materialism. Finally, let us turn to the English philosopher James Ward, who without circumlocution calls himself a spiritualist monist. He does not contract overt Mach, but, as we shall see later, utilizes the entire Machian trend in physics in his fight against materialism. And he definitely declares that with Mach the criterion of simplicity is in the main subjective, not objective, naturalism and agnosticism, Volume I, 3rd ed., p. 82. 202. That the principle of the economy of thought as the basis of epistemology pleased the German Kantians and English spiritualists will not seem strange after all that has been said above. That people who are desirous of being Marxists should link the political economy of the materialist Marx with the epistemological economy of Mach is simply ludicrous. It would be appropriate here to say a few words about the unity of the world. On this question Mr. P. Yushkevich strikingly exemplifies for the 1000th time perhaps the abysmal confusion created by our Machians. Engels, in his Anti-Dühring, replies to Dühring, who had deduced the unity of the world from the unity of thought, as follows: the real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggling phrases, but by a long and protracted development of philosophy and natural science, p. 31. 7-8. Mr. Yushkevich cites this passage and retorts, first of all it is not clear what is meant here by the assertion that the unity of the world consists in its materiality, OPCIT, p. 52. Charming, is it not? This individual undertakes publicly to prate about the philosophy of Marxism, and then declares that the most elementary propositions of materialism are not clear to him. Engels showed, using Dühring as an example, that any philosophy that claims to be consistent can deduce the unity of the world either from thought, in which case it is helpless against spiritualism and fideism, anti-Dühring, p. 30, and its arguments inevitably become mere phrase juggling, or from the objective reality which exists outside us, which in the theory of knowledge has long gone under the name of matter, and which is studied by natural science. It is useless to speak seriously to an individual to whom such a thing is not clear, for he says it is not clear in order fraudulently to evade giving a genuine answer to Engels' clear materialist proposition. And, doing so, he talks pure Dühringian nonsense about the cardinal postulate of the fundamental homogeneity and connection of being, Yushkevich, OPCIT, p. 51, about postulates being propositions of which it would not be exact to say that they have been deduced from experience, since scientific experience is possible only because they are made the basis of investigation, ibid. This is nothing but twaddle, for if this individual had the slightest respect for the printed word he would detect the idealist character in general, and the Kantian character in particular of the idea that there can be postulates which are not taken from experience and without which experience is impossible. A jumble of words culled from diverse books and coupled with the obvious errors of the materialist Diocesan, such is the philosophy of Mr. Yushkevich and his like. Let us rather examine the argument for the unity of the world expounded by a serious Empirio criticist, Joseph Petzold. Section 29, Volume 2, of his introduction is termed "The Tendency to a Uniform, Einheitlich, Conception of the Realm of Knowledge, the Postulate of the Unique Determination of All That Happens." And here are a few samples of his line of reasoning. Only in unity can one find that natural end beyond which no thought can go, and in which, consequently, thought, if it takes into consideration all the facts of the given sphere, can reach quiescence, p. 79. It is beyond doubt that nature does not always respond to the demand for unity, but it is equally beyond doubt that in many cases it already satisfies the demand for quiescence, and it must be held, in accordance with all our previous investigations, that nature in all probability 202.2 will satisfy this demand in the future in all cases. Hence, it would be more correct to describe the actual soul behavior as a striving for states of stability rather than as a striving for unity. The principle of the states of stability goes farther and deeper. Haeckel's proposal to put the kingdom of the protista alongside the plant and animal kingdom is an untenable solution, for it creates two new difficulties in place of the former one difficulty. While formerly the boundary between the plants and animals was doubtful, now it becomes impossible to demarcate the protista from both plants and animals. Obviously, such a state is not final, endgültig. Such ambiguity of concepts must in one way or another be eliminated, if only, should there be no other means, by an agreement between the specialists, or by a majority vote, pages 80 to 81. Enough, I think. It is evident that the Empirio criticist Petzold is not one whit better than Düring. But we must be fair even to an adversary. Petzold at least has sufficient scientific integrity to reject materialism as a philosophical trend unflinchingly and decisively in all his works. At least, he does not humiliate himself to the extent of posing as a materialist and declaring that the most elementary distinction between the fundamental philosophical trends is not clear. 5. Space and time. Recognizing the existence of objective reality, i.e., matter in motion, independently of our mind, materialism must also inevitably recognize the objective reality of time and space, in contrast above all to Kantianism, which in this question sides with idealism and regards time and space not as objective realities but as forms of human understanding. The basic difference between the two fundamental philosophical lines on this question is also quite clearly recognized by writers of the most diverse trends who are in any way consistent thinkers. Let us begin with the materialists. Space and time, says Feuerbach, are not mere forms of phenomena but essential conditions, Wesensbedingungen of being, Werke, 2, s. 332. Regarding the sensible world we know through sensations as objective reality, Feuerbach naturally also rejects the phenomenalist, as Mach would call his own conception, or the agnostic, as Engels calls it, conception of space and time. Just as things or bodies are not mere phenomena, not complexes of sensations, but objective realities acting on our senses, so space and time are not mere forms of phenomena, but objectively real forms of being. There is nothing in the world but matter in motion, and matter in motion cannot move otherwise than in space and time. Human conceptions of space and time are relative, but these relative conceptions go to compound absolute truth. These relative conceptions, in their development, move towards absolute truth and approach nearer and nearer to it. The mutability of human conceptions of space and time no more refutes the objective reality of space and time than the mutability of scientific knowledge of the structure and forms of matter in motion refutes the objective reality of the external world. Engels, exposing the inconsistent and muddled materialist Düring, catches him on the very point where he speaks of the change in the idea of time, a question beyond controversy for contemporary philosophers of any importance even of the most diverse philosophical trends, but evades a direct answer to the question, are space and time real or ideal, and are our relative conceptions of space and time approximations to objectively real forms of being, or are they only products of the developing, organizing, harmonizing, etc., human mind? This and this alone is the basic epistemological problem on which the truly fundamental philosophical trends are divided. Engels, in Anti-Düring, says, we are here not in the least concerned with what ideas change in Herr Düring's head. The subject at issue is not the idea of time, but real time, which Herr Düring cannot rid himself of so cheaply, i.e., by the use of such phrases as the mutability of our conceptions, Anti-Düring, 5th Germ ed., s. 41. 79. This would seem so clear that even the Yushkeviks should be able to grasp the essence of the matter. Engels sets up against Düring the proposition of the reality, i.e., objective reality, of time which is generally accepted by and obvious to every materialist, and says that one cannot escape a direct affirmation or denial of this proposition merely by talking of the change in the ideas of time and space. The point is not that Engels denies the necessity and scientific value of investigations into the change and development of our ideas of time and space, but that we should give a consistent answer to the epistemological question, viz., the question of the source and significance of human knowledge in general. Any moderately intelligent philosophical idealist, and Engels when he speaks of idealists has in mind the great consistent idealists of classical philosophy, will readily admit the development of our ideas of time and space. He would not cease to be an idealist for thinking, for example, that our developing ideas of time and space are approaching towards the absolute idea of time and space, and so forth. It is impossible to hold consistently to a standpoint in philosophy which is inimical to all forms of fideism and idealism if we do not definitely and resolutely recognize that our developing notions of time and space reflect an objectively real time and space, that here, too, as in general, they are approaching objective truth. The basic forms of all being, Engels admonishes during, are space and time, and existence out of time is just as gross an absurdity as existence out of space, opcit. Why was it necessary for Engels, in the first half of the quotation, to repeat Feuerbach almost literally and, in the second, to recall the struggle which Feuerbach fought so successfully against the gross absurdities of the ism? Because Dühring, as one sees from this same chapter of Engels, could not get the ends of his philosophy to meet without resorting now to the final cause of the world, now to the initial impulse, which is another expression for the concept God, Engels says. Dühring no doubt wanted to be a materialist and atheist no less sincerely than our Machians want to be Marxists, but he was unable consistently to develop the philosophical point of view that would really cut the ground from under the idealist and theist absurdity. Since he did not recognize, or, at least, did not recognize clearly and distinctly, for he wavered and was muddled on this question, the objective reality of time and space, it was not accidental but inevitable that Dühring should slide down an inclined plane to final causes and initial impulses, for he had deprived himself of the objective criterion which prevents one going beyond the bounds of time and space. If time and space are only concepts, man, who created them, is justified in going beyond their bounds, and bourgeois professors are justified in receiving salaries from reactionary governments for defending the right to go beyond these bounds, for directly or indirectly defending medieval absurdity. Engels pointed out to Dühring that denial of the objective reality of time and space is theoretically philosophical confusion, while practically it is capitulation to, or impotence in face of, fideism. Behold now the teachings of recent positivism on this subject. We read in Mach, space and time are well-ordered, wohlgeordnet, systems of series of sensations, Mechanik, 3. Auflage, S498. This is palpable idealist nonsense, such as inevitably follows from the doctrine that bodies are complexes of sensations. According to Mach, it is not man with his sensations that exists in space and time, but space and time that exist in man, that depend upon man and are generated by man. He feels that he is falling into idealism, and resists by making a host of reservations and, like Dühring, burying the question under lengthy disquisitions, see especially Knowledge and Error, on the mutability of our conceptions of space and time, their relativity, and so forth. But this does not save him, and cannot save him, for one can really overcome the idealist position on this question only by recognizing the objective reality of space and time. And this Mach will not do at any price. He constructs his epistemological theory of time and space on the principle of relativism, and that is all. In the very nature of things such a construction can lead to nothing but subjective idealism, as we have already made clear when speaking of absolute and relative truth. Resisting the idealist conclusions which inevitably follow from his premises, Mach argues against Kant and insists that our notion of space is derived from experience, knowledge, and error, second germ. Ed. Pages 350, 385. But if objective reality is not given us in experience, as Mach teaches, such an objection to Kant does not in the least destroy the general position of agnosticism in the case either of Kant or of Mach. If our notion of space is taken from experience without being a reflection of objective reality outside us, Mach's theory remains idealistic. The existence of nature in time, measured in millions of years, prior to the appearance of man and human experience, shows how absurd this idealist theory is. In the physiological respect, writes Mach, time and space are systems of sensations of orientation which together with sense perceptions determine the discharge, Auslösung, of biologically purposive reactions of adaptation. In the physical respect, time and space are interdependencies of physical elements, Ibid, p. 434. The relativist Mach confines himself to an examination of the concept of time in its various aspects. And like Turing, he gets nowhere. If elements are sensations, then the dependence of physical elements upon each other cannot exist outside of man, and could not have existed prior to man and prior to organic matter. If the sensations of time and space can give man a biologically purposive orientation, this can only be so on the condition that these sensations reflect an objective reality outside man. Man could never have adapted himself biologically to the environment if his sensations had not given him an objectively correct presentation of that environment. The theory of space and time is inseparably connected with the answer to the fundamental question of epistemology: are our sensations images of bodies and things, or are bodies complexes of our sensations? Mach merely blunders about between the two answers. In modern physics, he says, Newton's idea of absolute time and space prevails, pages 442 to 44, of time and space as such. This idea seems to us senseless. Mach continues, apparently not suspecting the existence of materialists and of a materialist theory of knowledge. But in practice, he claims, this view was harmless, unschädlich, p. 442, and therefore for a long time escaped criticism. This naive remark regarding the harmlessness of the materialist view betrays Mach completely. Firstly, it is not true that for a long time the idealists did not criticize this view. Mach simply ignores the struggle between the idealist and materialist theories of knowledge on this question. He evades giving a plain and direct statement of these two views. Secondly, by recognizing the harmlessness of the materialist views he contests, Mach thereby in fact admits their correctness. For if they were incorrect, how could they have remained harmless throughout the course of centuries? What has become of the criterion of practice with which Mach attempted to flirt? The materialist view of the objective reality of time and space can be harmless only because natural science does not transcend the bounds of time and space, the bounds of the material world, leaving this occupation to the professors of reactionary philosophy. Such harmlessness is equivalent to correctness. It is Mach's idealist view of space and time that is harmful, for, in the first place, it opens the door wide for fideism and, in the second place, seduces Mach himself into drawing reactionary conclusions. For instance, in 1872 Mach wrote that one does not have to conceive of the chemical elements in a space of 3 dimensions, Erhaltung der Arbeit, S29, repeated on S55. To do so would be to impose an unnecessary restriction upon ourselves. There is no more necessity to think of what is mere thought, das bloß Gedacht, spatially, that is to say, in relation to the visible and tangible, than there is to think of it in a definite pitch, p. 27. The reason why a satisfactory theory of electricity has not yet been established is perhaps because we have insisted on explaining electrical phenomena in terms of molecular processes in a 3-dimensional space, p. 30. From the standpoint of the straightforward and unmuddled Machism which Mach openly advocated in 1872, it is indisputable that if molecules, atoms, in a word, chemical elements, cannot be perceived, they are mere thought, das bloß Gedacht. If so, and if space and time have no objective reality, it is obvious that it is not essential to think of atoms spatially. Let physics and chemistry restrict themselves to a 3-dimensional space in which matter moves. For the explanation of electricity, however, we may seek its elements in a space which is not 3-dimensional. That our Machians should circumspectly avoid all reference to this absurdity of Mach's, although he repeats it in 1906, Knowledge and Error, 2. Auflage, S. 418, is understandable, for otherwise they would have to raise the question of the idealist and materialist views of space point blank, without evasions and without attempting to reconcile these antagonistic positions. It is likewise understandable that in the 70s, when Mach was still entirely unknown and when orthodox physicists even refused to publish his articles, one of the chiefs of the immanentist school, Anton von Leclerc, should eagerly have seized upon precisely this argument of Mach's as a noteworthy renunciation of materialism and recognition of idealism. For at that time Leclerc had not yet invented, or had not yet borrowed from Schub and Schubert Sottern, or J. Ramke, the new sobriquet, immanentist school, but plainly called himself a critical idealist. This unequivocal advocate of fideism, who openly preached it in his philosophical works, immediately proclaimed Mach a great philosopher because of these statements, a revolutionary in the best sense of the word, p. 252, and he was absolutely right. Mach's argument amounts to deserting science for fideism. Science was seeking, both in 1872 and in 1906, is now seeking, and is discovering, at least it is groping its way towards the atom of electricity, the electron, in three-dimensional space. Science does not doubt that the substance it is investigating exists in three-dimensional space and, hence, that the particles of that substance, although they be so small that we cannot see them, must also necessarily exist in this three-dimensional space. Since 1872, during the course of 3 decades of stupendous and dazzling scientific successes in the problem of the structure of matter, the materialist view of space and time has remained harmless, i.e., compatible, as heretofore, with science, while the contrary view of Mach and co. was a harmful capitulation to the position of fideism. In his Mechanik, Mach defends the mathematicians who are investigating the problem of conceivable spaces with n dimensions. He defends them against the charge of drawing preposterous conclusions from their investigations. The defense is absolutely and undoubtedly just, but see the epistemological position Mach takes up in this defense. Recent mathematics, Mach says, has raised the very important and useful question of a space of n dimensions as a conceivable space. Nevertheless, three-dimensional space remains the only real case. Ein wirklicher Fall, 3rd German ed., pages 483-85. In vain, therefore, have many theologians, who experience difficulty in deciding where to place hell, as well as the spiritualists, sought to derive advantage from the fourth dimension, Ibid. Very good. Mach refuses to join company with the theologians and the spiritualists. But how does he dissociate himself from them in his theory of knowledge? By stating that three-dimensional space alone is real. But what sort of defense is it against the theologians and their like when you deny objective reality to space and time? Why, it comes to this, that when you have to dissociate yourself from the spiritualists you resort to tacit borrowings from the materialists. For the materialists, by recognizing the real world, the matter we perceive, as an objective reality, have the right to conclude therefrom that no human concept, whatever its purpose, is valid if it goes beyond the bounds of time and space. But you Machian gentlemen deny the objective validity of reality when you combat materialism, yet secretly introduce it again when you have to combat an idealism that is consistent, fearless, and frank throughout. If in the relative conception of time and space there is nothing but relativity, if there is no objective reality, i.e., reality independent of man and mankind, reflected by these relative concepts, why should mankind, why should the majority of mankind, not be entitled to conceive of beings outside time and space? If Mach is entitled to seek atoms of electricity, or atoms in general, outside three-dimensional space, why should the majority of mankind not be entitled to seek the atoms, or the foundations of morals, outside three-dimensional space? There has never been an accoucheur who has helped a delivery by means of the fourth dimension, Mach goes on to say. An excellent argument, but only for those who regard the criterion of practice as a confirmation of the objective truth and objective reality of our perceptual world. If our sensations give us an objectively true image of the external world, existing independently of us, the argument based on the accoucheur, on human practice generally, is valid. But if so, Machism as a philosophical trend is not valid. I hope, however, Mach continues, referring to his work of 1872, that nobody will defend ghost stories, die Kosten einer Spukgeschichte bestreiten, with the help of what I have said and written on this subject. One cannot hope that Napoleon did not die on May 5, 1821. One cannot hope that Marxism will not be used in the service of ghost stories when it has already served and continues to serve the immanentists. And not only the immanentists, as we shall see later. Philosophical idealism is nothing but a disguised and embellished ghost story. Look at the French and English representatives of Empirio criticism, who are less flowery than the German representatives of this philosophical trend. Poincaré says that the concepts space and time are relative and that it follows, for non-materialists it follows indeed, that nature does not impose them upon us, but we impose them upon nature, for we find them convenient, opcit, p6. Does this not justify the exaltation of the German Kantians? Does this not confirm Engels' statement that consistent philosophical doctrines must take either nature or human thought as primary? The views of the English Marxist Karl Pearson are quite definite. He says, of time as of space we cannot assert a real existence, it is not in things but in our mode of perceiving them, opcit, p. 184. This is idealism, pure and simple. Like space, time appears to us as one of the plans on which that great sorting machine, the human perceptive faculty, arranges its material, ibid. Pearson's final conclusion, expounded as usual in clear and precise theses, is as follows: space and time are not realities of the phenomenal world, but the modes under which we perceive things apart. They are not infinitely large nor infinitely divisible, but are essentially limited by the contents of our perception, p. 191, summary of Chapter V on space and time. This conscientious and scrupulous foe of materialism, with whom, we repeat, Mach frequently expresses his complete agreement and who in his turn explicitly expresses his agreement with Mach, invents no special signboard for his philosophy, and without the least ambiguity names Hume and Kant as the classics from whom he derives his philosophical trend. p. 192. And while in Russia there are naive people who believe that Marxism has provided a new solution of the problem of space and time, in English writings we find that scientists, on the one hand, and idealist philosophers, on the other, at once took up a definite position in regard to Karl Pearson the Machian. Here, for example, is the opinion of Lloyd Morgan, the biologist: physics as such accepts the phenomenal world as external to, and for its purposes independent of, the mind of the investigator. He, Professor Pearson, is forced to a position which is largely idealistic. Physics, as a science, is wise, I take it, in dealing with space and time in frankly objective terms, and I think the biologist may still discuss the distribution of organisms in space and the geologist their distribution in time, without pausing to remind their readers that after all they are only dealing with sense impressions and stored sense impressions and certain forms of perception. All this may be true enough, but it is out of place either in physics or biology, p. 304. Lloyd Morgan is a representative of the kind of agnosticism that Engels calls shamefaced materialism, and however conciliatory the tendencies of such a philosophy are, nevertheless it proved impossible to reconcile Pearson's views with science. With Pearson the mind is first in space, and then space in it, says another critic. There can be no doubt, remarked a defender of Pearson, R.J. Ryle, that the doctrine as to the nature of space and time which is associated with the name of Kant is the most important positive addition which has been made to the idealistic theory of human knowledge since the days of Bishop Berkeley, and it is one of the noteworthy features of the grammar of science that here, perhaps for the first time in the writings of English men of science, we find at once a full recognition of the general truth of Kant's doctrine, a short but clear exposition of it. Thus we find that in England the Machians themselves, their adversaries among the scientists, and their adherents among the professional philosophers do not entertain even a shadow of doubt as to the idealistic character of Mach's doctrine of time and space. Only a few Russian writers, would-be Marxists, failed to notice it. Many of Engels' particular views, V. Bazarov, for instance, writes, in the Studies, p. 67, as for example, his conception of pure time and space, are now obsolete. Yes, indeed. The views of the materialist Engels are now obsolete, but the views of the idealist Pearson and the muddled idealist Mach are very modern. The most curious thing of all is that Bazarov does not even doubt that the views of space and time, viz., the recognition or denial of their objective reality, can be classed among particular views. In contradistinction to the starting point of the world outlook spoken of by this author in his next sentence. Here you have a glaring example of that eclectic pauper's broth of which Engels was wont to speak in reference to German philosophy of the 80s. For to contrast the starting point of Marx's and Engels' materialist world outlook with their particular view of the objective reality of time and space is as utterly nonsensical as though you were to contrast the starting point of Marx's economic theory with his particular view of surplus value. To sever Engels' doctrine of the objective reality of time and space from his doctrine of the transformation of things in themselves into things for us, from his recognition of objective and absolute truth, viz., the objective reality given us in our sensations, and from his recognition of objective law, causality, and necessity in nature is to reduce an integral philosophy to an utter jumble. Like all the Machians, Bazarov erred in confounding the mutability of human conceptions of time and space, their exclusively relative character, with the immutable ity of the fa-ct that man and nature exist only in time and space, and that beings outside time and space, as invented by the priests and maintained by the imagination of the ignorant and downtrodden mass of humanity, are disordered fantasies, the artifices of philosophical idealism, rotten products of a rotten social system. The teachings of science on the structure of matter, on the chemical composition of food, on the atom and the electron, may and constantly do become obsolete, but the truth that man is unable to subsist on ideas and to beget children by Platonic love alone never becomes obsolete. And a philosophy that denies the objective reality of time and space is as absurd, as intrinsically rotten and false as is the denial of these latter truths. The artifices of the idealists and the agnostics are on the whole as hypocritical as the sermons on Platonic love of the Pharisees. In order to illustrate this distinction between the relativity of our concepts of time and space and the absolute opposition, within the bounds of epistemology, between the materialist and idealist lines on this question, I shall further quote a characteristic passage from a very old and very pure Empirio criticist, namely, the Humean Schulze Einesidemus, who wrote in 1792. If we infer things outside us from ideas and thoughts within us, then space and time are something real and actually existing outside us, for the existence of bodies can be conceived only in an existing, vorhandenen, space, and the existence of changes only in an existing time, OPCIT, p. 100. Exactly. While firmly rejecting materialism, and even the slightest concession to materialism, Schulze, the follower of Hume, described in 1792 the relation between the question of space and time and the question of an objective reality outside us, just as the materialist Engels described it in 1894. The last preface to Anti-Düring is dated May 23, 1894. This does not mean that during these 100 years our ideas of time and space have undergone no change, or that a vast amount of new material has not been gathered on the development of these ideas, material to which both Voroshilov-Chernov and Voroshilov-Valentinov refer as supposedly refuting Engels. This does mean that the relation between materialism and agnosticism, as the fundamental lines in philosophy, could not have changed, in spite of all the new names paraded by our Machians. And Bogdanov too contributes absolutely nothing but new names to the old philosophy of idealism and agnosticism. When he repeats the arguments of Hering and Mach on the difference between physiological and geometrical space, or between perceptual and abstract space, Empirio monism, BK. I, p. 26, he is fully repeating the mistake of Düring. It is one thing, how, with the help of various sense organs, man perceives space, and how, in the course of a long historical development, abstract ideas of space are derived from these perceptions. It is an entirely different thing whether there is an objective reality independent of mankind which corresponds to these perceptions and conceptions of mankind. This latter question, although it is the only philosophical question, Bogdanov did not notice beneath the mass of detailed investigations on the former question, and he was therefore unable clearly to distinguish between Engels' materialism and Mach's confusion. Time, like space, is a form of social coordination of the experiences of different people. Their objectivity lies in their general significance. Ibid, p. 34. This is absolutely false. Religion also has general significance as expressing the social coordination of the experience of the larger section of humanity. But there is no objective reality that corresponds to the teachings of religion, for example, on the past of the earth and the creation of the world. There is an objective reality that corresponds to the teaching of science, although it is as relative at every stage in the development of science as every stage in the development of religion is relative, that the earth existed prior to any society, prior to man, prior to organic matter, and that it has existed for a definite time and in a definite space in relation to the other planets. According to Bogdanov, various forms of space and time adapt themselves to man's experience and his perceptive faculty. As a matter of fact, just the reverse is true. Our experience and our perception adapt themselves more and more to objective space and time, and reflect them ever more correctly and profoundly. 6. Freedom and necessity. On pages 140 to 41 of the studies, A. Lunacharsky quotes the argument given by Engels in Anti-Düring on this question and fully endorses the remarkably precise and apt statement of the problem made by Engels in that wonderful page of the work mentioned. There is, indeed, much that is wonderful here. And even more wonderful is the fact that neither Lunacharsky, nor the whole crowd of other Machian would-be Marxists, noticed the epistemological significance of Engels' discussion of freedom and necessity. They read it and they copied it, but they did not make head or tail of it. Engels says, Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the appreciation of necessity. Necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves, two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with knowledge of the subject. Therefore the freer a man's judgment is in relation to a definite question, the greater is the necessity with which the content of this judgment will be determined. Freedom therefore consists in the control over ourselves and over external nature, a control founded on knowledge of natural necessity, Naturnotwendigheden. 5th Germed, pages 112-13. 83. Let us examine the epistemological premises upon which this argument is based. Firstly, Engels at the very outset of his argument recognizes laws of nature, laws of external nature, the necessity of nature, i.e., all that Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, and co-characterize as metaphysics. If Lunacharsky had really wanted to reflect on Engels' wonderful argument, he could not have helped noticing the fundamental difference between the materialist theory of knowledge and agnosticism and 222. Idealism, which deny law in nature or declare it to be only logical, etc., etc. Secondly, Engels does not attempt to contrive definitions of freedom and necessity, the kind of scholastic definition with which the reactionary professors, like Avenarius, and their disciples, like Bogdanov, are most concerned. Engels takes the knowledge and will of man, on the one hand, and the necessity of nature, on the other, and instead of giving definitions, simply says that the necessity of nature is primary, and human will and mind secondary. The latter must necessarily and inevitably adapt themselves to the former. Engels regards this as so obvious that he does not waste words explaining his view. It needs the Russian Machians to complain of Engels' general definition of materialism, that nature is primary and mind secondary. Remember Bogdanov's perplexity on this point, and at the same time to regard one of the particular applications by Engels of this general and fundamental definition as wonderful and remarkably apt. Thirdly, Engels does not doubt the existence of blind necessity. He admits the existence of a necessity unknown to man. This is quite obvious from the passage just quoted. But how, from the standpoint of the Machians, can man know of the existence of what he does not know? Is it not mysticism, metaphysics, the admission of fetishes and idols? Is it not the Kantian unknowable thing in itself to say that we know of the existence of an unknown necessity? Had the Machians given the matter any thought, they could not have failed to observe the complete identity between Engels' argument on the knowability of the objective nature of things and on the transformation of things in themselves into things for us, on the one hand, and his argument on a blind, unknown necessity, on the other. The development of consciousness in each human individual and the development of the collective knowledge of humanity at large presents us at every step with examples of the transformation of the unknown thing in itself into the known thing for us, of the transformation of blind, unknown necessity in itself, into the known necessity for us. Epistemologically, there is no difference whatever between these two transformations, for the basic point of view in both cases is the same, viz., materialistic, the recognition of the objective reality of the external world and of the laws of external nature, and of the fact that this world and these laws are fully knowable to man but can never be known to him with finality. We do not know the necessity of nature in the phenomena of the weather, and to that extent we are inevitably slaves of the weather. But while we do not know this necessity, we do know that it exists. Whence this knowledge? From the very source whence comes the knowledge that things exist outside our mind and independently of it, namely, from the development of our knowledge, which provides millions of examples to every individual of knowledge replacing ignorance when an object acts upon our sense organs, and conversely of ignorance replacing knowledge when the possibility of such action is eliminated. Fourthly, in the above-mentioned argument Engels plainly employs the salto vital method in philosophy, that is to say, he makes a leap from theory to practice. Not a single one of the learned, and stupid, professors of philosophy, in whose footsteps our Machians follow, would permit himself to make such a leap, for this would be a disgraceful thing for a devotee of pure science to do. For them the theory of knowledge, which demands the cunning concoction of definitions, is one thing, while practice is another. For Engels all living human practice permeates the theory of knowledge itself and provides an objective criterion of truth. For until we know a law of nature, it, existing and acting independently and outside our mind, makes us slaves of blind necessity. But once we come to know this law, which acts, as Marx pointed out 1,000 times, independently of our will and our mind, we become the masters of nature. The mastery of nature manifest in human practice is a result of an objectively correct reflection within the human head of the phenomena and processes of nature, and is proof of the fact that this reflection, within the limits of what is revealed by practice, is objective, absolute, and eternal truth. What is the result? Every step in Engels' argument, literally almost every phrase, every proposition, is constructed entirely and exclusively upon the epistemology of dialectical materialism, upon premises which stand out in striking contrast to the Machian nonsense about bodies being complexes of sensations, about elements, the coincidence of sense perceptions with the reality that exists outside us, etc., etc., etc. Without being the least deterred by this, the Machians abandon materialism and repeat, a la Berman, the vulgar banalities about dialectics, and at the same time welcome with open arms one of the applications of dialectical materialism. They have taken their philosophy from an eclectic pauper's broth and are continuing to offer this hodgepodge to the reader. They take a bit of agnosticism and a morsel of idealism from Mach, add to it slices of dialectical materialism from Marx, and call this hash a development of Marxism. They imagine that if Mach, Avenarius, Petzold, and all the authorities of theirs have not the slightest inkling of how Hegel and Marx solved the problem of freedom and necessity, this is purely accidental. Why, it was simply because they overlooked a certain page in a certain book, and not because these authorities were and are utter ignoramuses on the subject of the real progress made by philosophy in the 19th century, and because they were and are philosophical obscurantists. Here is the argument of one such obscurantist, the philosophy professor in ordinary at the University of Vienna, Ernst Mach. The correctness of the position of determinism or indeterminism cannot be demonstrated. Only a perfect science or a provedly impossible science could decide this question. It is a matter of the presuppositions which we bring, man heranbringt, to the consideration of things, depending upon whether we ascribe to previous successes or failures of the investigation a greater or lesser subjective weight, subjektivsgewicht. But during the investigation every thinker is of necessity a theoretical determinist, Knowledge and Error, 2nd Germed, pages 282-83. Is this not obscurantism, when pure theory is carefully partitioned off from practice, when determinism is confined to the field of investigation, while in the field of morality, social activity, and all fields other than investigation the question is left to a subjective estimate? In my workroom, says the learned pedant, I am a determinist, but that the philosopher should seek to obtain an integral conception of the world based on determinism, embracing both theory and practice, of that there is no mention. Mach utters banalities because on the theoretical problem of freedom and necessity he is entirely at sea. Every new discovery discloses the defects of our knowledge, reveals a residue of dependencies hitherto unheeded. p. 283. Excellent. And is this residue the thing in itself, which our knowledge reflects ever more deeply? Not at all. Thus, he also who in theory defends extreme determinism, must nevertheless in practice remain an indeterminist. p. 283. And so things have been amicably divided: theory for the professors, practice for the theologians. Or, objectivism, i.e., shamefaced materialism, in theory, and the subjective method in sociology in practice. No wonder the Russian ideologists of Philistinism, the Narodniks, from Lesovik to Chernov, sympathize with this banal philosophy. But it is very sad that would-be Marxists have been captivated by such nonsense and are embarrassedly covering up the more absurd of Mach's conclusions. But on the question of the will, Mach is not content with confusion and half-hearted agnosticism, he goes much further. Our sensation of hunger, we read in the Mechanic, is not so essentially different from the affinity of sulfuric acid for zinc, and our will is not so very different from the pressure of the stone on its support. We shall thus find ourselves, that is, if we hold such a view, nearer to nature without it being necessary to resolve ourselves into an incomprehensible nebula of atoms, or to resolve nature into a system of phantoms. French trans. p. 434. Thus there is no need for materialism, nebula of atoms or electrons, i.e., the recognition of the objective reality of the material world. There is no need for an idealism which would recognize the world as the otherness of spirit, but there is a possible idealism which recognizes the world as will. We are superior not only to materialism, but also to the idealism of a Hegel, but we are not averse to coquetting with an idealism like Schopenhauer's. Our Machians, who assume an air of injured innocence at every reminder of Mach's kinship to philosophical idealism, preferred to keep silent on this delicate question too. Yet it is difficult to find in philosophical writings an exposition of Mach's views which does not mention his tendency towards Willensmetaphysic, i.e., voluntaristic idealism. This was pointed out by J. Bauman *, and in replying to him the Machian Kleinpeter does not take exception to this point, but declares that Mach is, of course, nearer to Kant and Berkeley than to the metaphysical empiricism prevailing in science, i.e., instinctive materialism, Ibid, BD 6, S87. This is also pointed out by E. Beecher, who remarks that if Mach in some places advocates voluntaristic metaphysics, and in others renounces it, it only testifies to the arbitrariness of his terminology. In fact, Mach's kinship to voluntarist metaphysics is beyond doubt. Even Lucke admits the admixture of this metaphysics, i.e., idealism, to phenomenalism, i.e., agnosticism, W. Wundt also points this out, that Mach is a phenomenalist who is not averse to voluntaristic. Chapter 4. The Philosophical Idealists. As comrades in arms and successors of Empirio criticism. So far we have examined Empirio criticism taken by itself. We must now examine it in its historical development and in its connection and relation with other philosophical trends. First comes the question of the relation of Mach and Avenarius to Kant. 1. The criticism of Kantianism from the left and from the right. Both Mach and Avenarius began their philosophical careers in the 70s, when the fashionable cry in German professorial circles was back to Kant. 8. 4. And, indeed, both founders of Empirio criticism in their philosophical development started from Kant. His Kant's critical idealism, says Mach, was, as I acknowledge with the deepest gratitude, the starting point of all my critical thought. But I found it impossible to remain faithful to it. Very soon I began to return to the views of Berkeley. And then arrived at views akin to those of Hume. And even today I cannot help regarding Berkeley and Hume as far more consistent thinkers than Kant. Analysis of Sensations, p. 292. Thus Mach quite definitely admits that having begun with Kant he soon followed the line of Berkeley and Hume. Let us turn to Avenarius. In his Prolegomena to a Critique of Pure Experience, 1876, Avenarius already in the foreword states that the words Kritik der reinen Erfahrung, Critique of Pure Experience, are indicative of his attitude towards Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, and of course, of an antagonistic attitude towards Kant. 1876 ed. p. 4. In what does Avenarius' antagonism to Kant consist? In the fact that Kant, in Avenarius' opinion, had not sufficiently purified experience. It is with this purification of experience that Avenarius deals in his Prolegomena, 56, 72, and many other places. Of what does Avenarius purify the Kantian doctrine of experience? In the first place, of a priorism. In 56 he says, the question as to whether the superfluous a priori conceptions of reason should and could be eliminated from the content of experience and thereby pure experience par excellence established is, as far as I know, raised here, as such, for the first time. We have already seen that Avenarius in this way purified Kantianism of the recognition of necessity and causality. Secondly, he purifies Kantianism of the assumption of substance, 95, i.e., the thing in itself, which, in Avenarius' opinion is not given in the stuff of actual experience but is imported into it by thought. We shall presently see that Avenarius' definition of his philosophical line entirely coincides with that of Mach, diff. Differing only in pompousness of formulation. But we must first note that Avenarius is telling a plain untruth when he asserts that it was he who in 1876 for the first time raised the question of purifying experience, i.e., of purifying the Kantian doctrine of a priorism and the assumption of the thing in itself. As a matter of fact, the development of German classical philosophy immediately after Kant gave rise to a criticism of Kantianism exactly along the very line followed by Avenarius. This line is represented in German classical philosophy by Schulze-Einesidemus, an adherent of Humean agnosticism, and by J. G. Fichte, an adherent of Berkeleyanism, i.e., of subjective idealism. In 1792 Schulze-Einesidemus criticized Kant for this very recognition of a priorism, OPCIT, pages 56, 141, etc., and of the thing in itself. We sceptics, or followers of Hume, says Schulze, reject the thing in itself as being beyond the bounds of all experience, p. 57. We reject objective knowledge, p. 25, we deny that space and time really exist outside us, p. 100, we reject the presence in our experience of necessity, p. 112, causality, force, etc. p. 113. One cannot attribute to them any reality outside our conceptions, p. 114. Kant proves a priori dogmatically, saying that since we cannot think otherwise there is therefore an a priori law of thought. This argument, Schultz replies to Kant, has long been utilized in philosophy to prove the objective nature of what lies outside our ideas, p. 141. Arguing thus, we may attribute causality to things in themselves, p. 142. Experience never tells us, wir erfahren niemals, that the action on us of objective things produces ideas, and Kant by no means proved that this something, which lies outside our reason, must be regarded as a thing in itself, distinct from our sensation, Gemut. But sensation also may be thought of as the sole basis of all our knowledge. p. 265. The Kantian critique of pure reason bases its argument on the proposition that every act of cognition begins with the action of objective things on our organs of sensation, Gemut, but it then disputes the truth and reality of this proposition, p. 266. Kant in no way refuted the idealist Berkeley, pages 268-72. It is evident from this that the Humean Schultz rejects Kant's doctrine of the thing in itself as an inconsistent concession to materialism, i.e., to the dogmatic assertion that in our sensations we are given objective reality, or, in other words, that our ideas are caused by the action of objective things, independent of our mind, on our sense organs. The agnostic Schultz reproaches the agnostic Kant on the grounds that the latter's assumption of the thing in itself contradicts agnosticism and leads to materialism. In the same way, but even more vigorously, Kant is criticized by the subjective idealist Fichte, who maintains that Kant's assumption of the thing in itself independent of the self is realism, Werke, I.S. 483, and that Kant makes no clear distinction between realism and idealism. Fichte sees a crying inconsistency in the assumption of Kant and the Kantians that the thing in itself is the basis of objective reality, p. 480, for this is in contradiction to critical idealism. With you, exclaims Fichte, addressing the realist expositors of Kant, the earth rests on the great elephant, and the great elephant rests on the earth. Your thing in itself, which is only thought, acts on the self. p. 483. Thus Avenarius was profoundly mistaken in imagining that he for the first time undertook a purification of the experience of Kant from a priorism and from the thing in itself, and that he was thereby giving rise to a new trend in philosophy. In reality he was continuing the old line of Hume and Berkeley, Schultz Einesidemus, and J. G. Fichte. Avenarius imagined that he was purifying experience in general. In reality he was only purifying agnosticism of Kantianism. He fought not against the agnosticism of Kant. Agnosticism is a denial of objective reality given in sensation, but for a purer agnosticism, for the elimination of Kant's assumption, which is contradictory to agnosticism, that there is a thing in itself, albeit unknowable, noumenal, and other-sided, that there is necessity and causality, albeit a priori, given in our understanding, and not in objective reality. He fought Kant not from the left, as the materialists fought Kant, but from the right, as the sceptics and idealists fought Kant. He imagined that he was advancing, when in reality he was retreating to the program of criticizing Kant which Kuno Fischer, speaking of Schultz Einesidemus, aptly characterized in the following words: the critique of pure reason with pure reason, i.e., a priorism left out, is scepticism. The critique of pure reason with the thing in itself left out is Berkeleyan idealism. History of Modern Philosophy, German ed. 1869, Volume V. p. 115. This brings us to one of the most curious episodes in our whole Machiad, in the whole campaign of the Russian Machians against Engels and Marx. The latest discovery by Bogdanov and Bazarov, Yushkevich and Valentinov, trumpeted by them in 1,000 different keys, is that Plekhanov is making a luckless attempt to reconcile Engels with Kant by the aid of a compromise, a thing in itself which is just a wee bit knowable. Studies, 85 etc., p. 67 and many other places. This discovery of our Machians discloses a veritable bottomless pit of utter confusion and monstrous misunderstanding both of Kant and of the whole course of development of German classical philosophy. The principal feature of Kant's philosophy is the reconciliation of materialism with idealism, a compromise between the two, the combination within one system of heterogeneous and contrary philosophical trends. When Kant assumes that something outside us, a thing in itself, corresponds to our ideas, he is a materialist. When he declares this thing in itself to be unknowable, transcendental, other-sided, he is an idealist. Recognizing experience, sensations, as the only source of our knowledge, Kant is directing his philosophy towards sensationalism, and via sensationalism, under certain conditions, towards materialism. Recognizing the a priority of space, time, causality, etc., Kant is directing his philosophy towards idealism. Both consistent materialists and consistent idealists, as well as the pure agnostics, the Humeans, have mercilessly criticized Kant for this inconsistency. The materialists blamed Kant for his idealism, rejected the idealist features of his system, demonstrated the knowability, the this-sidedness of the thing in itself, the absence of a fundamental difference between the thing in itself and the phenomenon, the need of deducing causality, etc., not from a priori laws of thought, but from objective reality. The agnostics and idealists blamed Kant for his assumption of the thing in itself as a concession to materialism, realism, or naive realism. The agnostics, moreover, rejected not only the thing in itself, but a priorism as well, while the idealists demanded the consistent deduction from pure thought not only of the a priori forms of the understanding, but of the world as a whole, by magnifying human thought to an abstract self, or to an absolute idea, or to a universal will, etc., etc. And here our Machians, without noticing that they had taken as their teachers men who had criticized Kant from the standpoint of scepticism and idealism, began to rend their clothes and to cover their heads with ashes at the sight of monstrous people who criticized Kant from a diametrically opposite point of view, who rejected the slightest element of agnosticism, scepticism, and idealism in his system, who argued that the thing in itself is objectively real, fully knowable, and this-sided, that it does not differ fundamentally from appearance, that it becomes transformed into appearance at every step in the development of the individual consciousness of man and the collective consciousness of mankind. Help, they cried, this is an illegitimate mixture of materialism and Kantianism. When I read the assurances of our Machians that they criticize Kant far more consistently and thoroughly than any of the antiquated materialists, it always seems to me as though Purishkevich 86 had joined our company and was shouting, I criticized the constitutional Democrats far more consistently and thoroughly than you Marxist gentlemen. There is no question about it, Mr. Purishkevich. Politically consistent people can and always will criticize the constitutional Democrats from diametrically opposite points of view, but after all it must not be forgotten that you criticized the constitutional Democrats for being excessively democratic, while we criticized them for being insufficiently democratic. The Machians criticize Kant for being too much of a materialist, while we criticize him for not being enough of a materialist. The Machians criticize Kant from the right, we from the left. The Humean Schultz and the subjective idealist Fichte may be taken as examples of the former category of critics in the history of classical German philosophy. As we have already seen, they try to obliterate the realistic elements of Kantianism. Just as Schultz and Fichte criticized Kant himself, so the Humean Empirio criticists and the subjective idealist immanentists criticized the German neo-Kantians of the 234. Second half of the 19th century. The line of Hume and Berkeley reappeared in a slightly renovated verbal garb. Mach and Avenarius reproached Kant not because his treatment of the thing in itself was not sufficiently realistic, not sufficiently materialistic, but because he assumed its existence, not because he refused to deduce causality and necessity in nature from objective reality, but because he assumed causality and necessity at all, except perhaps purely logical necessity. The immanentists were at one with the Empirio criticists, also criticizing Kant from the Humean and Berkeleyan standpoint. For instance, Leclerc in 1879, in the work in which he praised Mach as a remarkable philosopher, reproached Kant for his inconsistency and connivance at realism as expressed in the concept of the thing in itself, that nominal residuum of vulgar realism, der Realismus der modernen Naturwissenschaft, USW, S9. Leclerc calls materialism vulgar realism in order to make it stronger. In our opinion, writes Leclerc, all those parts of the Kantian theory which gravitate towards realismus vulgaris should be vanquished and eliminated as being inconsistencies and bastard, zwitterhaft, products from the idealist point of view, p. 41. The inconsistencies and contradictions in the Kantian theory of knowledge arise from the amalgamation, verquicken, of idealist criticism with still unvanquished remnants of realistic dogmatism, p. 170. By realistic dogmatism Leclerc means materialism. Another immanentist, Johannes Ramke, reproached Kant because he realistically walled himself off from Berkeley with the thing in itself. Johannes Ramke, Die Welt als Wahrnehmung und Begriff, Berlin, 1880, S9. The philosophical activity of Kant bore an essentially polemical character. With the thing in itself he turned against German rationalism, i.e. the old fideism of the 18th century, and with pure contemplation against English empiricism, p. 25. I would compare the Kantian thing in itself with a movable lid placed over a pit. The thing looks so innocent and safe, one steps on it and suddenly falls into the world in itself, p. 27. That is why Kant is not liked by the associates of Mach and Avenarius, the immanentists. They do not like him because in some respects he approaches the pit of materialism. And here are some examples of the criticism of Kant from the left. Feuerbach reproaches Kant not for his realism, but for his idealism, and describes his system as idealism based on empiricism, Werke, 2, 296. Here is a particularly important remark on Kant by Feuerbach. Kant says, if we regard as we should the objects of our perceptions as mere appearances, we thereby admit that at the bottom of appearances is a thing in itself, although we do not know how it is actually constructed, but only know its appearance, i.e., the manner in which our senses are affected, affiziert, by this unknown something. Hence, our reason, by the very fact that it accepts appearances, also admits the existence of things in themselves, and to that extent we can say that to entertain an idea of such entities which lie at the bottom of appearances, and consequently are but thought entities, is not only permissible, but unavoidable. Having selected a passage from Kant where the thing in itself is regarded merely as a mental thing, a thought entity, and not a real thing, Feuerbach directs his whole criticism against it. Therefore, he says, the objects of the senses, the objects of experience, are for the mind only appearances, and not truth. Yet the thought entities are not actual objects for the mind. The Kantian philosophy is a contradiction between subject and object, between entity and existence, thinking and being. Entity is left to the mind, existence to the senses. Existence without entity, i.e., the existence of appearances without objective reality, is mere appearance, the sensible things, while entity without existence is mere thought. The thought entities, the noumena, they are thought of, but they lack existence, at least for us, and objectivity. They are the things in themselves, the true things, but they are not real things. But what a contradiction, to sever truth from reality, reality from truth. Werke, 2, S 302-03. Feuerbach reproaches Kant not because he assumes things in themselves, but because he does not grant them reality, i.e., objective reality, because he regards them as mere thought entities, and not as entities possessing existence, i.e., real and actually existing. Feuerbach rebukes Kant for deviating from materialism. The Kantian philosophy is a contradiction, Feuerbach wrote to Bolin on March 26, 1858, it inevitably leads either to Fichtean idealism or to sensationalism. The former conclusion belongs to the past, the latter to the present and the future. Grun, OPCIT, 2, 49. We have already seen that Feuerbach advocates objective sensationalism, i.e., materialism. The new turn from Kant to agnosticism and idealism to Hume and Berkeley is undoubtedly reactionary, even from Feuerbach's standpoint. And his ardent follower, Albrecht Rau, who together with the merits of Feuerbach also adopted his faults, which were eliminated by Marx and Engels, criticized Kant wholly in the spirit of his teacher. The Kantian philosophy is an amphibole ambiguity, it is both materialism and idealism, and the key to its essence lies in its dual nature. As a materialist or an empiricist, Kant cannot help conceding things in existence, Wesenheit, outside us. But as an idealist he could not rid himself of the prejudice that the soul is an entity totally different from sensible things. Hence there are real things and a human mind which apprehends those things. But how can the mind approach things totally different from itself? The way out adopted by Kant is as follows: the mind possesses certain a priori knowledge, in virtue of which things must appear to it as they do. Hence, the fact that we understand things as we do is a fact of our creation. For the mind which lives within us is nothing but the divine mind, and just as God created the world out of nothing, so the human mind creates out of things something which they are not in themselves. Thus Kant guarantees real things their existence as things in themselves. Kant, however, needed the soul, because immortality was for him a moral postulate. The thing in itself, gentlemen, says Rau, addressing the Neo-Kantians in general and the muddle-headed A. Lang in particular, who falsified the history of materialism, is what separates the idealism of Kant from the idealism of Berkeley. It spans the gap between materialism and idealism. Such is my criticism of the Kantian philosophy, and let those who can refute it. For the materialist, a distinction between a priori knowledge and the thing in itself is absolutely superfluous, for since he nowhere breaks the continuity of nature, since he does not regard matter and mind as two fundamentally different things, but as two aspects of one and the same thing, he need not resort to artifice in order to bring the mind and the thing into conjunction. Asterisk. Further, Engels, as we have seen, rebuked Kant for being an agnostic, but not for his deviation from consistent agnosticism. Lafargue, Engels' disciple, argued in 1900 against the Kantians, amongst whom at that time was Charles Rappaport, as follows. At the beginning of the 19th century our bourgeoisie, having completed its task of revolutionary destruction, began to repudiate its Voltairean and free-thinking philosophy. Catholicism, which the master decorator Chateaubriand painted in romantic colors, painter Lurite, was restored to fashion, and Sébastien Mercier imported the idealism of Kant in order to give the coup de grâce to the materialism of the encyclopedists, whose protagonists had been guillotined by Robespierre. At the end of the 19th century, which will go down in history as the bourgeois century, the intellectuals attempted to crush the materialism of Marx and Engels beneath the philosophy of Kant. The reactionary movement started in Germany without offense to the socialist integralists 87 who would like to ascribe the honor to their chief, Malin. But Malin himself had been to the school of Hochberg, Bernstein, and the other disciples of Dühring, who were reforming Marxism in Zurich. Lafargue is referring to the ideological movement in German socialism in the later 70s. It is to be expected that Jors, Fournier, and our other intellectuals will also treat us to Kant as soon as they have mastered his terminology. Rappaport is mistaken when he assures us that for Marx the ideal and the real are identical. In the first place, we never employ such metaphysical phraseology. An idea is as real as the object of which it is the reflection in the brain. To provide a little recreation for the comrades who have to acquaint themselves with bourgeois philosophy, I shall explain the substance of this famous problem which has so much exercised spiritualist minds. The working man who eats sausage and receives 100 sous a day knows very well that he is robbed by the employer and is nourished by pork meat, that the employer is a robber and that the sausage is pleasant to the taste and nourishing to the body. Not at all, say the bourgeois sophists, whether they are called Pirot, Hume, or Kant. His opinion is personal, an entirely subjective opinion. He might with equal reason maintain that the employer is his benefactor and that the sausage consists of chopped leather, for he cannot know things in themselves. The question is not properly put, that is the whole trouble. In order to know an object, man must first verify whether his senses deceive him or not. The chemists have gone still further. They have penetrated into bodies, they have analyzed them, decomposed them into their elements, and then performed the reverse procedure, they have recomposed them from their elements. And from the moment that man is able to produce things for his own use from these elements, he may, as Engels says, assert that he knows the things in themselves. The God of the Christians, if he existed and if he created the world, could do no more. Asterisk. We have taken the liberty of making this long quotation in order to show how Lafargue understood Engels and how he criticized Kant from the left, not for those aspects of Kantianism which distinguish it from Humism, but for those which are common to both Kant and Hume, not for his assumption of the thing in itself, but for his inadequately materialist view of it. And lastly, Karl Koski in his Ethics also criticizes Kant from a standpoint diametrically opposed to that of Hume and Berkeley. That I see green, red, and white, he writes, arguing against Kant's epistemology, is grounded in my faculty of sight. But that green is something different from red testifies to something that lies outside of me, to real differences between the things. The relations and differences between the things themselves revealed to me by the individual space and time concepts are real relations and differences of the external world, not conditioned by the nature of my perceptive faculty. If this were really so, if Kant's doctrine of the ideality of time and space were true, we could know nothing about the world outside us, not even that it exists. Rostrans, pages 33-34. Thus the entire school of Feuerbach, Marx, and Engels turned from Kant to the left, to a complete rejection of all idealism and of all agnosticism. But our Machians followed the reactionary trend in philosophy, Mach and Avenarius, who criticized Kant from the standpoint of Hume and Berkeley. Of course, it is the sacred right of every citizen, and particularly of every intellectual, to follow any ideological reactionary he likes. But when people who have radically severed relations with the very foundations of Marxism in philosophy begin to dodge, confuse matters, hedge and assure us that they too are Marxists in philosophy, that they are almost in agreement with Marx, and have only slightly supplemented him, the spectacle is a far from pleasant one. 2. How the Empirio symbolist Yushkevich ridiculed the Empirio criticist Chernov. It is, of course, amusing, writes Mr. P. Yushkevich, to see how Mr. Chernov tries to make the agnostic positivist Kantian and Spencerian, Mikhailovsky, a forerunner of Mach and Avenarius, OPCIT, p. 73. First of all, what is amusing here is Mr. Yushkevich's astonishing ignorance. Like all Voroshilovs, he conceals this ignorance under a display of erudite words and names. The passage quoted is from a paragraph devoted to the relation between Machism and Marxism. And although he undertakes to treat of this subject, Mr. Yushkevich does not know that for Engels, as for every materialist, the adherents of the Humean line and the adherents of the Kantian line are equally agnostics. Therefore, to contrast agnosticism generally with Machism, when even Mach himself confesses to being a follower of Hume, is simply to prove oneself an ignoramus in philosophy. The phrase agnostic positivism is also absurd, for the adherents of Hume in fact call themselves positivists. Mr. Yushkevich, who has taken Petzold as his teacher, should have known that Petzold definitely regards Empirio criticism as positivism. And finally, to drag in the names of Auguste Comte and Herbert Spencer is again absurd, for Marxism rejects not what distinguishes one positivist from another, but what is common to both and what makes a philosopher a positivist instead of a materialist. Our Voroshilov needed this display of words so as to mesmerize his reader, to stun him with a cacophony of words, to distract his attention away from the essence of the matter to empty trifles. And the essence of the matter is the radical difference between materialism and the broad current of positivism, which includes Auguste Comte, Herbert Spencer, Mikhailovsky, a number of Neo-Kantians, and Mach and Avenarius. The essence of the matter has been very accurately expressed by Engels in his Ludwig Feuerbach, where he places all the Kantians and Humeans of that period, i.e., the 80s of the last century, in the camp of wretched eclectics, pettifoggers, flaunacker, literally, fleecrackers, and so on. 8-9 To whom this characterization can and must apply is a question on which our Voroshilovs did not wish to reflect. And since they are incapable of reflecting, we shall cite one illuminating comparison. Engels, speaking both in 1888 and 1892 of the Kantians and Humeans in general, mentions no names. 90 The only reference Engels makes to a book is his reference to the work of Stark on Feuerbach, which Engels analyzed. Stark, says Engels, takes great pains to defend Feuerbach against the attacks and doctrines of the vociferous lecturers who today go by the name of philosophers in Germany. For people who are interested in this afterbirth of German classical philosophy, this is a matter of importance. For Stark himself it may have appeared necessary. We, however, will spare the reader this. Ludwig Feuerbach, S25. 9-1 Engels wanted to spare the reader, that is, to save the Social Democrats from a pleasant acquaintance with the degenerate chatterboxes who call themselves philosophers, and who are implied by this afterbirth. We open Stark's book, C. N. Stark, Ludwig Feuerbach, Stuttgart, 1885, and find constant references to the adherents of Hume and Kant. Stark dissociates Feuerbach from these two trends. Stark quotes in this connection A. Real, Windelband, and A. Lang, pages 3, 18-19, 127, etc., in Stark. We open Avenarius The Human Concept of the World, which appeared in 1891, and on page 120 of the first German edition we read, the final result of our analysis concurs, although not absolutely, durchgehend, in the measure of the various points of view with that reached by other investigators, for example, E. Loss, E. Mach, A. Real, W. Wund. See also Schopenhauer. Whom was our Voroshilovishkevich jeering at? Avenarius has not the slightest doubt as to his kinship in principle, not regarding any particular question, but regarding the final result of Empirio criticism to the Kantians Real and Loss and to the idealist Wund. He mentions Mach between the two Kantians. And, indeed, are they not all one company, since Real and Loss purified Kant a la Hume, and Mach and Avenarius purified Hume a la Berkeley? Is it surprising that Engels wished to spare the German workers, to save them from a close acquaintance with this whole company of flea-cracking university lecturers? Engels could spare the German workers, but the Voroshilovs do not spare the Russian reader. It should be noted that an essentially eclectic combination of Kant and Hume, or Hume and Berkeley, is possible, so to speak, in varying proportions, by laying principal stress now on one, now on another element of the mixture. We saw above, for instance, that only one Machian, H. Klein Peter, openly admits that he and Mach are solipsists, i.e., consistent Berkeleyans. On the other hand, the Humean trend in the views of Mach and Avenarius is emphasized by many of their disciples and followers, Petzold, Willy, Pearson, the Russian Empirio criticist Lesavec, the Frenchman Henri Della Croix and others. We shall cite one example, an especially eminent scientist who in philosophy also combined Hume with Berkeley, but who emphasized the materialist elements of this mixture. He is Thomas Huxley, the famous English scientist, who gave currency to the term agnostic and whom Engels undoubtedly had chiefly and primarily in mind when he spoke of English agnosticism. Engels in 1892 called this type of agnostics shamefaced materialists. 92. James Ward, the English spiritualist, in his book Naturalism and Agnosticism, wherein he chiefly attacks the scientific champion of agnosticism, Huxley, Volume 2, p. 229, bears out Engels' opinion when he says, in Huxley's case indeed the leaning towards the primacy of the physical side series of elements Mach calls it is often so pronounced that it can hardly be called parallelism at all. In spite of his vehement repudiation of the title of materialist as an affront to his untarnished agnosticism, I know of few recent writers who on occasion better deserve the title, Volume 2, pages 30 to 31. And James Ward quotes the following statements by Huxley in confirmation of his opinion: anyone who is acquainted with the history of science will admit, that its progress has, in all ages, meant, and now more than ever means, the extension of the province of what we call matter and causation, and the concomitant gradual banishment from all regions of human thought of what we call spirit and spontaneity. Or, it is in itself of little moment whether we express the phenomena of matter in terms of spirit, or the phenomena of spirit in terms of matter. Each statement has a certain relative truth, relatively stable complexes of elements, according to Mach. But with a view to the progress of science, the materialistic terminology is in every way to be preferred. For it connects thought with the other phenomena of the universe. Whereas the alternative, or spiritualistic, terminology is utterly barren, and leads to nothing but obscurity and confusion of ideas. Thus there can be little doubt, that the further science advances, the more extensively and consistently will all the phenomena of nature be represented by materialistic formulae and symbols. Volume I, p. 17 to 19. So argued the shamefaced materialist Huxley, who refused to accept materialism, regarding it as metaphysics that illegitimately goes beyond groups of sensations. And this same Huxley wrote, if I were obliged to choose between absolute materialism and absolute idealism, I should feel compelled to accept the latter alternative. Our one certainty is the existence of the mental world. J. Ward, Volume 2, p. 216. Huxley's philosophy is as much a mixture of Hume and Berkeley as is Mach's philosophy. But in Huxley's case the Berkeleyan streaks are incidental, and agnosticism serves as a fig leaf for materialism. With Mach the coloring of the mixture is a different one, and Ward, the spiritualist, while bitterly combating Huxley, pats Avenarius and Mach affectionately on the back. 3. The immanentists as comrades in arms of Mach and Avenarius. In speaking of Empirio criticism we could not avoid repeatedly mentioning the philosophers of the so-called IM. 246 philosophical idealists. Monentist school, the principal representatives of which are Schupp, Leclerc, Remke, and Schubert-Sottern. It is now necessary to examine the relation of Empirio criticism to the immanentists and the nature of the philosophy preached by the latter. In 1902 Mach wrote, "Today I see that a host of philosophers, positivists, empirio-criticists, adherents of the immanentist philosophy as well as a very few scientists, have all, without knowing anything of each other, entered on new paths which, in spite of their individual differences, converge almost towards one point, analysis of sensations, p. 9. Here we must first note Mach's unusually frank admission that very few scientists are followers of the supposedly new, but in truth very old, Humean Berkeleyan philosophy. Secondly, extremely important is Mach's opinion that this new philosophy is a broad current in which the immanentists are on the same footing as the empirio-criticists and the positivists. Thus repeats Mach in the introduction to the Russian translation of the Analysis of Sensations, 1906, there is a common movement. p. 4. My position, Mach says in another place, moreover, borders closely on that of the representatives of the immanentist philosophy. I found hardly anything in this book, i.e., W. Schupp, outline of the theory of knowledge and logic with which, with perhaps a very slight change, I would not gladly agree, p. 46. Mach considers that Schubert-Sottern is also following close paths, p. 4, and as to Wilhelm Schupp, Mach even dedicates to him his latest work, the summary so to speak of his philosophical labors, Knowledge and Error. Avenarius, the other founder of Empirio criticism, wrote in 1894 that he was gladdened and encouraged by Schupp's sympathy for Empirio criticism, and that the differences between him and Schupp exist, perhaps, only temporarily, viel leicht nur einstweilen nach best Hand, ... and, finally, J. Petzold, whose teachings Lesevic regards as the last word in Empirio criticism, openly acclaims the trio Schupp, Mach, and Avenarius as the leaders of the new trend. Einführung in die Philosophie der reinen Erfahrung, B.D. 2, 1904, s. 295, Das Weltproblem, 1906, SVUND 146. On this point Petzold is definitely opposed to Willy, Einf. 2, 321, probably the only outstanding Machian who felt ashamed of such a kinship as Schupp's and who tried to dissociate himself from him fundamentally, for which this disciple was reprimanded by his beloved teacher Avenarius. Avenarius wrote the words about Schupp above quoted in a comment on Willy's article against Schupp, adding that Willy's criticism perhaps was put more strongly than was really necessary, Viertelger's Skript für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie, 18. Yarg, 1894, S29, which also contains Willy's article against Schupp. Having acquainted ourselves with the Empirio criticist's opinion of the immanentists, let us examine the immanentist's opinion of the Empirio criticists. We have already mentioned the opinion uttered by Leclerc in 1879. Schubert Sothern in 1882 explicitly expressed his agreement in part with the elder Fichte, i.e., the distinguished representative of subjective idealism, Johann Gottlieb Fichte, whose son was as inept in philosophy as was the son of Joseph Dietzgen, and with Schupp, Leclerc, Avenarius, and partly with Remke, while Mach, die Geschichte und die Wurzel Satzes von der Erhaltung der Arbeit, is cited with particular gusto in opposition to natural historical metaphysics *. The term given to natural historical materialism by all the revolutionary university lecturers and professors in Germany. In 1893, after the appearance of Avenarius' The Human Concept of the World, W. Schupp hailed this work in an open letter to Professor Avenarius as a confirmation of the naive realism which he, Schupp, himself advocated. My conception of thought, Schupp wrote, excellently harmonizes with your Avenarius' pure experience. Then, in 1896, Schubert Sothern, summarizing the methodological trend in philosophy on which he bases himself, traces his genealogy from Berkeley and Hume down through F. A. Lang. The real beginning of our movement in Germany dates from Lang, and then through Loss, Schupp, and Co., Avenarius and Mach, real, among the Neo-Kantians, ch. Renouvier, among the Frenchmen, etc. Finally, in their programmatic introduction printed in the first issue of the philosophical organ of the immanentists, alongside a declaration of war on materialism and an expression of sympathy with Charles Renouvier, we read, even in the camp of the scientists themselves voices of individual thinkers are being raised sermonizing against the growing arrogance of their colleagues, against the unphilosophical spirit which has taken possession of the natural sciences. Thus the physicist Mach. On all hands fresh forces are stirring and are working to destroy the blind faith in the infallibility of the natural sciences, and once again people are beginning to seek for other paths into the profundities of the mysterious, a better entrance to the house of truth. Asterisk. A word or two about Ch. Renouvier. He is the head of the influential and widespread school in France known as the Neo-Criticists. His theoretical philosophy is a combination of the phenomenalism of Hume and the a priorism of Kant. The thing in itself is absolutely rejected. The connection of phenomena, order, and law is declared to be a priori. Law is written with a capital letter and is converted into the basis of religion. The Catholic priests go into raptures over this philosophy. The Machian Willy scornfully refers to Renouvier as a second Apostle Paul, as an obscurantist of the first water and as a casuistic preacher of free will, gegen die Schoolweisheit, s. 129. And it is such co-thinkers of the immanentists who warmly greet Mach's philosophy. When his Mechanics appeared in a French translation, 94 the organ of the Neo-Criticists L'Année Philosophique 95 edited by Pillon, a collaborator and disciple of Renouvier, wrote, it is unnecessary to speak of the extent to which, in this criticism of substance, the thing in itself, Mach's positive science agrees with neo-critical idealism, Volume 15, 1904, p. 179. As for the Russian Machians, they are all ashamed of their kinship with the immanentists, and one of course could not expect anything else of people who did not deliberately adopt the path of Starve, Menshikov, and the like. Bazarov alone refers to certain representatives of the immanentist school as realists. Asterisk. Bogdanov briefly, and in fact falsely, declares that the immanentist school is only an intermediate form between Kantianism and Empirio-criticism, Empirio-monism, BK3, PXXII. V. Chernov writes. Generally speaking, the immanentists approach positivism in only one aspect of their theory, in other aspects they go far beyond it, philosophical and sociological studies, p. 37. Valentinov says that the immanentist school clothed these Machian ideas in an unsuitable form and found themselves in the blind alley of solipsism, OPCIT, p. 149. As you see, you pay your money and take your choice, Constitution and salmon mayonnaise, realism and solipsism. Our Machians are afraid to tell the plain and clear truth about the immanentists. The fact is that the immanentists are rank reactionaries, open advocates of fideism, unadulterated in their obscurantism. There is not one of them who has not frankly made his more theoretical works on epistemology a defense of religion and a justification of medievalism of one kind or another. Leclerc, in 1879, advocated his philosophy as one that satisfies all the needs of a religiously inclined mind, de realismus, etc., s. 73. J. Ramke, in 1880, dedicated his theory of knowledge to the Protestant pastor Biederman and closed his book by preaching not a supersensible God, but God as a real concept. It was for this reason, presumably, that Bazarov ranks certain immanentists among the realists, and moreover the objectivization of this real concept is relegated to practical life, while Biederman's Christian dogmatism is declared to be a model of scientific theology. J. Ramke, Die Welt als Wahrnehmung und Begriff, Berlin, 1880, s. 312. Schupp in the Zeitschrift für Immanente Philosophie assures us that though the immanentists deny the transcendental, God and the future life do not come under this concept, Zeitschrift für Immanente Philosophie, 2. Band, s. 52. In his Ethic he insists on the connection of the moral law with the metaphysical world conception and condemns the separation of the Church from the state as a senseless phrase. Dr. Wilhelm Schupp, Grundzüge der Ethik und Reichsphilosophie Principles of Ethics and the Philosophy of Law, Breslau, 1881, s. 181, 325. Schubert Sottern in his Grundlage einer Erkenntnistheorie deduces both the pre-existence of the self before the body and the after-existence of the self after the body, i.e., the immortality of the soul, OPCIT, p. 82, etc. In The Social Question, 96 arguing against Babel, he defends, together with social reforms, suffrage based on class distinction, and says that the Social Democrats ignore the fact that without the divine gift of unhappiness there could be no happiness, p. 330, and thereupon laments the fact that materialism prevails, p. 242. He who in our time believes in a life beyond, or even in its possibility, is considered a fool, Ibid. And German Menschikoffs like these, no less obscurantists of the first water than Renouvier, live in lasting concubinage with the Empirio-criticists. Their theoretical kinship is incontestable. There is no more Kantianism in the immanentists than in Petzold or Pearson. We saw above that they themselves regard themselves as disciples of Hume and Berkeley, an opinion of the immanentists that is generally recognized in philosophical literature. In order to show clearly what epistemological premises these comrades in arms of Mach and Avenarius proceed from, we shall quote some fundamental theoretical propositions from the works of immanentists. Leclerc in 1879 had not yet invented the term immanent, which really signifies experiential, given in experience, and which is just as spurious a label for concealing corruption as the labels of the European bourgeois parties. In his first work, Leclerc frankly and explicitly calls himself a critical idealist, de realismus, etc., s. 11, 21, 206, etc. In this work he criticizes Kant, as we have already seen, for his concessions to materialism, and clearly indicates his own path away from Kant to Fichte and Berkeley. Leclerc fights materialism in general and the tendency towards materialism displayed by the majority of scientists, in particular as mercilessly as Schupp, Schubert-Saturn, and Ramke. If we return, Leclerc says, to the standpoint of critical idealism, if we do not attribute a transcendental existence, i.e., an existence outside of human consciousness, to nature or the processes of nature, then for the subject the aggregate of bodies and his own body, in so far as he can see and feel it, together with all its changes, will be a directly given phenomenon of spatially connected coexistences and successions in time, and the whole explanation of nature will reduce itself to stating the laws of these coexistences and successions, p. 21. Back to Kant, said the reactionary neo-Kantians. Back to Fichte and Berkeley, is essentially what the reactionary immanentists are saying. For Leclerc, all that exists consists of complexes of sensations, p. 38, while certain classes of properties, Eigenschaften, which act upon our sense organs, he designates, for example, by the letter M, and other classes, which act upon other objects of nature, by the letter N, p. 150, etc. Moreover, Leclerc speaks of nature as the phenomena of the consciousness, bewusstseins phenomen, not of a single person, but of mankind, pages 55 to 56. If we remember that Leclerc published his book in Prague, where Mach was professor of physics, and that Leclerc cites with rapture only Mach's Erhaltung Arbeit 97, which appeared in 1872, the question involuntarily arises, ought we not to regard the advocate of fideism and frank idealist Leclerc as the true progenitor of the original philosophy of Mach? As for Schupp, who, according to Leclerc arrived at the same results, he, as we have seen, really claims to defend naive realism, and in his open letter to Professor Avenarius bitterly complains of the established perversion of Schupp's theory of knowledge to subjective idealism. The true nature of the crude forgery which the immanentist Schupp calls a defense of realism is quite clear from his rejoinder to Wundt, who did not hesitate to class the immanentists with the Fichteans, the subjective idealists, Philosophisk Studie N, LOCCIT, S 386, 397, 407. In my case, Schupp retorts to Wundt, the proposition being is consciousness means that consciousness without the external world is inconceivable, that the latter belongs to the former, i.e., the absolute connection, Zusammenhörigkeit, of the one with the other, which I have so often asserted and explained, and in which the two constitute the primary whole of being. Asterisk. One must be extremely naive not to discern unadulterated subjective idealism in such realism. Just think, the external world belongs to consciousness and is in absolute connection with it. The poor professor was indeed slandered by the established practice of ranking him with the subjective idealists. Such a philosophy completely coincides with Avenarius' principal coordination, no reservations and protests on the part of Chernov and Valentinov can sunder them, both philosophies will be consigned together to the Museum of Reactionary Fabrications of German Professordom. As a curiosity once more testifying to Valentinov's lack of judgment, let us note that he calls Schupp a solipsist. It goes without saying that Schupp vowed and swore that he was not a solipsist and wrote special articles to this effect just as vehemently as did Mach, Petzold, and co., yet is highly delighted with Bazarav's article in the Studies. I should like to translate into German Bazarav's dictum that sense perception is the reality existing outside us and forward it to some more or less intelligent immanentist. He would embrace and kiss Bazarav as heartily as the Schupps, Leclercs, and Schubert-Saturns embraced Mach and Avenarius. For Bazarav's dictum is the alpha and omega of the doctrines of the immanentist school. And here, lastly, is Schubert-Saturn. The materialism of natural science, the metaphysics of recognizing the objective reality of the external world, is the chief enemy of this philosopher. Grundlagen einer Erkenntnistheorie, 1884, p. 31, and the whole of chapter 2, the metaphysics of natural science. Natural science abstracts from all relations of consciousness, p. 52, that is the chief evil, and that is just what constitutes materialism. For the individual cannot escape from sensations and, hence, from a state of consciousness, pages 33 to 34. Of course, Schubert-Sottern admitted in 1896, my standpoint is epistemological solipsism, die Sozialefrage, SX, but not metaphysical, not practical solipsism. What is given us immediately is sensations, complexes of constantly changing sensations, Übertranszendenz de objects und subjects, S. 73. Marx took the material process of production, says Schubert-Sottern, as the cause of inner processes and motives, in the same way, and just as falsely, as natural science regards the common to humanity external world as the cause of the individual inner worlds, Die Sozialefrage, S. 18. That Marx's historical materialism is connected with natural historical materialism and philosophical materialism in general, it does not even occur to this comrade in arms of Mach to doubt. Many, perhaps the majority, will be of the opinion that from the standpoint of epistemological solipsism no metaphysics is possible, i.e., that metaphysics is always transcendental. Upon more mature reflection I cannot concur with this opinion. Here are my reasons. The immediate foundation of all that is given is the spiritual, solipsist, connection, the central point of which is the individual self, the individual realm of thought, with its body. The rest of the world is inconceivable without this self, just as the self is inconceivable without the rest of the world. With the destruction of the individual self the world is also annihilated, which appears impossible, and with the destruction of the rest of the world, nothing remains for my individual self, for the latter can be separated from the world only logically, but not in time and space. Therefore my individual self must continue to exist after my death also, if the entire world is not to be annihilated with it. Ibid. Pxxii. The principal coordination, complexes of sensations and the rest of the Machian banalities render faithful service to the proper people. What is the hereafter, das Jenseits, from the solipsist point of view? It is only a possible future experience for me. Ibid. Spiritualism would be obliged to prove the existence of the Jenseits. But at any rate the materialism of natural science cannot be brought into the field against spiritualism, for this materialism, as we have seen, is only one aspect of the world process within the all-embracing spiritual connection, equals the principal coordination, pxxiv. All this is said in that philosophical introduction to Die Sozialefrage, 1896, wherein Schubert-Sottern all the time appears arm in arm with Mach and Avenarius. Only for the handful of Russian Machians does Machism serve exclusively for purposes of intellectual prattle. In its native country its role as a flunky to fideism is openly proclaimed. For whither is Empirio criticism tending? Let us now cast a glance at the development of Machism after Mach and Avenarius. We have seen that their philosophy is a potpourri of contradictory and disconnected epistemological propositions. We must now examine how and whither, i.e., in what direction, this philosophy is developing, for this will help us to settle certain disputable questions by referring to indisputable historical facts. And indeed, in view of the eclecticism and incoherence of the initial philosophical premises of the trend we are examining, varying interpretations of it and sterile disputes over particulars and trifles are absolutely inevitable. But Empirio criticism, like every ideological current, is a living thing, which grows and develops, and the fact that it is growing in one direction or another will help us more than long arguments to settle the basic question as to what the real essence of this philosophy is. We judge a person not by what he says or thinks of himself but by his actions. And we must judge philosophers not by the labels they give themselves, positivism, the philosophy of pure experience, monism or empirio-monism, the philosophy of natural science, etc., but by the manner in which they actually settle fundamental theoretical questions, by their associates, by what they are teaching and by what they have taught their disciples and followers? It is this last question which interests us now. Everything essential was said by Mach and Avenarius more than 20 years ago. It was bound to become clear in the interval how these leaders were understood by those who wanted to understand them, and whom they themselves, at least Mach, who has outlived his colleague, regard as their successors. To be specific, let us take those who themselves claim to be disciples of Mach and Avenarius, or their adherents, and whom Mach himself ranks as such. We shall thus obtain a picture of Empirio criticism as a philosophical current, and not as a collection of literary oddities. In Mach's introduction to the Russian translation of the Analysis of Sensations, Hans Cornelius is recommended as a young investigator who is following, if not quite the same, at least very close paths, p. 4. In the text of the Analysis of Sensations, Mach once again mentions with pleasure the works of Cornelius and others, who have disclosed the kernel of Avenarius ideas and have developed them further, p. 48. Let us take Cornelius' Einleitung in Die Philosophie, Introduction to Philosophy, Germed, 1903, and we find that its author also speaks of his endeavor to follow in the footsteps of Mach and Avenarius, pages 8, 32. We have before us then a disciple acknowledged by the teacher. This disciple also begins with sensations elements, pages 17, 24, categorically declares that he confines himself to experience, p. 6, calls his views consistent or epistemological empiricism, p. 335, emphatically condemns the one-sidedness of idealism and the dogmatism of both the idealists and the materialists, p. 129, vehemently denies the possible misconception, p. 123, that his philosophy implies the recognition of the world as existing in the mind of man, flirts with naive realism no less skillfully than Avenarius, Schupp, or Bazarov. A visual, as well as every other sense perception, is located where we find it, and only where we find it, that is to say, where the naive mind, untouched by a false philosophy, localizes it, p. 125, and this disciple, acknowledged as such by his teacher, arrives at immortality and God. Materialism thunders this police sergeant in a professorial chair, I beg your pardon, this disciple of the recent positivists converts man into an automaton. It need hardly be said that together with the belief in the freedom of our decisions it destroys all considerations of the moral value of our actions and our responsibility for them. Just as little room is left for the idea of the continuation of our life after death, p. 116. The final note of the book is education, of the youth stultified by this man of science, presumably, is necessary not only for action but above all to inculcate veneration, Ehrfurcht, not for the transitory values of a fortuitous tradition, but for the imperishable values of duty and beauty, for the divine, dem Gottlichkeit, within us and without, p. 357. Compare this with Bogdanov's assertion that there is absolutely no room, Bogdanov's italics, and there cannot be any room for the idea of God, freedom of the will and immortality of the soul in Mach's philosophy in view of his denial of everything in itself, p. 12. While Mach in this same book, p. 293, declares that there is no Machian philosophy, and recommends not only the immanentists, but also Cornelius who had disclosed the kernel of Avenarius ideas. Thus, in the first place, Bogdanov absolutely does not know the Machian philosophy as a current which not only nestles under the wing of fideism, but which itself goes to the length of fideism. In the second place, Bogdanov absolutely does not know the history of philosophy, for to associate a denial of the ideas mentioned above with a denial of the thing in itself is to insult the history of philosophy. Will Bogdanov take it into his head to deny that all consistent followers of Hume, by rejecting every kind of thing in itself, do leave room for these ideas? Has Bogdanov never heard of the subjective idealists, who reject every kind of thing in itself and thereby make room for these ideas? There can be no room for these ideas solely in a philosophy that teaches that nothing exists but perceptual being, that the world is matter in motion, that the external world, the physical world familiar to all, is the sole objective reality, i.e., in the philosophy of materialism. And it is for this, precisely for this, that materialism is combated by the immanentists. Recommended by Mach's disciple Cornelius, and by modern professorial philosophy in general. Our Machians began to repudiate Cornelius only after this indecency had been pointed out to them. Such repudiations are not worth much. Friedrich Adler evidently has not been warned, and therefore recommends this Cornelius in a socialist journal, Der Kampf, 1908, 5, s. 235, a work that is easy to read and highly to be commended. Through the medium of Machism, downright philosophical reactionaries and preachers of fideism are palmed off on the workers as teachers. Petzold, without having been warned, detected the falsity in Cornelius, but his method of combating this falsity is a gem. Listen to this: to assert that the world is idea as is asserted by the idealists whom we are combating, no joke. Has sense only when it implies that it is the idea of the predicator, or, if you like, of all predicators, i.e., that its existence depends exclusively upon the thought of that individual or of those individuals. It exists only inasmuch as he thinks about it, and what he does not think of does not exist. We, on the contrary, make the world dependent not upon the thought of an individual or individuals, or, to put it better and clearer, not upon the act of thinking, or upon any actual thought, but and exclusively in the logical sense upon thought in general. The idealist confuses one with the other, and the result is agnostic semi-solipsism, as we observe it in Cornelius, Einführung, 2, 317. Stolypin denied the existence of the cabinets noirs. 9.8 Petzold annihilates the idealists. It is truly astonishing how much this annihilation of idealism resembles a recommendation to the idealists to exercise more skill in concealing their idealism. To say that the world depends upon man's thought is perverted idealism. To say that the world depends upon thought in general is recent positivism, critical realism, in a word, thoroughgoing bourgeois charlatanism. If Cornelius is an agnostic semi-solipsist, Petzold is a solipsist semi-agnostic. You are cracking a flea, gentlemen. Let us proceed. In the second edition of his Erkenntnis Unsierdem, Mach says, a systematic exposition of Mach's views, one to which in all its essentials I can subscribe, is given by Professor Dr. Hans Kleinpeter, Die Erkenntnistheorie der Naturverschwörung Gegenwart, Leipzig, 1905, The Theory of Knowledge of Modern Natural Science. Let us take Hans number 2. This professor is an accredited disseminator of Machism, a pile of articles on Mach's views in philosophical journals, both in German and in English, translations of works recommended by Mach with introductions by Mach, in a word, the right hand of the teacher. Here are his views. All my, outer and inner, experience, all my thoughts and aspirations are given me as a psychical process, as a part of my consciousness, OPCIT, P18. That which we call physical is a construction of psychical elements, P144. Subjective conviction, not objective certainty, Gewissheit, is the only attainable goal of any science, P9. The italics are Kleinpeter's, who adds the following remark: something similar was already said by Kant in the Critique of Practical Reason. The assumption that there are other minds is one which can never be confirmed by experience, p. 42. I do not know whether, in general, there exist other selves outside of myself, p. 43. In 5, entitled Activity, Spontaneity, in Consciousness, we read that in the case of the animal automaton the succession of ideas is purely mechanical. The same is true of us when we dream. The quality of our consciousness, in its normal state, essentially differs from this. It possesses a property which the automata entirely lack, and which it would be very difficult, to say the least, to explain mechanically or automatically, the so-called self-activity of the self. Every person can dissever himself from his states of consciousness, he can manipulate them, can make them stand out more clearly or force them into the background, can analyze them, compare various parts, etc. All this is a fact of immediate experience. Our self is therefore essentially different from the sum total of the states of consciousness and cannot be put as an equivalent of it. Sugar consists of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Were we to attribute a soul to it, then by analogy it would have to possess the faculty of directing the movement of the hydrogen, oxygen, and carbon at will, pages 29 to 30. 4 of the following chapter is headed, The Act of Cognition and Act of Will, Willenschandlung. It must be regarded as definitely established that all my psychical experiences are divisible into two large main groups, compulsory acts and deliberate acts. To the former belong all impressions of the external world, p. 47. That it is possible to advance several theories regarding one and the same realm of facts is as well known to physicists as it is incompatible with the premises of an absolute theory of knowledge. And this fact is also linked with the volitional character of our thought. It also implies that our volition is not bound by external circumstances, p. 50. Now judge how bold Bogdanov was in asserting that in Mach's philosophy there is absolutely no room for free will, when Mach himself recommends such a specimen as Klein Peter. We have already seen that the latter does not attempt to conceal either his own idealism or Mach's. In 1898-99 Klein Peter wrote, Hertz proclaims the same subjectivist view, i.e., as Mach, of the nature of our concepts. If Mach and Hertz with what Justice Klein Peter here implicates the famous physicist we shall soon see deserve credit from the standpoint of idealism for having emphasized the subjective origin of all our concepts and of the connections between them and not only of certain individual ones from the standpoint of empiricism, they deserve no less credit for having acknowledged that experience alone, as a court entirely independent of thought, can solve the question of their correctness. Archiv für Systematische Philosophie, BDV, 1898-99, S. 169-70. In 1900 he wrote that in spite of all the points on which Mach differs from Kant and Berkeley, they at any rate are more akin to him than the metaphysical empiricism prevailing in natural science, i.e., materialism. The professor does not like to call the devil by name, which is indeed the main target of Mach's attacks, OPCIT, BD 6, S. 87. In 1903 he wrote, the starting point of Berkeley and Mach is irrefutable. Mach completed what Kant began, Kant Study N, BD 8, 1903, S. 314, 274, in the preface to the Russian edition of the Analysis of Sensations. Mach also mentions T. Ziehen, who is following, if not the same, at least very close paths. We take Professor Theodor Ziehen's book The Psychophysiological Theory of Knowledge, Psychophysiologische Erkenntnistheorie, Jena, 1898, and find that the author refers to Mach, Avenarius, Schub, and so forth in the very introduction. Here therefore we again have a case of a disciple acknowledged by the teacher. Ziehen's recent theory is that only the mob is capable of believing that real objects evoke our sensations, p3, and that over the portals of the theory of knowledge there can be no other inscription than the words of Berkeley, the external objects subsist not by themselves, but exist in our minds. p5. What is given us is sensations and ideas. Both are embraced by the word psychical. Non-psychical is a word devoid of meaning, p100. The laws of nature are relations not of material bodies but of reduced sensations, p. 104. This new concept, reduced sensations, contains everything that is original in Ziehen's Berkeleyanism. Petzold repudiated Ziehen as an idealist as far back as 1904 in the second volume of his Introduction, s. 298-301. By 1906 he had already included Cornelius, Klein Peter, Ziehen, and Verworn, Das Weltproblem, etc., S. 137 Fussnote, in the list of idealists or psychomanists. In the case of all these worthy professors, you see, there is a misconception in their interpretations of the views of Mach and Avenarius, Ibid. Poor Mach and Avenarius. Not only were they slandered by their enemies for idealism and even, as Bogdanov expresses it, solipsism, but their very friends, disciples, and followers, expert professors, also understood their teachers pervertedly, in an idealist sense. If Empirio criticism is developing into idealism, that by no means demonstrates the radical falsity of its muddled Berkeleyan basic premises. God forbid. It is only a slight misconception, in the Najdri Petzold sense of the term. The funniest thing of all perhaps is that Petzold himself, the guardian of purity and innocence, firstly, supplemented Mach and Avenarius with his logical a priori and, secondly, coupled them with Wilhelm Schupp, the vehicle of fideism. Had Petzold been acquainted with Mach's English adherents, he would have had very considerably to extend the list of Machians who had lapsed, because of a misconception, into idealism. We have already referred to Karl Pearson, whom Mach praised, as an unadulterated idealist. Here are the opinions of two other slanderers who say the same thing of Pearson. Professor Pearson is merely echoing a doctrine first given clear utterance by the truly great Berkeley, Howard V. Knox, Mind, Volume 6, 1897, p. 205. There can be no doubt that Mr. Pearson is an idealist in the strictest sense of the word. Georges Rodier, Revue Philosophique, 1888, 2, Volume 26, p. 200. The English idealist, William Clifford, whom Mach regards as coming very close to his philosophy, Analysis of Sensations, p. 8, must be considered a teacher rather than a disciple of Mach, for Clifford's philosophical works appeared in the 70s. Here the misconception is due to Mach himself, who in 1901 failed to notice the idealism in Clifford's doctrine that the world is mind stuff, a social object, a highly organized experience, and so forth. For a characterization of the charlatanism of the German Machians, it is sufficient to note that Klein Peter in 1905 elevated this idealist to the rank of founder of the epistemology of modern science. On page 284 of the Analysis of Sensations, Mach mentions the kindred, to Buddhism and Machism, American philosopher, Paul Carus. Carus, who calls himself an admirer and personal friend of Mach, edits in Chicago The Monist, a journal devoted to philosophy, and The Open Court, a journal devoted to the propagation of religion. Science is divine revelation, say the editors of this popular little journal, and they express the opinion that science can bring about a reform of the Church that will retain all that is true and good in religion. Mach is a regular contributor to The Monist and publishes in it individual chapters from his latest works. Carus corrects Mach ever so little a la Kant, and declares that Mach is an idealist or, as we would say, a subjectivist. There are, no doubt, differences between Mach's views and mine, although I at once recognized in him a kindred spirit. Our monism, says Carus, is not materialistic, not spiritualistic, not agnostic, it merely means consistency. It takes experience as its basis and employs as method the systematic forms of the relations of experience, evidently a plagiarism from Bogdanov's Empirio monism. Carus' motto is, not agnosticism, but positive science, not mysticism, but clear thinking, not supernaturalism, not materialism, but a monistic view of the world, not a dogma, but religion, not creed, but faith. And in conformity with this motto Carus preaches a new theology, a scientific theology, or theonomy, which denies the literalness of the Bible but insists that all truth is divine and God reveals himself in science as he does in history. It should be remarked that Klein Peter, in his book on the theory of knowledge of modern science already referred to, recommends Carus, together with Ostwald, Avenarius and the Immanentists, pages 151-52. When Haeckel issued his theses for a monistic alliance, Carus vigorously opposed him on the ground that, first, Haeckel vainly attempts to refute a priorism, which is quite in keeping with scientific philosophy, second, that Haeckel's doctrine of determinism excludes the possibility of free will, Third, that Haeckel is mistaken in emphasizing the one-sided view of the naturalist against the traditional conservatism of the churches. Thus he appears as an enemy to the existing churches instead of rejoicing at their higher development into a new and truer interpretation of their dogmas. Ibid, Volume 16, 1906, p. 122. Karras himself admits that I appear reactionary to many freethinkers who blame me for not joining their chorus in denouncing all religion as superstition, p. 355. It is quite evident that we have here a leader of a gang of American literary fakers who are engaged in doping the people with religious opium. Mach and Kleinpeter joined this gang evidently as the result of a slight misconception. 5a. Bogdanov's Empirio monism. I personally, writes Bogdanov of himself, know so far of only one Empirio-monist in literature, a certain A. Bogdanov. But I know him very well and can answer for it that his views fully accord with the sacramental formula of the primacy of nature over mind. To wit, he regards all that exists as a continuous chain of development, the lower links of which are lost in the chaos of elements, while the higher links, known to us, represent the experience of men. Bogdanov's italics psychical and, still higher, physical experience. This experience, and the knowledge resulting therefrom, correspond to what is usually called mind, empirio-monism. 3. Su. The sacramental formula here ridiculed by Bogdanov is the well-known proposition of Engels, whom Bogdanov, however, diplomatically avoids mentioning. We do not differ from Engels, oh, no. But let us examine more carefully Bogdanov's own summary of his famous empirio-monism and substitution. The physical world is called the experience of men, and it is declared that physical experience is higher in the chain of development than psychical. But this is utter nonsense. And it is precisely the kind of nonsense that is characteristic of all idealist philosophies. It is simply farcical for Bogdanov to class the system as materialism. With me, too, he says, nature is primary and mind secondary. If Engels' definition is to be thus construed, then Hegel is also a materialist, for with him, too, psychical experience, under the title of the absolute idea, comes first, then follow, higher up, the physical world, nature, and, lastly, human knowledge, which through nature apprehends the absolute idea. Not a single idealist will deny the primacy of nature taken in this sense, for it is not a genuine primacy, since in fact nature is not taken as the immediately given, as the starting point of epistemology. Nature is in fact reached as the result of a long process, through abstraction of the psychical. It is immaterial what these abstractions are called, whether absolute idea, universal self, world will, and so on and so forth. These terms distinguish the different varieties of idealism, and such varieties exist in countless numbers. The essence of idealism is that the psychical is taken as the starting point, from it external nature is deduced, and only then is the ordinary human consciousness deduced from nature. Hence, this primary psychical always turns out to be a lifeless abstraction concealing a diluted theology. For instance, everybody knows what a human idea is, but an idea independent of man and prior to man, an idea in the abstract, an absolute idea, is a theological invention of the idealist Hegel. Everybody knows what human sensation is, but sensation independent of man, sensation prior to man, is nonsense, a lifeless abstraction, an idealist artifice. And it is precisely to such an idealistic artifice that Bogdanov resorts when he erects the following ladder. 1. The chaos of elements. We know that no other human concept lies back of the term element save sensation. 2. The psychical experience of men. 3. The physical experience of men. 4. The knowledge emerging therefrom. There are no sensations, human, without man. Hence, the first rung of this ladder is a lifeless idealist abstraction. As a matter of fact, what we have here is not the usual and familiar human sensations, but fictitious sensations, nobody's sensations, sensations in general, divine sensations, just as the ordinary human idea became divine with Hegel when it was divorced from man and man's brain. So away with the first rung. Away also with the second rung, for the psychical before the physical, and Bogdanov places the second rung before the third, is something unknown to man or science. The physical realm existed before the psychical could have appeared, for the latter is the highest product of the highest forms of organic matter. Bogdanov's second rung is also a lifeless abstraction, it is thought without brain, human reason divorced from man. Only when we throw out the first two rungs, and only then, can we obtain a picture of the world that truly corresponds to science and materialism. To wit, 1. The physical world exists independently of the mind of man and existed long prior to man, prior to any human experience. 2. The psychical, the mind, etc., is the highest product of matter, i.e., the physical, it is a function of that particularly complex fragment of matter called the human brain. The realm of substitution, writes Bogdanov, coincides with the realm of physical phenomena. For the psychical phenomena we need substitute nothing, because they are immediate complexes, p. 36. And this precisely is idealism, for the psychical, i.e., consciousness, idea, sensation, etc., is taken as the immediate and the physical is deduced from it, substituted for it. The world is the non-ego created by the ego, said Fichte. The world is absolute idea, said Hegel. The world is will, said Schopenhauer. The world is conception and idea, says the immanentist Ramke. Being is consciousness, says the immanentist Schupp. The physical is a substitution for the psychical, says Bogdanov. One must be blind not to perceive the identical idealist essence under these various verbal cloaks. Let us ask ourselves the following question, writes Bogdanov in Book I of Empirio Monism, pages 128 to 29. What is a living being, for instance, man? And he answers. Man is primarily a definite complex of immediate experiences. Mark, primarily. Then, in the further development of experience, man becomes both for himself and for others a physical body amidst other physical bodies. Why, this is a sheer complex of absurdities, fit only for deducing the immortality of the soul, or the idea of God, and so forth. Man is primarily a complex of immediate experiences and in the course of further development becomes a physical body. That means that there are immediate experiences without a physical body, prior to a physical body. What a pity that this magnificent philosophy has not yet found acceptance in our theological seminaries. There its merits would have been fully appreciated. We have admitted that physical nature itself is a product Bogdanov's italics of complexes of an immediate character, to which psychical coordinations also belong, that it is the reflection of such complexes in others, analogous to them, but of the most complex type, in the socially organized experience of living beings, p. 146. A philosophy which teaches that physical nature itself is a product, is a philosophy of the priests pure and simple. And its character is in no wise altered by the fact that personally Bogdanov emphatically repudiates all religion. Dühring was also an atheist, he even proposed to prohibit religion in his socialitarian order. Nevertheless, Engels was absolutely right in pointing out that Dühring's system could not make ends meet without religion. The same is true of Bogdanov, with the essential difference that the quoted passage is not a chance inconsistency but the very essence of his Empirio monism and of all his substitution. If nature is a product, it is obvious that it can be a product only of something that is greater, richer, broader, mightier than nature, of something that exists, for in order to produce nature, it must exist independently of nature. That means that something exists outside nature, something which moreover produces nature. In plain language this is called God. The idealist philosophers have always sought to change this latter name, to make it more abstract, more vague, and at the same time, for the sake of plausibility, to bring it nearer to the psychical, as an immediate complex, as the immediately given which requires no proof. Absolute idea, universal spirit, world will, general substitution of the psychical for the physical, are different formulations of one and the same idea. Every man knows, and science investigates, idea, mind, will, the psychical, as a function of the normally operating human brain. To divorce this function from substance organized in a definite way, to convert this function into a universal, general abstraction, to substitute this abstraction for the whole of physical nature, this is the raving of philosophical idealism and a mockery of science. Materialism says that the socially organized experience of living beings is a product of physical nature, a result of a long development of the latter, a development from a state of physical nature when no society, organization, experience, or living beings existed or could have existed. Idealism says that physical nature is a product of this experience of living beings, and in saying this, idealism is equating, if not subordinating, nature to God. For God is undoubtedly a product of the socially organized experience of living beings. No matter from what angle you look at it, Bogdanov's philosophy contains nothing but a reactionary muddle. Bogdanov thinks that to speak of the social organization of experience is cognitive socialism, BK3, P. This is insane twaddle. If socialism is thus regarded, the Jesuits are ardent adherents of cognitive socialism, for the basis of their epistemology is divinity as socially organized experience. And there can be no doubt that Catholicism is a socially organized experience, only, it reflects not objective truth, which Bogdanov denies, but which science reflects, but the exploitation of the ignorance of the masses by definite social classes. But why speak of the Jesuits? We find Bogdanov's cognitive socialism in its entirety among the immanentists, so beloved of Mach. Leclerc regards nature as the consciousness of mankind, der Realismus, etc., s. 55, and not of the individual. The bourgeois philosophers will serve you up any amount of such Fichtean cognitive socialism. Schuck also emphasizes das Gene-Reich, das Gattungsmaßige Moment des Bewusstseins, Viertelgerseskript für Wissenschaftliche Philosophie, bd. 17, s. 379-80, i.e., the generic factor of consciousness. To think that philosophical idealism vanishes when the consciousness of mankind is substituted for the consciousness of the individual, or the socially organized experience for the experience of one person, is like thinking that capitalism vanishes when one capitalist is replaced by a joint stock company. Our Russian Mach-ians, Yushkevich and Valentinov, echo the materialist Rakhmitov in asserting that Bogdanov is an idealist, at the same time foully abusing Rakhmitov himself. But they could not stop to think where this idealism came from. They make out that Bogdanov is an individual and chance phenomenon, an isolated case. This is not true. Bogdanov personally may think that he has invented an original system, but one has only to compare him with the aforementioned disciples of Mach to realize the falsity of such an opinion. The difference between Bogdanov and Cornelius is far less than the difference between Cornelius and Karras. The difference between Bogdanov and Karras is less, as far as their philosophical systems are concerned, of course, and not the deliberateness of their reactionary implications, than the difference between Karras and Zihan, and so on. Bogdanov is only one of the manifestations of that socially organized experience which testifies to the growth of Machism into idealism. Bogdanov, we are here, of course, speaking exclusively of Bogdanov as a philosopher, could not have come into God's world had the doctrines of his teacher Mach contained no elements of Berkeleyanism. And I cannot imagine a more terrible vengeance on Bogdanov than to have his Empirio monism translated, say, into German and presented for review to Leclerc and Schubert Sottern, Cornelius and Klein Peter, Karras and Pillin, the French collaborator and disciple of Renouvier. The compliments that would be paid by these outright comrades in arms and, at times, direct followers of Mach to the substitution would be much more eloquent than their arguments. However, it would scarcely be correct to regard Bogdanov's philosophy as a finished and static system. In the 9 years from 1899 to 1908, Bogdanov has gone through 4 stages in his philosophical peregrinations. At the beginning he was a natural historical materialist, i.e., semi-consciously and instinctively faithful to the spirit of science. His fundamental elements of the historical outlook on nature bears obvious traces of that stage. The second stage was the energetics of Ostwald, which was so fashionable in the latter 90s, a muddled agnosticism which at times stumbled into idealism. From Ostwald, the title page of Ostwald's lectures on natural philosophy bears the inscription. Dedicated to E. Mach, Bogdanov went over to Mach, that is, he borrowed the fundamental premises of a subjective idealism that is as inconsistent and muddled as Mach's entire philosophy. The fourth stage is an attempt to eliminate some of the contradictions of Machism, and to create a semblance of objective idealism. The theory of general substitution shows that Bogdanov has described a curve of almost 180 degrees from his starting position. Is this stage of Bogdanov's philosophy more remote or less remote from dialectical materialism than the previous stages? If Bogdanov remains in one place, then he is, of course, more remote. If he keeps moving along the same curve in which he has been moving for the last 9 years, he is less remote. He now has only one serious step to make in order to return once more to materialism, namely, universally to discard his whole universal substitution. For this universal substitution gathers into one Chinese pigtail all the transgressions of half-hearted idealism and all the weaknesses of consistent subjective idealism, just as, si licet parva componere magnus. If it is permissible to compare the great with the small, Hegel's absolute idea gathered together all the contradictions of Kantian idealism and all the weaknesses of Fichtenism. Feuerbach had to make only one serious step in order to return to materialism, namely, universally to discard, absolutely to eliminate, the absolute idea, that Hegelian substitution of the psychical for physical nature. Feuerbach cut off the Chinese pigtail of philosophical idealism, in other words, he took nature as the basis without any substitution whatever. We must wait and see whether the Chinese pigtail of Machian idealism will go on growing for much longer. 6. The theory of symbols, or hieroglyphs, and the criticism of Helmholtz. As a supplement to what has been said above of the idealists as the comrades in arms and successors of Empirio criticism, it will be appropriate to dwell on the character of the Machian criticism of certain philosophical propositions touched upon in our literature. For instance, our Machian would-be Marxists fastened with glee on Plekhanov's hieroglyphs, that is, on the theory that man's sensations and ideas are not copies of real things and processes of nature, not their images, but conventional signs, symbols, hieroglyphs, and so on. Bazarov ridicules this hieroglyphic materialism, and, it should be stated, he would be right in doing so if he rejected hieroglyphic materialism in favor of non-hieroglyphic materialism. But Bazarov here again resorts to a sleight of hand and palms off his renunciation of materialism as a criticism of hieroglyphism. Engels speaks neither of symbols nor of hieroglyphs, but of copies, photographs, images, mirror reflections of things. Instead of pointing out the erroneousness of Plekhanov's deviation from Engels' formulation of materialism, Bazarov uses Plekhanov's error in order to conceal Engels' truth from the reader. To make clear both Plekhanov's error and Bazarov's confusion, we shall refer to an important advocate of the theory of symbols, calling a symbol a hieroglyph changes nothing, Helmholtz, and shall see how he was criticized by the materialists and by the idealists in conjunction with the Machians. Helmholtz, a scientist of the first magnitude, was as inconsistent in philosophy as are the great majority of scientists. He tended towards Kantianism, but in his epistemology he did not adhere even to these views consistently. Here for instance are some passages on the subject of the correspondence of ideas and objects from his Handbook of Physiological Optics. I have designated sensations as merely symbols for the relations of the external world, and I have denied that they have any similarity or equivalence to what they represent. French translation, p. 579, German original, p. 442. This is agnosticism, but on the same page further on we read, Our concepts and ideas are effects wrought on our nervous system and our consciousness by the objects that are perceived and apprehended. This is materialism. But Helmholtz is not clear as to the relation between absolute and relative truth, as is evident from his subsequent remarks. For instance, a little further on he says, I therefore think that there can be no possible meaning in speaking of the truth of our ideas save as a practical truth. Our ideas of things cannot be anything but symbols, natural signs for things, which we learn to use in order to regulate our movements and actions. When we have learned to read these symbols rightly, we are in a position with their aid to direct our actions so as to achieve the desired result. This is not correct. Helmholtz here lapses into subjectivism, into a denial of objective reality and objective truth. And he arrives at a flagrant untruth when he concludes the paragraph with the words, an idea and the object it represents obviously belong to two entirely different worlds. Only the Kantians thus divorce idea from reality, consciousness from nature. However, a little further on we read, as to the properties of the objects of the external world, a little reflection will show that all the properties we may attribute to them merely signify the effects wrought by them either on our senses or on other natural objects. French ed. p. 581, German original, p. 445, I translate from the French. Here again Helmholtz reverts to the materialist position. Helmholtz was an inconsistent Kantian, now recognizing a priori laws of thought, now tending towards the transcendental reality of time and space, i.e., to a materialist conception of them, now deriving human sensations from external objects, which act upon our sense organs, and now declaring sensations to be only symbols, i.e., certain arbitrary signs divorced from the entirely different world of the things signified, cf. Victor Hayfelder, Huber. Den Begriff der Erfahrung bei Helmholtz's conception of experience, Berlin 1897. This is how Helmholtz expressed his views in a speech delivered in 1878 on Facts in Perception, a noteworthy pronouncement from the realistic camp. As Leclerc characterized this speech, our sensations are indeed effects wrought by external causes in our organs, and the manner in which such effects manifest themselves, of course, depends very essentially on the nature of the apparatus on which these effects are wrought. Inasmuch as the quality of our sensation informs us of the properties of the external action by which the sensation is produced, the latter can be regarded as its sign, Zeichen, but not as its image. For a certain resemblance to the object imaged is demanded of an image. But a sign need not resemble that of which it is a sign. Vorträge und Reden Lectures and Speeches, 1884, BD. 2, S. 226. If sensations are not images of things, but only signs or symbols which do not resemble them, then Helmholtz's initial materialist premise is undermined. The existence of external objects becomes subject to doubt, for signs or symbols may quite possibly indicate imaginary objects, and everybody is familiar with instances of such signs or symbols. Helmholtz, following Kant, attempts to draw something like an absolute boundary between the phenomenon and the thing in itself. Helmholtz harbors an insuperable prejudice against straightforward, clear, and open materialism. But a little further on he says, I do not see how one could refute a system even of the most extreme subjective idealism that chose to regard life as a dream. One might declare it to be highly improbable and unsatisfactory. I myself would in this case subscribe to the severest expressions of dissent, yet it could be constructed consistently. The realistic hypothesis, on the contrary, trusts the evidence, usage, of ordinary self-observation, according to which the changes of perception that follow a certain action have no psychical connection with the preceding impulse of volition. This hypothesis regards everything that seems to be substantiated by our everyday perception, viz., the material world outside of us, as existing independently of our ideas. Pages 242-43. Undoubtedly, the realistic hypothesis is the simplest we can construct. It has been tested and verified in an extremely broad field of application, it is sharply defined in its several parts and, therefore, it is in the highest degree useful and fruitful as a basis of action, p. 243. Helmholtz's agnosticism also resembles shamefaced materialism, with certain Kantian twists, in distinction to Huxley's Berkeleyan twists. Albrecht Rau, a follower of Feuerbach, therefore vigorously criticizes Helmholtz's theory of symbols as an inconsistent deviation from realism. Helmholtz's basic view, says Rau, is a realistic hypothesis, according to which we apprehend the objective properties of things with the help of our senses. Asterisk. The theory of symbols cannot be reconciled with such a view, which, as we have seen, is wholly materialist, for it implies a certain distrust of perception, a distrust of the evidence of our sense organs. It is beyond doubt that an image cannot wholly resemble the model, but an image is one thing, a symbol, a conventional sign, another. The image inevitably and of necessity implies the objective reality of that which it images. Conventional sign, symbol, hieroglyph are concepts which introduce an entirely unnecessary element of agnosticism. Albrecht Rau, therefore, is perfectly right in saying that Helmholtz's theory of symbols pays tribute to Kantianism. Had Helmholtz, says Rau, remained true to his realistic conception, had he consistently adhered to the basic principle that the properties of bodies express the relations of bodies to each other and also to us, he obviously would have had no need of the whole theory of symbols. He could then have said, briefly and clearly, the sensations which are produced in us by things are reflections of the nature of those things, Ibid, p. 320. That is the way a materialist criticizes Helmholtz. He rejects Helmholtz's hieroglyphic or symbolic materialism or semi-materialism in favor of Feuerbach's consistent materialism. The idealist Leclerc, a representative of the immanentist school, so dear to Mach's heart and mind, also accuses Helmholtz of inconsistency, of wavering between materialism and spiritualism. Der Realismus, etc., s. 154. But for Leclerc the theory of symbols is not insufficiently materialistic but too materialistic. Leclerc says, Helmholtz thinks that the perceptions of our consciousness offer sufficient support for the cognition of sequence in time as well as of the identity or non-identity of transcendental causes. This in Helmholtz's opinion is sufficient for the assumption and cognition of law in the realm of the transcendental, i.e., in the realm of the objectively real, p. 33. And Leclerc thunders against this dogmatic prejudice of Helmholtz's. Berkeley's God, he exclaims, as the hypothetical cause of the conformity to natural law of the ideas in our mind is at least just as capable of satisfying our need of causality as a world of external objects, p. 34. A consistent application of the theory of symbols can achieve nothing without a generous admixture of vulgar realism, i.e., materialism, p. 35. This is how a critical idealist criticized Helmholtz for his materialism in 1879. 20 years later, in his article The Fundamental Views of Ernst Mach and Heinrich Hertz on Physics, Klein Peter, the disciple of Mach so highly praised by his teacher, refuted in the following way the antiquated Helmholtz with the aid of Mach's recent Philosophy. Let us for the moment leave aside Hertz, who, in fact, was as inconsistent as Helmholtz, and examine Kleinpeter's comparison of Mach and Helmholtz. Having quoted a number of passages from the works of both writers, and having particularly stressed Mach's well-known statements to the effect that bodies are mental symbols for complexes of sensations and so on, Kleinpeter says, if we follow Helmholtz's line of thought, we shall encounter the following fundamental premises. 1. There exist objects of the external world. 2. A change in these objects is inconceivable without the action of some cause, which is thought of as real. 3. Cause, according to the original meaning of the word, is the unchangeable residue or being behind the changing phenomena, namely, substance and the law of its action, force. The quotation is taken by Kleinpeter from Helmholtz. 4. It is possible to deduce all phenomena from their causes in a logically strict and uniquely determined manner. 5. The achievement of this end is equivalent to the possession of objective truth, The acquisition, Erlangen, of which is thus regarded as conceivable, p. 163. Rendered indignant by these premises, by their contradictoriness and their creation of insoluble problems, Klein. Peter remarks that Helmholtz does not hold strictly to these views and sometimes employs turns of speech which are somewhat suggestive of Mach's purely logical understanding of such words as matter, force, causality, etc. It is not difficult to find the source of our dissatisfaction with Helmholtz, if we recall Mach's fine, clear words. The false understanding of the words mass, force, etc., is the basic weakness of Helmholtz's whole argument. These are only concepts, products of our imagination and not realities existing outside of thought. We are not even in a position to know such things. From the observation of our senses we are in general unable, owing to their imperfection, to make even a single uniquely determined conclusion. We can never assert, for instance, that upon reading a certain scale, Der Kabelsen einer Skald, we shall obtain a definite figure. There are always, within certain limits, an infinite number of possible figures all equally compatible with the facts of the observation. And to have knowledge of something real lying outside us that is for us impossible. Let us assume, however, that it were possible, and that we did get to know reality. In that case we would have no right to apply the laws of logic to it, for they are our laws, applicable only to our conceptions, to our mental products. Klein-Peters italics. Between facts there is no logical connection, but only a simple succession. Apodictic assertions are here unthinkable. It is therefore incorrect to say that one fact is the cause of another and, consequently, the whole deduction built up by Helmholtz on this conception falls to the ground. Finally, the attainment of objective truth, i.e., truth existing independently of any subject, is impossible, not only because of the nature of our senses, but also because as men, als Menschen, we can, in general, have no notion of what exists quite independently of us, p. 164. As the reader sees, our disciple of Mach, repeating the favorite phrases of his teacher and of Bogdanov, who does not own himself a Machian, rejects Helmholtz's whole philosophy, rejects it from the idealist's standpoint. The theory of symbols is not even especially singled out by the idealist, who regards it as an unimportant and perhaps accidental deviation from materialism. And Helmholtz is chosen by Klein-Peter as a representative of the traditional views in physics, views shared to this day by the majority of physicists, p. 160. The result we have arrived at is that Plekhanov was guilty of an obvious mistake in his exposition of materialism, but that Bazarov completely muddled the matter, mixed up materialism with idealism and advanced in opposition to the theory of symbols, or hieroglyphic materialism, the idealist nonsense that sense perception is the reality existing outside us. From the Kantian Helmholtz, just as from Kant himself, the materialists went to the left, the Machians to the right. 7. Two kinds of criticism of Dühring. Let us note another characteristic feature in the Machians' incredible perversion of materialism. Valentinov endeavors to beat the Marxists by comparing them to Buchner, who supposedly has much in common with Plekhanov, although Engels sharply dissociated himself from Buchner. Bogdanov, approaching the same question from another angle, defends, as it were, the materialism of the natural scientists, which, he says, is usually spoken of with a certain contempt, Empirio monism, BK3, px. Both Valentinov and Bogdanov are wretchedly muddled on this question. Marx and Engels always spoke contemptuously of bad socialists, but from this it follows that they demanded the teaching of correct socialism, scientific socialism, and not a flight from socialism to bourgeois views. Marx and Engels always condemned bad, and, particularly, anti-dialectical, materialism, but they condemned it from the standpoint of a higher, more advanced, dialectical materialism, and not from the standpoint of humism or Berkeleyanism. Marx, Engels, and Dietzgen would discuss the bad materialists, reason with them and seek to correct their errors. but they would not even discuss the Humeans and Berkeleyans, Mach and Avenarius, confining themselves to a single still more contemptuous remark about their trend as a whole. Therefore, the endless faces and grimaces made by our Machians over Holbach and Co., Buchner and Co., etc., are absolutely nothing but an attempt to throw dust in the eyes of the public, a cover for the departure of Machism as a whole from the very foundations of materialism in general, and a fear to take up a straightforward and clear position with regard to Engels. And it would be hard to express oneself more clearly on the French materialism of the 18th century and on Buchner, Voigt, and Moleschott, than Engels does at the end of chapter 2 of his Ludwig Feuerbach. It is impossible not to understand Engels, unless one deliberately wishes to distort him. Marx and I are materialists, says Engels in this chapter, explaining what fundamentally distinguishes all schools of materialism from the whole camp of the idealists, from all the Kantians and Humeans in general. And Engels reproaches Feuerbach for a certain pusillanimity, a certain frivolity of thought, as expressed in his rejection at times of materialism in general because of the mistakes of one or another school of materialists. Feuerbach should not have confounded the doctrines of these hedge preachers Buchner and Co. with materialism in general, says Engels, p. 21. 102. Only minds that are spoilt by reading and credulously accepting the doctrines of the German reactionary professors could have misunderstood the nature of such reproaches leveled by Engels at Feuerbach. Engels says very clearly that Buchner and Co. by no means overcame the limitations of their teachers, i.e., the materialists of the 18th century, that they had not made a single step forward. And it is for this, and this alone, that Engels took Buchner and Co. to task, not for their materialism, as the ignoramuses think, but because they did not advance materialism, because it was quite outside their scope to develop the theory of materialism any further. It was for this alone that Engels took Buchner and Co. to task. And thereupon point by point Engels enumerates three fundamental limitations, Beschränktheit, of the French materialists of the 18th century, from which Marx and Engels had emancipated themselves, but from which Buchner and Co. were unable to emancipate themselves. The first limitation was that the views of the old materialists were mechanical, in the sense that they believed in the exclusive application of the standards of mechanics to processes of a chemical and organic nature, p. 19. We shall see in the next chapter that failure to understand these words of Engels caused certain people to succumb to idealism through the new physics. Engels does not reject mechanical materialism for the faults attributed to it by physicists of the recent idealist, alias Machian, trend. The second limitation was the meta-physical character of the views of the old materialists, meaning the anti-dialectical character of their philosophy. This limitation is fully shared with Buchner and Co. by our Machians, who, as we have seen, entirely failed to understand Engels' application of dialectics to epistemology, for example, absolute and relative truth. The third limitation was the preservation of idealism up above, in the realm of the social sciences, a non-understanding of historical materialism. Having enumerated these three limitations and explained them with exhaustive clarity, pages 19 to 21, Engels then and there adds that they, Buchner and Co., did not emerge from these limits, über dies Schranken. Exclusively for these three things and exclusively within these limits, does Engels refute both the materialism of the 18th century and the doctrines of Buchner and Co. On all other, more elementary, questions of materialism, questions distorted by the Machians, there is and can be no difference between Marx and Engels on the one hand and all these old materialists on the other. It was only the Russian Machians who brought confusion into this perfectly clear question, since for their West European teachers and co-thinkers the radical difference between the line of Mach and his friends and the line of the materialists generally is perfectly obvious. Our Machians found it necessary to confuse the issue in order to represent their break with Marxism and their desertion to the camp of bourgeois philosophy as minor corrections of Marxism. Take Dühring. It is hard to imagine anything more contemptuous than the opinion of him expressed by Engels. But at the same time that Dühring was criticized by Engels, just see how he was criticized by Leclerc, who praises Mach's revolutionizing philosophy. Leclerc regards Dühring as the extreme left of materialism, which without any evasion declares sensation, as well as every activity of consciousness and intelligence in general, to be the secretion, function, supreme flower, aggregate effect, etc., of the animal organism, Der Realismus, etc., 1879, s. 23-24. Is it for this that Engels criticized Dühring? No. In this he was in full agreement with Dühring, as he was with every other materialist. He criticized Dühring from the diametrically opposite standpoint, namely, for the inconsistency of his materialism, for his idealist fancies, which left a loophole for fideism. Nature itself works both within ideating beings and from without, in order to create the required knowledge of the course of things by systematically producing coherent views. Leclerc quotes these words of Dühring's and savagely attacks the materialism of such a point of view, the crude metaphysics of this materialism, the self-deception, etc., etc. Pages 160 and 161-63. Is it for this that Engels criticized Dühring? No. He ridiculed all florid language, but as regards the cognition of objective law in nature, reflected by the consciousness, Engels was fully in agreement with Dühring, as he was with every other materialist. Thought is a form of reality higher than the rest. A fundamental premise is the independence and distinction of the materially real world from the groups of manifestations of the consciousness. Leclerc quotes these words of Dühring's together with a number of Dühring's attacks on Kant, etc., and for this accuses Dühring of metaphysics, pages 218-22, of subscribing to a metaphysical dogma, etc. Is it for this that Engels criticized Dühring? No. That the world exists independently of the mind and that every deviation from this truth on the part of the Kantians, Humeans, Berkeleyans, and so forth, is false. On this point Engels was fully in agreement with Dühring, as he was with every other materialist. Had Engels seen from what angle Leclerc, in the spirit of Mach, criticized Dühring, he would have called both these philosophical reactionaries names 100 times more contemptuous than those he called Dühring. To Leclerc Dühring was the incarnation of pernicious realism and materialism, cf. also Beiträge zu einer monistischen Erkenntnistheorie, 1882, s. 45. In 1878, W. Schupp, teacher and comrade in arms of Mach, accused Dühring of visionary realism, Traumrealismus, in revenge for the epithet visionary idealism which Dühring had hurled against all idealists. For Engels, on the contrary, Dühring was not a sufficiently steadfast, clear, and consistent materialist. Marx and Engels, as well as J. Dietzgen, entered the philosophical arena at a time when materialism reigned among the advanced intellectuals in general, and in working-class circles in particular. It is therefore quite natural that they should have devoted their attention not to a repetition of old ideas but to a serious theoretical development of materialism, its application to history, in other words, to the completion of the edifice of materialist philosophy up to its summit. It is quite natural that in the sphere of epistemology they confine themselves to correcting Feuerbach's errors, to ridiculing the banalities of the materialist Dühring, to criticizing the errors of Buchner, C.J. Dietzgen, to emphasizing what these most widely known and popular writers among the workers particularly lacked, namely, dialectics. Marx, Engels, and J. Dietzgen did not worry about the elementary truths of materialism, which had been cried by the hucksters in dozens of books, but devoted all their attention to ensuring that these elementary truths should not be vulgarized, should not be oversimplified, should not lead to stagnation of thought, materialism below, idealism above, to forgetfulness of the valuable fruit of the idealist systems, Hegelian dialectics, that pearl which those farmyard cocks, the Buchners, the Dührings and co., as well as Leclerc, Mach, Avenarius, and so forth, could not pick out from the dung heap of absolute idealism. If one envisages at all concretely the historical conditions in which the philosophical works of Engels and J. Dietzgen were written, it will be perfectly clear why they were more concerned to dissociate themselves from the vulgarization of the elementary truths of materialism than to defend the truths themselves. Marx and Engels were similarly more concerned to dissociate themselves from the vulgarization of the fundamental demands of political democracy than to defend these demands. Only disciples of the philosophical reactionaries could have failed to notice this circumstance, and could have presented the case to their readers in such a way as to make it appear that Marx and Engels did not know what being a materialist means. 8. How could J. Dietzgen have found favor with the reactionary philosophers? The previously cited example of Helfand already contains the answer to this question, and we shall not examine the innumerable instances in which J. Dietzgen receives Helfand like treatment at the hands of our Machians. It is more expedient to quote a number of passages from J. Dietzgen himself in order to bring out his weak points. Thought is a function of the brain, says Dietzgen, Das Wesen menschlichen Kopfarbeit, 1903, s. 52, there is a Russian translation. Thought is a product of the brain. My desk, as the content of my thought, is identical with that thought, does not differ from it. But my desk outside of my head is a separate object quite distinct from it, p. 53. These perfectly clear materialistic propositions are, however, supplemented by Dietzgen thus: nevertheless, the nonsensible idea is also sensible, material, i.e., real. The mind differs no more from the table, light, or sound than these things differ from each other, p. 54. This is obviously false. That both thought and matter are real, i.e., exist, is true. But to say that thought is material is to make a false step, a step towards confusing materialism and idealism. As a matter of fact, this is only an inexact expression of Dietzgen's, who elsewhere correctly says, mind and matter at least have this in common, that they exist, p. 80. Thinking, says Dietzgen, is a work of the body. In order to think I require a substance that can be thought of. This substance is provided in the phenomena of nature and life. Matter is the boundary of the mind, beyond which the latter cannot pass. Mind is a product of matter, but matter is more than a product of mind. p. 64. The Machians refrain from analyzing materialist arguments of the materialist Dietzgen such as these. They prefer to fasten on passages where he is inexact and muddled. For example, he says that scientists can be idealists only outside their field, p. 108. Whether this is so, and why it is so, on this the Machians are silent. But a page or so earlier Dietzgen recognizes the positive side of modern idealism, p. 106, and the inadequacy of the materialist principle, which should rejoice the Machians. The incorrectly expressed thought of Dietzgen's consists in the fact that the difference between matter and mind is also relative and not excessive, p. 107. This is true, but what follows from this is not that materialism as such is inadequate, but that metaphysical, anti-dialectical materialism is inadequate. Simple, scientific truth is not based on a person. It has its foundation outside, i.e., of the person, in its material, it is objective truth. We call ourselves materialists. Philosophical materialists are distinguished by the fact that they put the corporeal world at the beginning, at the head, and put the idea, or spirit, as the sequel, whereas their opponents, after the manner of religion, derive things from the word. The material world from the idea, kleinere philosophisch Schriften, 1903, s. 59, 62. The Machians avoid this recognition of objective truth and repetition of Engels' definition of materialism. But Dietzgen goes on to say, we would be equally right in calling ourselves idealists, for our system is based on the total result of philosophy, on the scientific investigation of the idea, on a clear insight into the nature of mind, p. 63. It is not difficult to seize upon this obviously incorrect phrase in order to deny materialism. Actually, Dietzgen's formulation is more inexact than his basic thought, which amounts to this, that the old materialism was unable to investigate ideas scientifically, with the aid of historical materialism. Here are Diogenes' ideas on the old materialism. Like our understanding of political economy, our materialism is a scientific, historical conquest. Just as definitely as we distinguish ourselves from the socialists of the past, so we distinguish ourselves from the old materialists. With the latter we have only this in common, that we acknowledge matter to be the premise, or prime base of the idea, p. 140. This word only is significant. It contains the whole epistemological foundation of materialism, as distinguished from agnosticism, Marxism, idealism. But Diogenes' attention is here concentrated on dissociating himself from vulgar materialism. But then follows a little further on a passage that is quite incorrect: the concept matter must be broadened. It embraces all the phenomena of reality, as well as our faculty of knowing or explaining, p. 141. This is a muddle which can only lead to confusing materialism and idealism under the guise of broadening the former. To seize upon this broadening would be to forget the basis of Diogenes' philosophy, the recognition of matter as the primary, the boundary of the mind. But, as a matter of fact, a few lines further down Diogenes corrects himself: the whole governs the part, matter the mind. In this sense we may love and honor the material world as the first cause, as the creator of heaven and earth, p. 142. That the conception of matter must also include thoughts, as Diogenes repeats in the Excursions 103, OPCIT, p. 214, is a muddle, for if such an inclusion is made, the epistemological contrast between mind and matter, idealism and materialism, a contrast upon which Diogenes himself insists, loses all meaning. That this contrast must not be made excessive, exaggerated, metaphysical, is beyond dispute, and it is to the great credit of the dialectical materialist Diogenes that he emphasized this. The limits of the absolute necessity and absolute truth of this relative contrast are precisely those limits which define the trend of epistemological investigations. To operate beyond these limits with the distinction between matter and mind,